I don't know, Zelda. You know one thing that I need to find? A way to finally display the English trailer again. Oh, well, it is what it is. I really need to do that. And we'll do so, hopefully, in the future. But for now, we are back. We are finally back with some Tears of the Kingdom. It's been far too long, and I want to get back into it. Whew. It's, thankfully not as unbearably hot anymore here as it was yesterday, but we do have very high humidity, which is not exactly a well. Give me 1 second here real quick. um, right. um there we go. Okay, let's get into this. Let's finally return to Tears of the Kingdom. So, hello and welcome in. I hope you're having a beautiful morning, day, or evening wherever you are. Let's continue with Tears of the Kingdom. But first, as always, let's see where we left off. So, last time, I pretty much spent the entire stream within Hateno, right? It took me a while to get there, or rather, it took me a while, if you really consider the whole length of this playthrough so far. It took me a while to get to Kakariko and to Hateno in the first place. These are two very, very interesting cities that both have a lot of stuff going on. We got into Hateno, learned that apparently there is, well, something interesting going on with two individuals, one being the current mayor, the other one being Cece, who is the owner of the fashion boutique, and apparently also, in general, not only is a lot into fashion, but, well, brought kind of a lot of people over to her side, right? Lots of people running around with mushroom-themed and CC-themed clothing. But she also introduced a bunch of these mushroom decorations to the city that the older folk, or rather, not necessarily only old people, but a lot of people that are more old school, that think that Hateno should focus on what made them great in the first place, which are crops, right? Vegetables and stuff they grew on the land here and eventually sold. And they should focus on that. In their eyes, all of those mushroom decorations, especially since they light up at night, aren't necessarily the best idea for, well, for their city, right? So we have these two opposing forces going on, and then Cece started challenging the current mayor, Reed, to a mayoral? Is that how you say it? Well, an election, right? So they wanted to see, well, who wins, right? What do the people believe in? And they both had their own way of trying to convince Link to get to their side and help them. But in an interesting twist, we later found that apparently both of them actually kind of like what their competitor is doing, right? So Cece likes the vegetables and secretly sneaks off to her own stash at night to eat them, whereas Reed actually tries to find a way to incorporate the sort of fashion ideas into the whole vegetable business. So both have their own reasons for actually liking their competitor, problem being obviously they don't really want to admit that to anybody, so they also don't really know about that, you know, about each other, what the other person likes or why. So they aren't exactly working together, even though it kind of feels like they should. Let me get this back. Right, so we still have quite a few quests to do here, actually. Cece's secret, I still haven't told her sister. Her sister is the one that helps her run her fashion store. We still need to tell her about what we found, what Cece's doing at night. Then the mayor actually, well, his idea was that he felt, younger people, they couldn't really identify with this whole idea of growing crops anymore. So he tried to find a way to convince them that what they built their village on is still a very, important path to follow. So his idea was to come up with a new, really, really cool recipe. I've come up with a new recipe, right? In Final Fantasy fashion. And by doing that, convincing people that their whole crops business and, producing food is still a very, very good thing to do and follow through with. Now, interestingly enough, when we went to the farm, like the big farm that has a lot of cows, has a lot of goats, right? And they produce like really super high quality milk, apparently, and similar products. Well, first of all, we there was a small girl who knew that her, I think it was great-grandfather or something, had a recipe that they wanted to people to try. But at that point in time, right, when her great-grandfather was still young, people weren't really convinced. They didn't really like what he was creating, which was a special kind of cheese, right? As it says here in the quest description, a creamy, melty cheese that has a pungent smell or pungent aroma. And, well, I can see that people would maybe be opposed to that idea, although obviously for me, who likes cheese a lot, that sounds really great, actually. But anyways, we were able to find the recipe her great-grandfather wrote down in like a glass bottle that was floating on the lake for whatever reason. And, well, as coincidence would have it, we were able to get the recipe back, and now the whole farm that was producing milk is now also producing this really, really cool, tasty cheese. So now, hopefully, if I do go back to the mayor, we'll be able to tell him about that and possibly use this very recipe to make everybody excited about food products again, more or less. Right. So that's mostly what was going on here. Let me quickly flick through if there was anything else going on. I mean, there were quite a few things going on, actually. Luna Waffles, hi, welcome back. Yeah, I feel like we're on Adventures of Link 246, but sounds about right. I'm trying to think. So, well, one thing that I found in Hateno as well was that we definitely need to go back to the castle eventually, because apparently the hero's tunic Link wore in Breath of the Wild has like an upgraded version that Zelda had made for Link and is still located within the castle. That was a side quest that we got, I think. Let's see. Yeah. And then aside from that, well, I also went to where we're currently still standing, which is the research lab in Hateno, which actually allowed me to upgrade my Purapad a bit. Let's see. Right, we got the shrine sensor, which thankfully has a much more pleasing sound than previously. We also got the upgrade that allows you to look for any kind of item. We now have the ability to fill our compendium completely, which obviously I won't pay for because that's a lot of rupees that you'd have to pay for it. I got one other upgrade that I now forgot about. And there's one upgrade we still need to find, actually. Yeah, especially in comparison to older Zelda games. I mean, Breath of the Wild was also already really, really impressive in that regard. But especially since older Zelda games, they are more well, first of all, more linear, but obviously they were also still way more confined when it comes to space, right? I mean, since they were also on older consoles, and even a game like Wind Waker still had pretty big limitations in terms of the actual game world you were allowed to explore. So, yeah, it really is kind of insane how big this game is, especially considering that it's also filled with all kinds of stuff to do, right? So it's not just a big world to explore, which was, you know, the previous one, but now we get all this extra content to it as well. I feel like, yeah, that's the Champion's Tunic. Oh, right, I completely forgot about the school. We also got a side quest from the school, which, we're supposed to bring them a picture for the history lesson. Oh, right, from the screen that depicted the whole 10,000 years ago Hero of Time fought Calamity Ganon thing. Oh, right, I can do that as well. I can do this. I can't do that. A bottle cry for help. Okay, that's on the beach. Not doing that right now. I felt like there was one other thing that I started. But... oh, right, no, never mind. I was trying to look for that one last upgrade. Let me talk to Robbie again real quick. Yeah, the sensor ping, I'm glad they changed it. I was actually afraid because this time around it seems like they had the idea that they wanted to keep that whole sensor thing a little bit, you know, further away from the player, so it takes longer for you to get it. Obviously, if I had gone here right away, I would have been able to get it quite early, but in general, with the sort of locations the game pushes you to go towards, it feels like they don't actually want you to have that sensor quite as early as last time, which I definitely appreciate. I think it's actually a bit more fun of just finding the shrines this way, so I'm still not really sure. I kept it on for now, but I'm still not sure if I want to keep it on. And then again, the fact that they did change the sound, I think, means that I'm just going to keep it on because, you know, why not? But for first playthrough, I think it works quite well. It does feel like they incorporated a lot of feedback, actually, which is great to see. I wish they would have even gone a bit further in certain, you know, places, but that being said, they definitely addressed a lot of the issues that the previous game had, which is still sort of funny to me. I feel like it's going to be very, very difficult to go back to Breath of the Wild, which is an interesting thing that I never really had with the Zelda series, right? Because the games, they were all quite different to one another in the past, I feel like. So even though they all had their own sort of quirks and strengths and weaknesses, obviously, it was always a thing of, oh yeah, you could just go back, right, relive the nostalgia and whatnot. But with Breath of the Wild, I feel like that's going to be somewhat difficult, considering just how much of a vast improvement this game is over its predecessor, even though it is very, very, well, pretty crazy, honestly, how much they were able to still improve on it. But, yeah. Yeah, twisty, windy backtracking path is a good description. They, well, linear in the sense of the main story. They always had certain open world ideas already, even back in Ocarina of Time, right? Which is why the game was regarded as such a classic eventually, because it kind of introduced a lot of those more open world game elements, right? Especially with a lot of side quests that you were able to do and go back to as well, right? It was really only the main story that had a very linear path. Everything else you could just do whenever you wanted, it felt like, at least to a certain, you know, degree. Obviously, a couple people are sometimes there, sometimes they aren't, and as the story progresses, some things do become unavailable, but yeah. This is definitely a very, very different approach, but one that works quite well, even though it's just very elaborate and very big. when it comes to a game, right? There are very, very few games that have this level of stuff to do. Although for some reason, funnily enough, I feel like, you know, now that I've seen, you know, Starfield coming up, but then also thinking back to Elden Ring, it feels like games are growing larger and larger. Sometimes to their own detriment, I want to say. Well, at least it felt like that in the case of Elden Ring. Here, so far, it still works really, really well. Very few... well, I mean, with the direct sequels, it's a difficult thing to say, right? Because Majora's Mask, for example, being kind of a direct sequel of Ocarina of Time, it was still a very, very different game. So we never had this, like, direct sequel thing, where the sequel was actually kind of the same game, just with a lot of improvements. Rather, so far it was always still a very, very different game. It was still Zelda, it might have been a direct sequel, but it was still very different as an idea, right? The whole way of how you played the game was still very different to what it was previously. Oh, right. So we added the Sensor Plus, and then we added the cool replay function that shows you all the movement you've made throughout your playthrough. Right, that was really fun to look at, especially because it also shows you your deaths. And then you get the Travel Medallion, which was an instant access teleport point that you can put on, that you can put anywhere, as far as I understood. Oh, right, and for us to upgrade it, we need to go to the Akala Research Lab. Right, that was it. I thought we got a side quest for this. I guess not, which is a bit weird. I mean, I eventually wanted to go to the Akala Research Lab anyways, but I thought we'd gotten... Oh, no, never mind, there it is. How did I scroll past that? Well, whatever. But, so far so good. That's the research lab. This thing was for buying the available pictures. I don't know why it's always, you know, going back to him. I do eventually want to fill up my compendium, but I think I want to do that on my own and not rely on buying the pictures. I mean, eventually I'm going to buy the pictures. I think. Why is it raining so much in Hateno? Well, okay, so that was a whole lot of thinking about what we did last time and the previous times. I think, for now, I want to complete the side quests that we can complete here in Hateno, and then eventually move on to our next destination. Because as cool as this was, I, you know, obviously want to see other places too, and I think that it will be quite interesting to just come back here every now and again and see what has potentially changed, you know, what the people are doing. I think it's going to be very interesting. And I also like how they've done a lot of quests that actually kind of prompt you to do that, right? Lookout Landing has that, where you can come back to it every single time you've dealt with one of the phenomena, because you can talk to Pura about it. You get the same thing in Kakariko, where you have the whole research thing going on, that they want you to show them pictures of different floating islands that you can find. So it's really, really cool that you can come back to the villages all the time and just tell them about your discoveries, and also see some progress being made, like the stable that was being built in Lookout Landing. It's a very, very cool way of progressing the game world. A lot of Bethesda, Fallout have a lot of nothing. It is interesting, though. I think, even though Bethesda games have had a lot of problems over time, and they've definitely also gotten worse, I think. Like, my favorite of them is still... Well, okay, I never really played Morrowind, because at that point I just didn't have really... I was still, I think, a bit too young to really appreciate a big RPG like that. So my favorite from theirs is kind of Oblivion, right, as the next game in line. But when it comes to Bethesda, I think the content that was available in their game, I mean, they were never great about writing really big, long quest chains. I think The Witcher does that much, much better, where they have an actual really interesting main quest going on. It was never quite the thing in Bethesda games, but Bethesda, they're still pretty good about filling their games. Like, I never had the impression that Bethesda did these empty worlds like Ubisoft does, right? Where they just literally have nothing going on and it's just pretty to look at and a billion different collectibles to find, but that's about it. At least in Bethesda games, you have a lot of, funny NPCs, funny interactions, funny quests that you can pick up. It's just that Bethesda games, and unfortunately I also kind of suspect that Starfield will have the same problem, as it's still, I don't know, it looks like, obviously it's gone through a lot of upgrades when it comes to their engine, but it still feels very, I don't know, it feels so unimmersive at times, right? The way NPCs interact with you, it just doesn't feel natural anymore, and seeing as a lot of games have made a lot of progress in that regard over the past 10 years, Starfield might be great in terms of content, it might be great in terms of exploration, but if it really will create an immersive world that also incorporates the, I guess, advancements that have been made in RPGs over the past, 10 to 15 years, I'm not so sure about that. It feels like there's still definitely too many elements in there that have kind of always been in their games that were good 15 years ago, but now just feel very, I don't know, very gamey, right? Very immersion breaking almost. So, Don't count all the things trying to murder you. Well, that's a funny thing with Bethesda's engine, right? They always say they upgraded it, and they always do. It's just not in its core functions that they updated, right? They have done some graphical updates. I mean, yeah, well, heavily subjective whether or not you like what they did to the graphics updates, but at the core, it is still a very powerful engine for RPGs. I mean, their engine is still unique. It still does things that no other game does, like object permanence, right? Where they can actually save the location of hundreds of objects and they stay there no matter where you go in the game world, right? And things can interact with them, and the ways NPC locations and their behavior and stuff is updated. That's still something that no other game can do like that. Like, their engine still has those unique functions, but it also still has a lot of stuff that we've already progressed past, 10, 15 years ago, and they still do it like that. So it's this very weird thing where it just feels like they always, it's like they give it a new coat of paint with every game that releases, but never quite change anything about the fundamentals, right? Which, from a technical perspective, I can understand how difficult that would be to do, but it also means that it's always just kind of the same game, but with different themes. And while that might be very impressive for somebody coming into their games for the first time, for somebody who's played, Morrowind, Oblivion, Skyrim, Fallout, it just feels very samey after a while, right? I'm pretty sure that I would recognize a lot of stuff, like 90 to 95% of stuff that Starfield will do will be kind of the exact same, right? So then it comes down to, obviously the world will be very different, maybe NPCs will be very different, but I don't know, it is just a bit too samey in a lot of regards, I feel like. But we'll have to see. I mean, after the presentation they did, I'm way more convinced that the game is actually going to be good than I was previously, because previously it seemed like it was A lot of empty promises, right? More in the vein of Fallout 76 than maybe Skyrim. Yeah, but now, I'm cautiously optimistic. Until you close the game. Well, let's give this guy the new recipe that we found. New old recipe, since it's technically like 100 years old, but... am I smelling things, or do I detect a certain unique pungent aroma? Indeed you do. Here's some cheese. I like the option of, have some cheese, as if we're just, you know, shoving it into his face. I guess Link does that. This is it. It's just what I've been looking for. My grandfather developed it with a fellow villager. Indeed he did. Tano cheese, of course. It makes sense that my grandfather would have been working with someone from the farm up there. It's a miracle that Koyan not only found the recipe, but managed to reproduce it. But this is great news. It's a clear sign that we ought to make Tano cheese a new village staple. That ought to swing the election for me. Let me pay you for that cheese, okay? Okay. Believe me, it's worth every rupee. Now then, I should get in touch with Koyan so we can start preparing for mass production. Already done, I think. They turned their entire farm into a cheese shop at this point. I'll ask the Hateno Village General Store and some traveling merchants to add it to their wares too. Shouldn't take much more than that to tip the election my way. You should come out to watch it happen. When does the election happen, though? Do I have to fulfill Cece's quest, or is there a way to move along with the election without doing that? I'm still not sure if I can actually influence anything here, or if it will have the same outcome regardless at the end of the day. My husband is the living end. If only he weren't so pig-headed. I wanted to support him, of course, but suppose he does win the election under these circumstances, what then? It wouldn't change or improve anything. Well, I guess at the end of the day here, since we're working for both of them, I feel like it'll turn out that, you know, actually, best way moving forward is for both of them to work together and use all of this stuff to improve the circumstances of Hateno. I took a picture of the choo-choo, right? There you go.
You should bring me some reference material for a choo-choo pattern.
There you go. I wonder if he's going to give us another quest.
Oh, so that's a choo-choo. I can feel the inspiration bleeding into reality. I'll start developing this pattern at once.
Wait, is it actually going to be a pattern? What exactly are we doing here?
Oh, Tone. With your help, I've made a very pretty pattern. You can have the fabric I worked up as thanks.
Oh. Ah, awesome. So we can unlock new paraglider designs from him? Tough fabric bearing a choo-choo design. It looks like it could be used to make a paraglider. It actually looks kind of funny.
Hey! I knew I'd get a different result with some quality reference. I betcha I could make other patterns too.
Oh, wow. Okay. That's a lot more than I expected.
In fact, I made a list of patterns I'd like to dye out. When you get your hands on anything I might use as reference, come on in, show it to me. If I have the reference, I can make an original pattern for you to walk out the door with. Looking forward to seeing what we can do together.
Alright. Is that a new side quest, or do we... No, I guess we're just coming in. Wait, how can I see the list again? Is that here? Or is it... Oh, new reference. Okay. Did not know that I even had another picture. Oh god. Wait, so... I wanted to look at the list again. Why does he not... No, well... Maybe because I already had another reference, huh? I like that apparently. I mean, maybe they'll add more exclusive amiibo stuff later on. It is pretty funny though for me who never used amiibos. I mean, I don't own any in Breath of the Wild, and also I never had the DLC. So all the items they added with DLCs and amiibos and whatnot in Breath of the Wild, they're just new to me, which is great actually, because it feels like there is even more content for me to get out of this game that other people might already know about. Like the Majora's Mask gear that I found. Like I have foot gear from Majora's Mask apparently. I was really excited to get that because I didn't know that it existed in the first place.
Oh, that's a grizzle bear, all right? I can feel the inspiration bleeding into reality.
All right, you do that. Let's see what that looks like. Would be pretty cool. I mean, I just changed my paraglider to the Sheikah design since coming here meant that I could change it for the first time, but no, that actually looks... I think I'll have to go with that eventually. Huh. Oh, I even... Okay. Huh. That's pretty cool that it still takes into account other pictures that you took. I mean, I had to delete some pictures, I guess. Maybe with a little bit of luck I would have been able to get more designs. How many pictures do I have? Wow, wait, what? There's one for the skeletal horses? Well, thankfully, I actually kept those pictures specifically, not because I knew about this, but rather because they just looked cool. Horse fabric, okay. We show my reference. Well, how am I supposed to know? Can you really not? All right. If you take any other pictures that could serve as reference for the fabrics Sega wants to make, be sure to show them to him. I mean, I'm pretty sure that if I do take a picture that counts as a reference for him, it's going to show me the exclamation mark. I'm pretty sure. I still find it weird that you're not just able to access the list because it showed me that list. Or is it, let me see, if I rework the paraglider, then just say rework it. It's probably here, right? There we go, okay. That's a bit weird, but sure. It works, I guess. Yeah, I was going to say, I wonder if it does actually link to the compendium as well. Like if it would have counted entrances into my compendium that I don't have as an actual picture anymore, because I had to delete so many. I think it would, I'm pretty sure. It's just that I never took pictures of these things. Elden Ostrich. Aracuda? I thought I took a... I don't know, maybe I didn't. I definitely didn't take a picture of a Stalmox. And not a Lionel either. I thought I took a picture of a Gleeok. See, I always forget taking pictures of them. I guess I just always get too excited to fight big bosses. And then I just completely forget that I can add them to my compendium. Well, I'm just gonna do that eventually. Pretty sure that I'll have to fight them a couple more times anyways. They all look pretty cool. I'm a big fan of this one. The colors on this are really fitting, I think, for Zelda and Link. This looks a bit weird. I kind of have to go with the bear design, right? Why? Why does it have to have eyes that look like that? But yeah, there's a lot of really, really cool fabrics. I actually also like the Lucky Clover Gazette fabric. It's just that I don't exactly want to be a marketing mascot for them. And obviously the Sheikah design I thought was pretty great. But for now, let's go with the Grizzly Bear one. Yeah, when they're busy murdering you, it's definitely not that easy to remember taking a picture of them. Well, it's one of those things where, especially with the Gleox, I've only ever fought, well, both of the versions that I did fight, I fought for the first time, right? So eventually I think I'm probably going to come past a creature that I already fought, and at that point you can just, you know, take a picture. I guess that means if I'll go around using this paraglider for the time being, I would kind of have to try and match that color with my clothes. I'm not the biggest fan of the yellow, all things considered. Oh well. I think I'm gonna wait for actually finding actually unlocking. I found all of them. I just haven't unlocked the fairies yet and their upgrade potential, so I'm still on the fence about what kind of outfit I'm going to use moving forward. So far, I just sort of stuck with the highest armor value one. I mean, in theory, these already sort of look like bare feet. And they technically match well with this one, considering that it has the brown belts and whatnot. Yeah, let's get into the whole dyeing business later on. I don't think I'll have to do that now. Another thing that I'm definitely on the fence about is helping this guy. I mean, thankfully... So he's the stalker guy, right? He's the stalker that wants to get the girl from the general store, and I was supposed to ask her what she likes. Now, funnily enough, she told us about what her dad likes, because she wasn't, you know... Apparently she just was surprised by Link asking her, I guess. So now we can tell him about what her dad likes. And I kind of want to see what that turns into. Hey, buddy. I got your frogs. Hey, buddy. Do I hear the faint croaks of little frogs? Specifically, 10 hot-footed frogs in that pouch of yours. Yeah, there you go. You already caught all the hot-footed frogs. That's some quick work. And here I am, not having caught even one. Wasn't he supposed to get 100? You're still missing 90, buddy. Okay, so if you've got the frogs, then let's see them. 1, 2, 3. Aha! 10 frogs, all accounted for. Allow me to take those off your hands. And as promised, here's your reward. 10 mushrooms, okay. Nice. Guess it's up to me to collect the rest. How I've been dreaming of a date with my beloved Miss Ivy. That's why I, Manny, will check every well inside. You do that. Actually, there's a lot of these frogs down in the wells. That's where I got them. Ooh. No coming back from that one. Yeah, I mean, we already knew that you wanted to, you know, mumble. Well, I do hope that she's just gonna blow him off. Because, well, because of the weird gift. You collect some hot-footed frogs for me, I collect a few more myself, and Miss Ivy will be swept right off her feet. Or so that friend's friend I was talking about said, I think. Either way, I owe you one. So, did you want something? Oh. I'm here on duty, checking on Miss Ivy. Sorry, no, I mean, I'm keeping watch over the village entrance. Yeah, of course you are. Too busy for chat, sad to say. It's a wild world outside the village, and with all the upheaval stuff going on, and even here, there's that election business. Keeping one? What the hell are you doing, you creep? Thanks to the CC brand, we see more people coming and going from the village. I'm just checking out the beauties. Tourists. Wait, I mean suspicious characters. Yeah, that's it. Although, now that you brought up beauties, no one else holds a candle to Miss Ivy. Then again, the Princess of Hyrule Castle, who used to stay in the house to the south of the village, she was alright. Hey. You watch it, buddy. Still didn't hold a candle to Miss Ivy, though. Well, need me for anything else? I'm kind of busy checking out the village entrance. How come it's never a cute girl that comes along to distract me from watch duty? I wonder why that is, huh? That's what a conundrum you find yourself in. See you, and if you're thinking of making a move on the ladies, do it someplace else, will ya? Can we just, you know, I want to bonk him. Do I have a hammer? There we go. Oh, wait. Well, it's as far as we can go, I guess. Wait, what weapon did I have for this one? Yeah, it was actually the same guy that had that side quest in Breath of the Wild. He was, he fancied the girl from the inn last time, and she also, I'm pretty sure, told you something along the lines of, hey, I like that, and she didn't even really care about it. She eventually went on to marry somebody else, which is nice to see, so I'm kind of hoping the same thing is going to happen here, because honestly, yeah, this guy's a bit of a problem case, I think, so, yeah. Well, anyways, let's see how we can move forward with the whole election business. Sophie, I found out where your sister's going at night. Sorry about this. I know it's a tall order asking you to tail my sister, but I'm just so nervous about her. No worries. Really? The CeeLo crossed the way. What? I thought she'd been hiding something big. Is that really all there was to it? I know my sister says a lot about charisma and style and has to do everything in the most ostentatious way possible. But between you and me, her tastes are pretty plain. She loves the slow life here in Ateno village. She probably told you she came back here because of development or whatever, but the truth is she just wanted to eat the vegetables grown right here in her hometown again. At least, I'm pretty sure that's the case. By the way, I'm so glad she wasn't up to anything scandalous. I want you to have this in exchange for helping me out. Okay, cool. My sister really is a handful sometimes. Both she and Reed want the same things, you know. Yeah, we kind of found out that's the case. I can't understand why the two of them don't just work together instead of going to such bizarre lengths. That is indeed a little bit of a conundrum. Okay, so I completed these quests. Now the question is... I guess, even though this quest technically on paper only helps Cece by us talking to everybody about the issue, I guess we're gonna bring some light into who, you know, or rather what all the villagers actually want. Damn it, I thought this was gonna go down a little bit differently. I thought they were both gonna give us a quest that we were supposed to convince the villagers of joining either team, but it seems like only Cece really is doing that. So let's just go back and talk to everybody that is not wearing mushroom clothes and see if we can convince them to join Team Cece. I feel like most will probably say no, and eventually this is hopefully going to, well, make us help them work together instead of against one another. Just kidding. They say Kaku's memory only lasts for 3 steps, but my memory is better than that. 3 days, though, and there might be a problem. What? Besides, nights have been unexpectedly busy for me ever since I took over for my husband while he's at Lookout Landing. The only Kakos I have time for here are the eggs. If you need something in the village, you'll probably find it along the main thoroughfare. We did have more Kakos here once, but we couldn't make time to take care of them. Most of the ones we have left are kept at the barn at the top of the hill. Though, but if you'd like to take any of the eggs here with you, I don't mind at all. The Kakos produce so many eggs that there's plenty for everyone. Okay. Have a Hylian mushroom. What a random thing to say. You brought this from Cece. Wow, thank you. There's a lot of ways you can prepare mushrooms. They're tasty on their own too. I just like them, okay? But that's when they're food. When you make them fashion, you lose me. Yeah, kind of on the same page, honestly. It wasn't so long ago that doing stuff like that was completely unheard of here. The
The farm families don't know what to make of it either. Can you blame them?
Yeah, that's what I sort of expected to happen here, is that all of the villagers are kind of saying, you know, I'm a bit on the fence. I don't really know what I'm supposed to do with this whole mushroom business. Cece asked you to give reed voters some mushrooms to open their eyes to new ways of thinking. According to her, reed voters are identifiable by their unfashionable clothing. Travelers, kids, the candidates, families, and temporary residents like Sheikah researchers don't get mushrooms. You've given out 1 mushroom, so there are 7 left. Let's see if we can find everybody. So the kids don't count, right? It's only the normal residents. Wait, did it say something about kids? Yeah, kids. I do remember meeting at least like 3-4 other people that I could have given a mushroom to as well. But sort of didn't. So let's see if I can meet them again. Problem is it's getting... well, no, it's still afternoon. With it raining here so often, and the sky always being so dark, it's sometimes difficult to tell what kind of day, daytime we currently have. So he's wearing a mushroom head. Yeah. Let me see. That's Link's house. Nobody was up there. And the store owner themselves was also wearing... Oh, he has the cheese now. Wow, that's a gigantic cheese wheel. Holy hell. Wasn't there another recipe that I wanted to try or forgot about? Maybe? Maybe not. Let's see. Okay. Who else are we missing here? These two also wear mushroom hats. The creep does as well. I think Sophie doesn't count, right? Because... well, she also is wearing the normal mushroom clothes already. Oh yeah, this is the house of their father. The dye shop owner also has a mushroom hat, yeah. Oh my, is this Manny's house? What? Does he just keep all the frogs in his house? Wait, is it? I guess it has to be, right? It's a surprisingly normal house. I would have almost expected that he had some, you know, weird pillows or other strange things, you know, to keep himself busy with in the meantime. Okay, so the school won't count either. I know that a bunch of people are out on the field sometimes. There was definitely one, like, older gentleman that was here somewhere. Oh yeah, here. There we go. Meta. Have a Hylian mushroom. Oh, what's this? Something from Cece. Yeah, pretty obvious from the look of it. You know, people keep talking up the Cece brand stuff, but it never really clicked with me. I know the lady works hard, but most of us farmers around here aren't too precious about our clothes. But sure, thanks for the mushroom. That's mighty nice of you. Okay. They're all actually pretty nice about it. I mean, at the end of the day, I think most people here really do appreciate what Cece did. It's just that it doesn't mean that they want to be surrounded by mushrooms 24/7, right?
Nice evening, isn't it? Good seeing you again, traveler. I'm on my way home after tending the field near the school. I've been at it all day and I'm tuckered out now. It's tough work, no mistake, but you know what keeps me at it on the hard days? Knowing that way down the line, what I do today is gonna keep someone fed. Did you have something to say? Yeah, I have a mushroom. It's such a weird line. A gift from Cece. Thanks for that. The world of fashion moves too fast for us old folks. But I'm in favor of any mayor who can make sure this village stays a place where the younger folk are happy to live.
They're also calm and collected, right? They really know what they want. Okay. Kids are coming home from school. That's cool. What's with you? Azum is here?
You're the new teacher, aren't you?
Wait, what? Am I? I mean, I'm supposed to help the teacher. That doesn't mean that I'm the new teacher.
I'm Azu. Nice to meet you. My identity as the general store owner's son is just a cover. I'm actually Azum, the big-time hero.
Okay.
Oh, but you can't tell the adults around here. It's a secret. Kicking bad guy butts is way cooler when nobody knows it's you.
Well, why'd you tell me then? Who the hell is Azum?
I'm really Azum, the big-time hero. It's my job to protect the school and the village from bad guys until Miss Zelda comes back.
Alright, you found anybody?
Let's see. It doesn't look like the bad guys are interested in Miss Zelda's house on the edge of town. Mom said Miss Zelda might not ever come back, but I still believe. The big reason Azum keeps an eye on things is so Miss Zelda can come back anytime she wants. So, can I get back to patrolling now? Without Azum on the job, the bad guys might win.
You do that, buddy. Oh, he's cute. Azum, huh? It's like a combination between, I don't know, Batman and the Flash. Because of the zoom. Okay, a couple goats. That's Reed's house already, so obviously we don't want to give him one of the mushrooms. Although, now that it's getting dark again, it might actually be easier to find all the village people here. Because they will be returning to their homes, right? Mayor's house. For some reason, I always expect way more people to be around this cooking station, but there never are any. Okay, I think we can probably give him a mushroom as well. She already has her hat. There we go. Nobody up there. We just talked. No, wait, he's the other guy. Munching on a big carrot. Amber Ross, hi. What's going on? Welcome in. Munch, don't munch.
What? Yeah, sorry about that. You caught me as I was eating my daily Hateno veggies. They're very nutritious. How else do you think I've lived this long?
Oh, thanks for the follow.
Is there something you need from me, Mr. Traveler?
Yeah, have a mushroom.
You see, this is from Cece. Thank you kindly. Us old folks don't know much about what's in now, you know. I'm happy to vote for whoever for mayor.
Oh, for whoever for mayor. That's a weird sentence, alright.
If they'll fix up the village real nice.
Okay. I wonder, is he the husband of, what was her name? Uma? That we just found walking home from the fields near the school? Huh. Wharton, hey, can I give you a mushroom? Oh, hey there. If you have in business, I'll take care of you at the counter. It's probably my wife, Prima, you'll be dealing with. I still don't really get their relationship here. That seems incredibly difficult to deal with if one of them is constantly, you know, on work duty and the other one has a break. I don't know. But then again, I mean, they both own the inn together, I guess. So, should be fine. Every time I show my face around there, she demands to know why I'm not wearing CC brand clothes. So I'm keeping my distance until the fat dies down. I never knew my dear Prima was the type to get so worked up about fashion. You need something else? Something not related to the inn? Yes, have a mushroom. Ooh, for me, thanks. My wife loves CC stuff, so I'll save it as a treat for her. Not too into the designs myself, but she is pretty pleased with them. She does look incredibly cute when she wears them too. Yeah, that CC is all right in my book. And I'm not the only one. Koyan from the farm on the hill said the same thing. Ew. Nice little hint at where we still need to go. I appreciate it. Oh god. Hey, hi, welcome back in. It's going great, I hope. I mean, well, still in Hateno. Finally actually fulfilling all the different side quests that I got. Still not entirely sure where this whole election business is going to go eventually. I mean, I do hope that we can find some common ground here between everybody. Well, how are you? Hope everything's well. Let's see. I think this is the house of the guy that always watches the pathway to the farm, right? Anybody here? Nope. By the way, big fan of video game doors opening both ways. I know that technically requires way more complicated, you know, door opening mechanisms. But I sometimes do wonder why that's not a thing in more places in the real world. Wouldn't that be way easier if most doors would actually be able to open both ways? I mean, I know that in video games it's implemented because, you know, it's easier to just walk through it like that rather than constantly having to figure out, you know, what you're doing or something. You're going to find the most introverted inertia. Yeah, well, to be fair, I think that if we would vote for people like that in the real world, right? If people would more, the problem is I feel like we're often, you know, humans tend to like people that are very, you know, open and, well, very talkative and just in general nice on the surface. You know, we tend to like them a lot, and those people tend to get voted for because they can appear very sympathetic and so on. But, you know, oftentimes they can also be the people who just talk but don't actually do, right? Whereas more reserved people, shy people that tend to not get liked as much, typically, I want to say, actually do more. So it's a bit of a weird conundrum that you run into sometimes. So, yeah. It's one of those difficult things where... And then people wonder why the people they vote for don't actually do much, even though they never really, you know, proved that they could do anything at all, other than talk. Silly election drama, yeah, I love that they... Really? Again? I haven't even left the village since the last Blood Moon, I think. Oh, well. But yeah, I love the silly drama that is going on here in Hateno. It's pretty great, honestly. Well, a double hint, but it's... I mean, it's a cool double hinge. It's... I don't know. But that's... I mean, that's what I meant, right? It's...
When the glow of the
it is just a double hinge. Why aren't we using that more in the real world?
The aimless spirits of slain
And they would die of stress in less than a year. Yeah, that is very true, unfortunately. Yeah, that is kind of the problem, right? Those people, then, they're also maybe not as good at defending themselves, right? Or they struggle to maybe prove their points, even though they're very much have the right idea. They'll struggle to, I guess, convince others that it really is the right one. I just find it so almost tragically funny that, you know, people work for these for the people that scream the loudest, and then they're like surprised Pikachu face when they don't do what they voted them for, right? And I'm always sitting there thinking, well, I mean, that's the guy you voted for, right? Didn't you realize that he was full of shit? So, what? Well. But I think that'll never really change. You see, it's not only politics, right? You see the same thing going on in a lot of businesses as well, where a lot of the times people that scream the loudest are going to be in positions, you know, that they're not actually competent enough to be in. Well, it's not always the case. Obviously, I'm exaggerating here quite a bit, but it is one of those weird things where I just find it weird that people don't really, I don't know. There's so many people that are constantly surprised by that, and I just, well, duh. I mean, yes, of course, if somebody is just talking all the time but never really, you know, proof that they're competent in what they're doing, obviously they won't be competent, right? Oh well. I do know somebody who's competent, though, the guys that are running this farm. So let's go back and talk to them. I think we're definitely missing a couple more here. Oh, that's really... That is so cool. How... Such a neat detail of the cows standing together and the goats as well. So they just naturally sort of clump up during the night, I guess. A genius who cannot articulate is taken for an idiot. Yeah, that's sadly very true, I think. Or, well, sometimes it's even worse, I think, where people know that somebody is very, very intelligent, but they feel threatened by that, right? They know that they could never actually compete with them on a level that's actually important, so they try to be louder, they try to, you know, make fun of them because that's the only way they know how to win. It's just that, and I don't even, I mean, that's just how people are, right? The problem that I have with it, that other people are actually falling for that, I don't know. But it's always, I mean, honestly, as somebody who loves math and physics, I do have to admit that I'm sometimes actually pretty sad about how those subjects get treated, right? And it's this thing where if somebody is good at math or something, they tend to get made fun of. And I don't like that. And yeah. But then again, I also never quite know how to deal with that situation, right? Because it's difficult to combat it, especially with kids. I've noticed that lately where it's still an issue. And I don't really know why. Oh, well, I do know to a certain extent, but I guess it's difficult to combat that problem. Oh, you got something for me? Yeah, have a mushroom. This is from Cece. Isn't that sweet? And these are tasty if you fry them up as a snack. Don't get me wrong, I appreciate the gift, but me and my daughter Koyan and Ultimate Talk don't care much about clothes. What use is fashion in the field, right? Well, it depends. I mean, if it's very durable, you know, fashion can also, it doesn't only have to look good. It can be very competent work clothes as well. I really can't thank you enough for helping me make my special cow feed. Why don't you bring me 3 more acorns? There'd be another bottle of fresh milk in it for you. And that offer's not open to just anyone, you understand? Don't go telling tales now. Okay. Yeah. Okay, so we can give her something. Oh yeah, old man over there, right? One third always vote for one faction, yeah, the other. Well, it is interesting. I mean, in the US, obviously, you have that whole only 2-party business going on that complicates things even further because it kind of facilitates this whole, okay, we only have these extreme ends kind of stuff, right? I mean, here we do have a lot more parties, but at the end of the day, it still almost comes down to the same thing, right? I mean, yes, technically you have more options and people actually vote for them as well. But at the end, they still need to form a coalition, meaning that it's still kind of, you know, the majority 50% against the other 50%. So at the end of the day, and the weirdest thing about it all is that it almost doesn't matter who's leading the charge, so to speak. They tend to just make the same mistakes and errors, and then, I mean, now, for example, the party that had been, leading the government for like 16 years in a row, now they have been voted out, and they suddenly start to complain about problems that they themselves did not fix. And God, that can, sometimes that's really aggravating me, especially when they do like interviews with them, right? And then they just stand there, saying, oh yeah, I don't like that this is going on. I think that's a problem. I think that's a problem. And then they get asked about, well, you had the chance to do it better for 16 years. Why didn't you do that? And then they just kind of, I don't know, they just pretend that never happened, or it's such a weird thing to look at. It's almost like you're watching like a 5-year-old that got caught stealing his buddy's Legos, and now, but they don't want to admit it, even though it's plain, like they're still holding it in their hand, right? And it's plain to see that they're lying. And we just accept that for some reason, that adults are lying like that, even though it's super obvious. And I don't know, it's weird. It's honestly weird to me. It's not even that it's like making me angry. I just don't get it. It's such a weird thing. I don't know, if somebody would do that to me, I would just say, wait, do you actually believe me to be that stupid? But for some reason, the people interviewing them never do that. I don't know. Maybe they're afraid that they won't get another interview. I really don't. It's very strange. Dave, why's your hand in the cooking jar? No, it's not. Yeah, it's kind of what it feels like. Yeah, it's so and I feel like it's getting worse. I mean, maybe also because now with the internet and stuff, it's way easier to really see through their lies, but it feels like they haven't really caught up to that. So they're still lying the same way they would have done so maybe 30 years ago. And it honestly feels bizarre. Like, not even like, that we're sitting here complaining about it or anything. It feels like this game of 5-year-olds where they're just refusing to grow up. And it is just bizarre. I think just describes it very well, because it's like we're all playing this game nobody actually wants to play, but we do it anyways because we don't really know how to get out of it. I really don't know how to put it into words. It's such a weird thing. And then so many people are just going along with it. And I mean, as you said earlier, with, people have always voted for one thing, so they still do it. I feel like, yeah, that's definitely also a big factor of it. But honestly, that stuff I'm not even, I just disliked it earlier in my life, but getting older, I think, has put a little bit of a new perspective on it, in that some people just don't want to deal with that, right? So they chose like one path for their life, or they thought, oh well, I sort of agree with what they were doing, or at least I didn't fully disagree with them, or I've lived my life now for, 50, 60 years, and it was fine, right? I mean, sure, there were problems, but I kind of got through it. And they just don't want to deal with it. And I completely understand that, right? I would never force people to keep up with that, right? To keep up with politics or keep up with current events, because I can fully understand that it can just sometimes be too much, right? And so I wouldn't complain about somebody who just lives their quiet life and they're kind of happy in their own little bubble. And, as long as they don't bother anybody else or actively hurt other people, that's fine to me, right? And if they just continue to vote for whoever they voted for, I mean, I don't like it, but I guess it's fine. It's just so weird that other people, I don't know. It's very strange. It's a very, very, very strange thing, and I just don't get it sometimes. Assume that ever. Well, that's also kind of a funny way of looking at it. People are too busy to pay a lot of attention. Yeah. Sort of true as well. It's just... People are very busy, right? That is true. And I get that it's difficult to sort of take time out of your own problems and then deal with everybody else's as well. I mean, that's just not... I feel like that's the one really, really big issue that democracy is facing. Is this... Is that every individual kind of needs to know a lot of stuff about everybody else, right, and their issues in order for democracy to work. But we're not really willing to do that. I feel like a lot of people just aren't really willing to look beyond their own problems, and understandably so. I mean, as I said, I don't think that's necessarily bad behavior or anything. It's like humans have a limited capacity to deal with problems and stuff, right? So you can't really blame anybody for not wanting to engage with other problems as well, if they already cannot really deal with their own ones. But it does bring up this core issue of, well, we're kind of meant to, though, right? We're meant to think about everybody's problems, at least to a certain extent, because otherwise our whole system won't work. But it's, I don't know, how do you solve that? It's a bit of a weird problem to have, honestly. I don't know, but that in and of itself, I think, wouldn't be such a big problem if, I don't know, it's one of those weird issues where I feel like there could be some sort of simple solution that we're just not really seeing or not willing to act on. I don't know. It's very strange. And every time I do think about it, I feel like I'm eventually just starting to run into a circle, right? Of not really like, okay, that's the problem and we could solve it, but it cannot be solved because of that. And so it's the same problem again. I mean, that's probably also the reason why it hasn't been solved up until now, but Human brain has a very good energy saver mode. That's a good way of putting it, yeah. We're very, very good at just disregarding everything that's not important for ourselves, which is important, right? That's a very, very important function that our brain has. It's just that, well, the way we build up society now sort of needs our brain to function in a little bit of a different way, I think, than what it's meant to function as. And that's why we're running into issues, right? I feel like we've built our whole sort of society up in a way that is almost a bit too much ahead of what our evolution currently is, and so we're running into all of these issues that we're just not able to deal with because of our very own nature. And we're also we're seemingly not really willing to accept that. And instead of, I feel like sometimes it would be better if we just, maybe took a couple steps back and reevaluated, well, how can we actually sort of melt society around our own very limited brain functions instead of trying to constantly outspeed one another and kind of not really addressing the issues that our brains have with how we function with each other. But it's very, very difficult to dial things back, right, I guess. Yeah, that's the problem. I mean, I've always been very, very interested in politics, but at the end of the day, the problem also becomes that, and that must be a big problem for politicians as well. You cannot know everything, right? When you really, when I look at the few things that I really have a lot of in-depth knowledge about, right? Because I've dealt with them for years and years, and I know how these very particular things work. The thought of having to be able to deal with a lot of those problems in a lot of different fields is I get that that would be insanely difficult to do, right? Which is also one of these things where, you know, politicians cannot actually know what they're doing. They just need to be somebody who should, in theory, be able to get a bunch of different opinions together from people that are actually educated in all of these individual fields, and they need to be a person who can essentially discern the bullshit, right? They need to be able to look through who's lying, who's not lying, and who actually is telling them the truth about the subject that needs to be dealt with. And then they do that, right? So politicians' job is not actually knowing how things work. It's kind of being able to know what's true and what's not, right? And then act on that. Obviously, that very rarely actually happens that way, and there's a billion different factors why it doesn't, but yeah, it's just... I just find it incredibly bizarre, as you said earlier, that we just sort of have accepted that a lot of things that are obviously wrong or obviously lies, that we just... well, it's always been like that, I guess, so it's fine. I don't know, that's such a weird way of doing it. And it's honestly just weird to me. It's just... I don't know. It's like watching a game of 5-year-olds, but we're all in it for some reason. Yeah. Changing the environment faster than we can evolve is also... It's a bit of a problem, although not the biggest one, I think. I mean, humans are very good at adapting to it, so I don't necessarily see it as such a big problem. I just think that we should be more honest with ourselves, right? And just say, hey, we simply aren't able to do that. We as humans aren't smart enough, or, you know, we don't have the brain capacity to deal with so many problems all at once. So why not just try to deal with less problems, right? I mean, nobody is technically forcing us to constantly, you know, have a billion different advancements in technology, and, you know, we can just say, all right, we're content with what we have and just live our lives that way for like 10, 20 years, and then it's fine. We can move further as soon as we've actually dealt with the issues that we currently have. But yeah, I don't know. The one cool thing though is we do have games to sometimes distract us from those things. And funnily enough, I feel like, at least for the villagers in Hateno, we'll be able to come up with an actual good solution that benefits everybody. So it's nice to see that it at least works in the virtual world, even if we cannot translate it all that well to the real one. Although that is pretty funny, right? We kind of know how it's supposed to work, and I would say that probably 99% of people who play this game would say that, yeah, obviously this is the best solution for everybody, right? We'll think about, all right, we'll give certain, you know, certain things for the mushroom fashion guys, certain things for the cheese guys, and everybody's sort of happy, right? More difficult in real life, I guess. It would be cool to just have to pick between mushroom fashion and cheese. Would be very simple. Can we not give her a mushroom, actually? Because I can trade. Wait, what was the... Oh, right, we can get cheese for milk. Okay. Right, let's see. There's one left. Was it the... With all of our discussions, I completely forgot if I already talked to the grandpa dude here. There you are. Have I tried to give you a mushroom already? What do you want with an old man like me? A mushroom. You say this is from Sissy. Well, that's generous of her, thanks. What's this? It's a fine-looking mushroom you brought me. Seems like lately Cece's mushrooms are popping up everywhere around here. Makes my eyes water a bit to see those flashy colors wherever I turn. My family and all my friends my age tend to take life slower than she does. Still and all, I'd be rude to turn down a generous gift. Thank you. Alright, and now we just go back and talk to her. You finished giving the 8 read supporters highly unsure, so it's time to report back to CC. Well, it is very interesting to see. So they're technically all not against her. They know that what she's doing requires hard work, and that it's technically, you know, impressive. But they simply don't really... They're simply not that into fashion to care. So I wonder what she's going to think about that. Because in theory, we really didn't convince anybody here, right? Oh, have you handed them out already? Oh, you've delivered all my little gifts, I see. Well done. That ought to help a few of those read voters see the light. Here you are, a sign of my gratitude. A big hearty truffle, okay? It's a rare mushroom, worth more than most can afford. As you're on Team CC, I expect you to eat it and fire yourself up for the mayoral election coming up. Okay. Is this going to turn into another quest now? I believe I remember Sophie saying not long ago that the preparations for the mayoral election were complete. So your timing is excellent. Speak to Sophie about next steps. Okay, this is going to be interesting. Everything's ready. It's time to get the election for village mayor started. Nice day for an election, don't you think? Everyone's gathering at the plaza. Alright, so is it just going to be a stalemate here? I thought that we would be able to do anything with their secrets before the whole election started. I guess not. Nobody's dominated by irrational hate. That is kind of a good point, yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's interestingly enough, it sort of comes back to what we were saying earlier, right? With the reason why it works here is because the problems are simpler and they're easy, like, everybody can understand them. Because, I mean, a lot of those things, right? The fact that career politicians can exist, that this irrational hate sometimes exists, all of that, most of the time I want to say just comes back to the same issue of people not being able to understand others, right? Not even because they don't want to or because it's because, well, yeah, it's our brain, right? It's like people, and that is not supposed to be an excuse for them. I mean, obviously that's still, like, if you're just hating on, I don't know, you know, another race because they supposedly are the bad ones or whatever bullshit people come up with. You know, oftentimes it's just a way to cover up your own mistakes and your own weaknesses and, well, it's because some form of understanding is lacking, and there are lots of individual reasons for why that can be. But yeah, it sort of goes back to that same thing, right? This works because it is a small community. Everybody sort of knows each other. They cannot really hide as well. So yeah, it's just the more complicated, the more complex you make it, the more complex the environment is, and the more things can be glossed over and misunderstood, the more difficult it will be for humans to deal with it, right? I don't know. Although it is one of those weird things where you really wonder why humans are even able to do that. Because I want to say I've also seen people who, for some reason, when they're talking about a group of people, they can be very sort of dismissive, right? Or they can even be racist. But when they talk to individuals they know, of that same group of people, they just treat them like anybody else, right? Because they know them personally and they don't have a problem with them, right? They're just like anybody else. But suddenly when we're talking about groups, that doesn't apply anymore? I don't know. And I feel like that sort of leap in your brain from, looking at the individuals you know to, oh, hey, this is a group of people that in theory could all be like the person I know, but for some reason I got convinced that they're not, is a very, very strange thing to me. That people have this problem, right? And at least in my opinion, I guess, I like, as I said, I like math, right? I like statistics. And this idea that there is always a small statistical probability of something not being the way you think it is, right? I feel like that's also, like, every single time I view something, or I look at something, or someone for that matter, right? Like, for example, if in my job somebody is being really rude, right? I don't immediately jump to the conclusion, oh, they're a bad person, or I dislike them, or whatever, right? I keep thinking, well, I mean, there is, albeit a small probability, right? But they can just be an asshole, right? Obviously. And there is a high chance that they are. But there's also the chance that they just, I don't know, had an accident yesterday. Maybe their wife is in the hospital, right? Maybe their child has lots of problems at school, and that's why they're on edge, right? And that's why they have problems. Maybe the probability of that being the case isn't as high as the other alternative, but the fact that it could be that, right? That there is a chance of that being a thing, kind of makes me be still nice to them, right? And I feel like that sort of leap, people have lots of trouble to do that. And I don't know if it would be better. I sometimes think, well, if we focus more on teaching people that those probabilities exist, maybe it would be better. But then on the other hand, I don't know if that's the right approach, because I've also seen people having lots of problems with math in particular, so maybe it would alienate them to that subject as well. Yeah, I wish there was, right, I wish we would try to maybe figure that out a little bit more, right? And think about, well, maybe we just really need to educate people that lots of possibilities always exist, and to just be mindful of them. Because I feel like, as I said earlier, it's not about understanding problems. It's not even about understanding each other, or because at a certain point, your brain will get overloaded. You don't have the capability to think about everybody like that, right? And to, I guess, quote unquote, respect everybody. Not because you don't want to, but rather because your brain just doesn't allow for that to happen. So instead, instead of keeping all of these problems constantly in mind and being able to respect everybody, you should just, on an individual basis, recognize that it can always be different to what you assume it to be, right? And so that way you will always keep in mind that that what you assume to be true can be wrong, right? And through that, you'll never just go with what you think is right. You always kind of do a double take. I don't know if that would solve it, though. Could also just complicate things further, honestly. Yeah, this us and them mentality. It's why people like Donald Duck. Yeah, I mean, there's lots of, like, psychological stuff going into that, right? Like recency bias, and it is very, very difficult to force your brain to not just assume things. Because, I mean, I catch myself doing it all the time as well, right? It's just natural. But I feel like if we were to just train ourselves to, every now and again, or just train ourselves to rethink. right? And to just take into account, okay, what kind of possibilities or probabilities could exist in any given moment, that would already solve a bunch of issues, because suddenly you're not constantly just assuming whatever your brain is telling you to be true right away, right? And I don't know. Because that whole, like, in lots of cases, yeah, the human brain loves shortcuts, right? And if we... It's not even unlearning that, because at that point it's already too complicated again, right? It's more about just being aware of that is more than enough. I feel like it, you know, shortcuts are great, and using them with your brain can make your life a whole lot easier, but just be aware that you're taking them whenever you're taking them, right? And that can already solve lots of issues, I feel. Because a lot of the other things just sort of fork off of that, I think, right? The same sort of us versus them thing, for example, is because if you really start to think about it, you'll realize, wait, that's actually really dumb, because it's bad for me, right? It's that same. I mean, I feel like the best example of that. And I think, I don't know if I picked it up like back in school in politics or something, but I feel like the best example of that is always how women were treated for a long time, right? Because if I only think about me, right? If I'm trying to be as selfish as possible, right? Which we sometimes assume to be the issue here. But try to be as selfish as possible. I would say, okay, for me, for my life to be as good as it can possibly be, right? I more or less want everybody else to do what they can do best to make my life better, right? So I want other people to come up with really cool stuff that will make my life easier. But if I think that through, that means that every individual in society would have to have the capability of doing their best and be in an environment where they can do their best in order for my life to be easier, right? And by that logic, I would never want to... well, it's not even just women, but also obviously all the minorities and whatever. I would never want to like do anything against them or push them down or try to in some way make their lives worse, because then that will mean that my life will be worse. And that's that weird leap that I never quite understand why people don't take, like right? My life will be easier if everybody else can, like, what if there is one, I don't know, individual that for some reason through our societal bullshit gets repressed, right? But maybe they're the person who could come up with, I don't know, some weird vacuum cleaner that will clean every nook and cranny of my room and is really cheap to produce. It's maybe a really dumb example, but we'll never know, right? Because for some reason society has decided that, oh yeah, well, women just make, I don't know, 30% less money in the same jobs. And I'm sitting here saying, well, why though, right? Wouldn't we want them to have the same money available to them so that they can actually do the job they're supposed to be doing? I don't know, it's such a weird way of thinking about it. Yeah, for my life to be the best it can be, so too must everybody else's life. That's a really good way of putting it. And I never understood why anybody would think differently about that, because it feels so dumb to me. It's just, I don't know. It's weird. Well, maybe it has power, but is it really though? I mean, most people that I've met don't even want power. And most don't. Most people just want to be left the hell alone. They just want to live their life and not have to care about anybody else, right? I mean, okay, that's an exaggeration. Obviously, they do care about people that are close to them, but they don't want to care about anybody else. Because why, right? It's just a hassle. Understandably so. So, I don't know. It's so weird that we... But I guess it's one of those human, you know, problems that we try to elevate our own lives by making other lives worse. Even though that never works. And that's the weird thing, right? I've never seen that actually work. It makes you feel better for like a split second maybe, but then once you're back to your own miserable life, you realize, oh, wait, you know, I guess just bullying that other person wasn't so good after all. I don't know. It's weird. I see so many examples of that just not working at all, and for some reason people still continue that. It's the same weird... What was Einstein's statement of doing the same thing over and over again? It's just kind of madness. And people keep doing it, and I'm sitting here, well, you know, it doesn't help you. You know that, right? D&D, most people are neutral. Yeah, sort of. Is that what it would be in D&D? Never really played that myself. Only ever seen others play it, so those definitions are always... The definition of utopia, well... I mean, it's not even, like, obviously, right, solving all that problems, yeah, that would kind of be utopia, but that's not even the thing, right? It's not, obviously, you won't always solve that. Obviously, there's always going to be people that will not understand that concept. It's just weird to me that those people make up so much sometimes, or rather that they when it comes to society as a whole, they appear that way, but on an individual, it's that weird thing that on an individual level they act so differently to what they're doing when, you know, when we're suddenly talking about loads of people, and I'm just struggling to understand where that leap comes from, right? Why they treat a group of people so differently from the individual. Because with some people, I mean, I've seen like actual Nazis, right? I've seen actual idiots that are so far beyond, like I don't know what happened to them, but they're the very definition of people that just, you know, shouldn't exist in society. I've seen those people. And those are lost anyways, right? I mean, just, I guess we kind of just need to leave them behind, but those aren't necessary. I mean, those might be the people that, you know, come up with violence or whatever. Obviously, we need to deal with them somehow, but I'm more talking about the sort of the general average people. I see so many people that are just weirdly different when it comes to, you know, talking about, I don't know, political issues. And I'm sometimes really struggling to understand where that difference comes from. And even people that are close to me that sometimes will just say something where I say, but, you know that guy, and you know that they're cool, so, huh? Why do you think so differently about others? It's very difficult for me to understand sometimes. Yeah, definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over, expecting different results. I really like that quote. Although I'm always having trouble to remember the exact wording. I dealt with lots of assumptions. Yeah, I see that happen so often, that people just... Yeah, it's so weird that we're having all these that we're having those presumptions. And it is very strange. Like, at a certain point back in time, right? I would have said that well, of course, if you grow up with those assumptions, and if you constantly have all of those, I guess, assumptions around you, right, it would be very difficult to deviate from it. But that's a long time ago, right? I mean, we're not talking, it's not like we just invented those things like 10 years ago, right? At this point, we're talking about concepts that have been here for 150, 200 years, right? Or even 300 for some. Some are more recent, right? Some things definitely have changed more recently, but even then, we're talking about 40, 50 years of people already knowing that it should be different, or what kind of, I don't know. Again, it comes back to that thing of me simply not understanding what the issue is there. Because if I'm in a certain job, I mean, you know, whatever job it might be, it can be, you know, physical things, it can be, you know, things that require more mind stuff. Ultimately, I want the people around me to still be capable as well, so I would always try to judge them based on that, right? I mean, I just simply don't get how you can, like, yes, your brain maybe might make you have certain assumptions at first, right? But then you kind of go back and say, well, that was just my brain being weird. I'm going to disregard that and actually, you know, use it for thinking properly. So many people just seem to not be able to do that. I don't know. It's very... I just don't understand why we cannot make that leap, that difference in our line of thinking, even though it's such an easy thing to do, I think. I don't know. I've actually seen that quite a few times, yeah. That people... That is a very interesting... I feel like that might even really be a bit of a different issue. I don't know. It's definitely strange, and kind of what I tried to say earlier with you know, politicians always being the people that like scream the loudest. It's sort of a similar issue where we assume that, you know, especially as a project manager, you know, you have to be sort of a hardliner. You need to be able to bring people in line, and, you know, they need to follow your orders. But ultimately, I mean, lots of people also react to just, yeah, being kind to them, right? Really understanding their problems, understanding how on an individual level they can do their work properly. And so it's obviously a different style, but can work a lot better in most cases. I don't know. That can sometimes come back to also, well, kind of archaic thinking in how people were... I don't know. I mean, that's certainly a thing that has just been done a lot in the past, where people, you know, discipline and order and all those things were maybe valued higher than other things, but I don't know. Maybe that also definitely comes down to the experience of certain people, right? And it's maybe difficult for them to fathom if they've always done something in a certain way, that it can also work in an entirely different way, but yeah. Yeah, it's not a general of an army. Yeah, it's that weird assumption that it still needs to be done in the same way, even though it's a completely different situation, right? It's very strange. Yeah, and then, honestly, one of the weirdest things about that, and you know, with treating people like that, and being more kind to people in general, the weirdest thing is, right, because sometimes you also get that argument of, oh yeah, you know, companies, they only think about their shareholders, and you know, they're making decisions only based on money, and you know, it sort of goes into that same direction of, yeah, they're like making decisions on what has always just been the case, and they don't really care about the individual. But then every single time I read up on, you know, whether it be studies or just simply cases of companies that go the other way, and they actually, you know, they treat their employees better than others, they treat their customers better than others, they make sure that, you know, everybody at the company is happy, they tend to make more money at the end of the day. When you really look at the individual cases, those companies tend to make more money than others. Like, that's a systematic thing that can really improve both sides, not only, you know, the people's lives, but also just, it will be a competitive advantage. And for some reason, we still don't do it. I don't know if it's just, it seems like it's more effort compared to just simple things that also make money, but just simply not as much. But it's very strange because we have proof now for decades, actually, that it's the better thing to do, and yet we still don't do it. I don't know. Again, it comes back to a lot of other things we were talking about. Yeah, it's this idea of making, yeah, what's most profitable in this quarterly fiscal year. But then, still, I think, like, even if you're the, I don't know, CEO of a big company, wouldn't your own life be better if you just can stick to that job for like 10 years and just make lots of money? Isn't that way easier than constantly changing your, like, who you work for? So at the end of the day, they still technically make more money if they actually properly work at a company for a long time, right? And then the shareholders as well. I mean, they want their company to succeed at the end of the day, right? And then even if you do, you know, just make a bunch of money from one company, you know, take your money out, put it into another one, the whole way that our, like, markets and everything work is that everything is sort of tied together, right? So if one big negative thing happens, all the value goes down. And if a lot of companies are successful, all the value goes up, right? I mean, that's kind of how the markets work. And yet we still don't really, I don't know, we pretend like that's not the case. I don't even know where that's coming from. It's such a weird thing. It's just so strange to me because, well, yeah, they don't update their decision making. They're not thinking long term, but sometimes I think, well, if they wouldn't think short term, so if they just kind of wouldn't think at all or do anything at all and just left, you know, things as is and not do decisions against their own employees and against their own customers, they wouldn't have to do anything at all, and it would work out better than what it is currently doing. So that's even stranger to me. Yeah, but I mean, that's what I meant. They can always go to another company, they can always buy shares from another company, but ultimately all of that is still tied together, right? I mean, that's sort of like the success of one company in theory also influences all the other ones to a certain extent, right? On an individual level, yes, technically you can maybe make more money, but again, that's like a short-term thing, right? Ultimately, you still kind of want to make sure that you can make money next year, right? I mean, none of those people would go to you and say, oh, I only want to make money this year, I don't care about the next one. They will want to make money next year too. And in theory, that wouldn't be possible if the companies just don't exist anymore. Yeah, I don't know. It's another one of those weird things where I'm just not quite sure where it's going the way it goes, because when you then look at the people themselves, in theory, they should, you know, take the decision that's the least work for them, but they don't. They make it actively worse for everybody. I don't know. It's, oh man, so many weird individual things that just don't make sense if you look at them from certain perspectives. And especially when you do find examples. I mean, I've been on, those annual shareholder conferences, and when you see the people there talk, sometimes they're really just making like no sense whatsoever. The things they say directly contradict the things they do. To the point where, and they're not like saying it to lie, right? They're actually saying that because they believe that to be true. For some reason. And yeah, I sometimes sat there thinking, well, but didn't you pay attention in like 7th grade? That's not how math works. And I don't know. And they still lead some sort of weird shareholder fund. I don't know. Guess I'm doing the wrong job, huh? They probably make more money than me. Yeah, but there's so many weird individual examples of things that just don't work out the way they could. And there's lots of weird individual things that could change but don't for some weird reason. I don't think I'll ever really understand that, to be entirely honest. And it's not even, only the people that are leading. Sometimes it's the employees themselves. I mean, nowadays, lots of companies are having trouble, finding new people. But I've also seen people just not realizing that they can take advantage of that too, right? If you're now employed at a company, they can't fire you. Like, they really can't, because the company won't exist anymore if they do. Because they just simply can't find new people. But instead of taking that, and using it to your advantage and actually improving your own, work conditions, people just sort of still go along with what they're forced into doing. And I'm kind of standing there going, hey buddy, you know that you're worth more than that, right? You can, like, if you now go and ask for a raise, they kind of have to give that to you because they're sort of screwed if they don't. I don't know. It is very, very strange. You don't have the time or money to leave, you're kind of stuck. Yeah, that is also true. I mean, yeah, it's a very, very individual decision a lot of the time, right? Sometimes you are in a difficult, not even difficult, but in a life situation where you cannot really deal with that stuff. Which obviously sucks, and that's another issue entirely then. And yeah, there's lots of stuff that is not directly solvable, right? I mean, there's certainly a lot of situations that are just the way they are, and it's the individuals that are part of them, they can't really change because of other problems. That's a thing. But yeah, sometimes it's not the case, and in those situations it still doesn't change, and that's, again, strange to me. But, well, I do finally want to see how this mayoral election actually turns out, and what these people will find that they want for their future. Without further ado, let's have each of our candidates for mayor say a few words. Hi, I'm Reed. I thought he was... Isn't he the current mayor? I thought he would be way better at saying that. I believe that the heart of our village is its pastoral culture. We've built a close-knit, self-sufficient lifestyle here in Hateno, and I don't want to see us lose that. My plan is to strengthen our community with new local specialties, starting with our brand new Hateno cheese. I am the world-renowned Cece, Hyrule's premier fashion designer, but you knew that, of course. Together, we can turn this backwater village into Hyrule's go-to destination for all things stylish. Vegetables don't make the world go round, it's glamour. that rakes in the cash. And nobody knows glamour like me, darlings. Alright. Oh god. Fashion comes and goes. Your style is trendy now, but it'll be over soon. And then where will we be? Nonsense! It's trends that shape the world, not the other way around. That's... Oh my god. What's going on with her? That's enough! Sophie. Both of you are just arguing for more of what you like, not what's best for Atheno. You can't fool me, Cece. You've loved simple, plain things forever, including the vegetables of Atheno Village. At least one person here knows what they're doing. I know for a fact that you hide in the silo at night to snack on vegetables. Moi? Wherever did you get such a curious notion? And you, Reed, your secret's out too. I know why you've been secretly studying Cece's designs in the shed. You think there's something there you can use to get the youth to care about vegetable farming. Now, who went and told you that? Last straw syndrome, yeah. Cece, I can't deny any of it. It should have made me happy that you came in and livened up the village. No, Reed. It is I who should be ashamed. My childish pride would not allow me to admit the truth. The trends and style I made my name on are built on the foundation of traditional culture that our forebears worked for. Please, forgive me, everyone. I'm sorry too. Sophie, I hereby withdraw my candidacy. Wow. See, just maybe admit to your own faults and everything will be better. Such a simple thing to do sometimes. Cece, wait. I'd be a fool to pretend you're not the reason our village is flourishing. I don't want to deny you your due. Did I hear you say you're working on new vegetables to attract the youth of today? Well, technically he's working on cheese, but... That sounds like a Cece-worthy endeavor. There's nothing wrong with asking if you can help, you know. People of Atheno, we've come to a decision. The best way to keep Atheno Village vibrant is to work together to combine traditional culture with new ideas. Yeah, I could have told you that from the beginning, but sure. At least now everybody's learned their lesson, hopefully. Honestly, I would be all here for her developing some cheese-related fashion. Or whatever kind of style she can come up to. I wonder if she's going to, actually. I mean, there were still, like, empty shelves, technically, in her store. So maybe she's going to do that. Sophie and Clavia told me what you did on our behalf. Thanks to you, Atheno Village is thriving once more. We ought to reward such fine work. Come to Ventus Clothing when you have a moment. Well, thankfully, Link can be the hero in all kinds of different situations. Only this guy, he's still a bit of a problem. Love's fire burns forever. Okay, well, he's still on his duty. Alright, well, let's talk to Cece. Let's see what the hell is going on here. I knew, of course, that you'd been in cahoots with Sophie. Yeah, of course you knew. But I never dreamed you'd also be conspiring with Clavia. Still in all, we can call that election a success. Do you remember what we discussed when you first came here? The CC hat is the latest masterpiece from the CC collection. See those luxurious curves, the avant-garde colorway. Everything about that hat is perfect. And so I've been saying it to bequeath to the perfect model. Or saving it. Do you grasp yet what I'm getting at? Yeah, Link's gonna get a new hat, apparently. It's you that I want to model my CC hat. You who saved not just Tatino Village, but also me and Reed. What the hell is she doing with her? Are you summoning like a Bloodborne boss? That's almost what I did to the weird brain thingy in that game. My perfect hat is unsuitable for anyone else to wear. And besides, let's not pretend it won't look absolutely dashing on you.
Ooh.
Here we are. CC hat. That has 3 armor value. Alright. That must be some killer mushrooms then. An avant-garde masterpiece designed by CC, guaranteed to make the fashionista's head turn. A literal poser, yeah. I mean, they've had to build their business somehow, right? Now, put on that CC hat and lord it over the whole world. Tidy, huh? I shall reinvent myself and open Ventus clothing anew. Sophie, there's work to be done, sister. Oh god. I still feel bad for her sister, though. It seems like she's putting in way more work than her, you know. Even though she technically designs all that stuff. As for myself, I've had a long think about where to take my brand from here. To begin with, I'll study my collection of unique goods designed by our forebears. See me if you happen to part ways with precious apparel that's too rare to be purchased. Alright, what is that in reference to? Wait, can we give her some unique items? I might have something in my collection that can serve as a guide. Okay. Very interesting. Oh, they opened up the back. Cool. Huh. So now we can actually buy these interesting pieces of clothing here that we already saw being in her back room, I guess. At first I thought this was where she developed all of her new clothing, but technically it's just a bedroom. I guess, well, maybe they're using that desk for that. I don't know yet. It looks pretty cool. Yeah, Royal Guard uniform. The dignified uniform for Hyrule's Royal Guard. It's made of lightweight materials and is both stylish and practical. Recently reproduced and made available. Fairly pricey. I want to say we should be eligible for a discount here, but I don't think we're going to get one. The rest of the stuff is the same. That is very interesting that these are the same clothes, just the Hylian set. Makes me think that eventually this is going to change somewhat. And they're going to incorporate new things into their store. I can finally do business again. Ventus Clothing is back. Feel free to browse. We appreciate all your support.
Hi.
We're a clothing shop with lots of apparel to choose from. Normal wear to adventure wear. You'll find it where? Right here. Oh god. Anyway, did you need something? Yeah, let's sell some stuff. So that I can actually buy that outfit. Diamond. What was it? 2.2k, right? Well, I definitely don't need that many. So let's just sell 8 of these, maybe? Yeah, I feel like we should be getting a discount here, right? For everything that we did and helped with. Well, maybe we just have to assume that the discount is already worked into these prices and other people would pay way more for it, but... Well, at least that makes it worth it to finally sell some stuff. Considering that my inventory is overflowing with things. Not the worst necessarily. I do want to sell a bit more just to be able to buy other things if the need arises. Oh, there we go. A couple of rubies. I probably should have sorted my inventory first. 15, yeah. That'll be enough for now. Because of all the work into because you're currently thing to a royal debt is also very true. Well, to be fair, everybody's currently having problems, right? I'm pretty sure if we didn't have to deal with the Demon King, maybe Link would be eligible to just get the Royal Guard uniform for being Zelda's protector, but since everybody else is busy, I guess we'll have to get our own stuff here. You know, Link should definitely keep the receipt though, because maybe we can, you know, turn it into the royal, whatever the hell authorities would potentially give him his money back if everything's back to normal. Okay, let's buy this. Yes. Let me see, how well does it fit with everything else? Can I sort these too? Wait, how can I by set? By body part. Okay. I think it was already sorted by set, right? Almost. Doesn't really fit that well with the shoes now, does it? Doesn't look too bad. Maybe this would be a good point to go to the dye shop and just see what it'll look like in other colors. It's difficult to say because the set in and of itself, or the Royal Guard uniform, the colors are pretty cool. Like, I like that combination of blue and red together. It just, you know, doesn't really fit the rest of the outfit at this point. It's a very, very respectable looking guard right there, Link.
Ooh.
Yeah, the whole government rebuilding thing. Although I would be interested in what they're technically doing there. I mean, well, what I did find very, very interesting is that clearly they have worked on some stuff, right? The fact that there was monster control crews and the research crews and whatnot are all over trying to do their work, I thought was really, really cool to look at, actually. So clearly some different forms of, well, it's not really government, but it's a branch of a, I guess, government run group. But yeah, when it comes to, you know, the royal family, the castle, government in general, it's probably based more on the individual towns, right? I mean, Hateno seems to be doing fine. I don't think that they necessarily need any sort of... Well, actually, that brings up the question of how was this run in the first place? Because it does feel more like a... well, a bit like a medieval world, right? In that they all just have their own governments or their own small leadership structures rather than one big kingdom, even though it is technically, or was called, the Kingdom of Hyrule. Because now I keep thinking, especially all the other races, right? The Gorons, Rito, and so on, they have their own forms of leadership anyways, right? So I guess the Kingdom of Hyrule had always just been more a loose connection of different individual groups that just decided to work together but weren't necessarily under a common government or leadership. Although, funnily enough, that means that the royal family isn't really leading over it, well, isn't really in charge of much at all, except for, well, to be fair, the cities surrounding the castle before it got completely destroyed was probably a very, very big place of, you know, commerce and trading, in a big hub in general for all the others. But now that it doesn't exist anymore, it's an interesting sort of situation that we've got going on here, I think. I have a private collection of rarities from all over the world. They were designed by the finest artists of generations past. Everything in it is so rare that you won't find them in any other shop. But for you, I'd be happy to talk terms. Fashion check? Wait, oh, didn't she do that initially? Right, when I first talked to her, she made some, honestly, not so nice comments about my fashion. I feel like with the weird kind of amalgamation of outfits that I'm currently wearing, she's not really going to be too convinced yet. Yeah, it's more like a police that has already been established, right? With the monster control crews. Yeah. Police, well, maybe a bit of a... maybe, because police kind of, well, polices everything, right? They kind of fight crime amongst the people themselves. I guess, yeah, it sort of works. I guess feels more like a combination of maybe police and fire department, and then they just handle like emergencies and you know, help to get rid of problems. Right, typically they pay tax. I can't really see that happening here. If we really think about it in terms of a kingdom, did the Gorons like pay tax to the Hylian king? I don't know. I mean, maybe they did. Yeah, they feel more like allied kingdoms. The UK. I don't know if that, you know, that part really works. Then again, considering that apparently the Gerudo wanted to split off from the kingdom initially with Ganondorf, or at least that's what it seemed like, right? They wanted to be in charge. And actually, that does bring up a good question. So feels like they really were part of that kingdom, right? Potentially even to the point where they didn't really decide for themselves what was, you know, what was supposed to happen. And maybe the Gerudo just didn't really agree with the direction the Zonai were taking Hyrule in. I do hope that the game will get into that maybe a bit more in the future as well, and explain why they were even trying to fight the Zonai. I mean, obviously it also had something to do with the tears and Ganondorf potentially realizing that they could be used for more than what they were currently being used for by the Zonai, but still. It's interesting because all the other Gerudo seem to be on his side as well, right? Seem to stand behind him in order to fight the kingdom. Well, yeah, first responders would be the police. That is very true. Yeah, there is sort of a police force, I guess. Could say. Do I want to do a fashion check? I'm not entirely sure if that's going to go over well, because my outfit currently is a bit of a mess. Okay. What an interesting ensemble. I can't deny it's original, and yet you're neglecting the critical importance of coordination. Actually, that's very true. I did not expect her sentiment here to be so on the nose, but yeah. And so, alas, a mere 50 oh, we're getting points for this. Fashion is a mirror that reflects our inner selves. Be bold and express yours as you continue your quest. So then, are you interested in perusing my collection of exquisite wares? Show me. Oh. Oh, hello. So we're able to buy gear back in case we lose it for some reason? That's very interesting. Wait, was that a thing in Breath of the Wild, or did I... Because I'm pretty sure you were able to sell stuff, right? Is that another one of those weird issues that they addressed? That they sort of forgot about you being able to get that stuff back in case you did sell it? Huh. She reminds you of something? Okay. Someone? Okay. I don't know. Yeah, not really. I can't really think of anybody else she reminds me. I mean, there are a lot of people that are, you know, into fashion like her. This is very interesting, though. That is very interesting that you're just able to buy the stuff back. Little bit disappointed. I thought she might actually have some, you know, unique and really rare parts of clothing here still in her collection. But that being said, I do also feel like her store might expand over time as well. That's a relief. Oh, how I hate to part with anything in my precious collection of rarities. So then, are you interested in perusing my collection? No, not right now. Okay. Well, let's take a quick look at the dye shop. It's raining again? I can't help but brag, so bear with me. You might know already, but my girl Cece ran for mayor of Fateno Village in the election we just held. I'm proud of Cece and Sophie for caring so much about our village. So proud, in fact, that it still brings a tear to my eye to think about it. Alright. I mean, yeah, he can be even prouder now, right? With everything going on. Yeah, Breath of the Wild had something like this. I really don't remember it, honestly. Yeah, it might have been part of a mod. I just... I'm trying to remember who could have potentially sold you that stuff. Then again, I'm also quite sure that I never actually sold off clothing. And that's kind of the only thing you can, right? I mean, you cannot really lose it. You can... What I guess... Can you drop it? Well, actually... What kind of options do you have? Remove? Oh, wait. That's what I'm currently wearing. Yeah, you can only equip it. I'm pretty sure this was the exact same in the previous game. You might have been able to sell it, though. In case you needed money. And I'm... suspecting that's why they give you the opportunity to buy it back if you want to. It's kind of funny that that option exists now, because they could also just, seeing as clothing is, you know, the unique part of your gear, the stuff that is available once and you can, you know, freely change it, obviously, but it's very, very different to how weapons work, obviously. I wonder why they allow you to sell it in the first place. I mean, it could just stick around in the inventory and that'd be it. Interesting that they went through the trouble of... Or I guess maybe they wanted it to be sort of a way to still make money if you really needed to. Or alternatively, if you just think you don't really want to collect all this stuff, you can sell it off to, you know, clean out your inventory somewhat and focus on the things you really want to have. I don't know. I guess it's nice you have options. Yeah, the gliding gear is... honestly, I was really surprised seeing the glide shirt. That was a very, very cool discovery, honestly. Looking forward to seeing what the others look like. That being said, while the effect of the skydive mobility is pretty cool, it's, well, not... It doesn't have such a major impact on gliding that you really have to put it on. But it does help for the air-based challenges, obviously. I mean, I guess that's also kind of what it is supposed to be there for. I really wonder if I can... You get a color preview, I'm pretty sure, though, right? Dye these clothes. Done. I mean, it's not exactly expensive, right? So let's just try and see what it looks like. Choose a color. Sure. Oh, wait, what did you do? Oh, damn it. I kind of read over that.
Sure.
You're wearing some clothes you actually can't dye. Okay. Wait, which one? Oh. Huh. Well, never mind. I cannot dye the leg gear nor the Royal Guard uniform. That's unfortunate. So I can't even dye the metal part of the helmet. Just the funny little, I don't even know what the funny fluffy thing on the helmet is called. So typically it's just red, right? I guess in theory, I'm just gonna stay with that color then for now, because the red of the thing actually matches the red of the Royal Guard uniform, right? So might as well keep that. I was thinking of dyeing my clothes in a way that would fit the paraglider that I'm now using with the bears on it, but yeah, as you can see, that didn't really pan out. Well then, let's just stick with this for now, and once I've upgraded some stuff at the first Great Fairy Fountain, then I can maybe rethink what I'm going to wear for the foreseeable future. Yeah, I think the set bonus is supposed to be really, really good, right? Which is still interesting because I haven't really gotten a set that also features a set bonus. And haven't really completed any of the sets aside from the royal stuff. Or not the... this is the Royal Guard set. This is the soldier set, right? Which I don't think... Have I ever tried looking at that? Does this one have a set bonus? No. Or I guess that would be overkill, right? Considering that it's, I think, the set with the highest possible armor value. I mean, it doesn't look too bad. It's a bit of a weird... As CC said, the coordination of my fashion here isn't quite that great, but I feel like it still works out pretty well, all things considered. Okay. Just to double check, I want to say that for now, I've done most of the stuff in Hateno itself. Because the travel medallion, that involves the other research lab. Compendium isn't really that important. This is just stables. That's not even here. That's for Kakariko, and then we have Koga. And then we have a couple of... These are fairly... This one's a bit closer, so I might be able to deal with this one. In theory, I probably should. So, my next goal, I think, is going to be to go to the Gorons and figure out what the hell is going wrong with Death Mountain. In theory, the Zora are closer, but I feel like in both cases, I would sort of have to move back to the Hyrule Plains in the middle of the map anyways, right? So, And we were sort of pushed towards the Gorons, especially with the one Goron and his travel companion that we saw quite a number of times close to stables that talked to us, that I also met in Lookout Landing once. Oh yeah, also the going to the Gorons will in theory get me close to Woodland Stable, and hopefully finally able to unlock the Great Fairies. So yeah, I feel like that would be a good choice in this particular case. Oh, that's in the Hebra Mountains. Never mind. New Champion's Donate. Maybe if I move up there anyways, I could just go back to Lookout Landing for a bit. Because then I could look at the castle again. Yeah, that seems like a good idea. And maybe on the way I could get the picture here? Maybe. I still haven't done a single one of the pictures for the stables, but... Oh, were you talking about the set bonus of the gliding gear set? Because I already know that. Didn't we? Well, at some point during the playthrough, I talked with somebody about it, I think. When I first found it, I'm pretty sure. In theory, this is still a quest that belongs to Ateno. Nah, I won't be doing that. Right, I feel like this is a good point to finally move on to something else. And, yeah, quickly going back to Lookout Landing and potentially looking at the castle again to find whatever Champion's Gear Tunic Zelda was talking about might be a good idea. And from there, we can then move on to Woodland Stable. So actually, now that I'm saying this, let me quickly... Where is it? Let's activate the quest. Although that's... doesn't actually help much, because it's not pointing at the quest objective, but rather where it got the quest. Okay. Perfect. Well, I'm going to take a very, very quick break here, and when I'm back, I will decide on how the hell I want to go back to Lookout Landing. If I want to take another path, or rather just teleport over there. And teleporting would be way quicker, obviously, but maybe there's still some funny things that we can discover on the way. Anyways, I'll think about that in a couple of minutes. I'm going to take a very short break, and when I'm back, we are going to be making our way back to Lookout Landing and then over to the Gorons, and hopefully find out what the hell happened to Death Mountain. So, I'll be back in a bit. Alright, we're back. Hello, hello, Pothog, welcome in. Good morning to you too. Let's continue with our adventures in Hyrule. Interesting water physics. What was going? It was raining, right? When I went on break. What were the wooden beams doing? I don't think I ever paid attention to what happens to the water flowing on the beams. Okay, so the problem is that I've more or less already been... Well, technically I haven't been here, right? Would there be an interesting path that I could take back to Lookout Landing? In theory, yes, right? If I were to go back over here, we could take a look at this waterfall, potentially discover new shrines. I was on this peak already though, right? I think I flew over here. So in theory, I could just kind of try to go north, because this is still marked. And this was a shrine as well, right? So, or rather, one of those shrines that still hadn't formed properly. So we can... I guess I could just go north and then west from there. Check out this whole structure here. And then maybe just sort of move around this way to go back to Lookout Landing. Yeah, sure, why not? Since this is still marked and I want to move back that way anyways, I think that might not be the worst idea, actually. Oh, doctor's appointment later? Yeah. Those can always be, yeah, a little bit nerve-wracking depending on what's going on. I hope it's going to be great, though. And they don't even try to do their job properly. Yeah. I mean... it's not always their fault, right? But, yeah, it's... I don't like it when they're sort of just glossing over things, right? Especially if you do kind of want to do a checkup and actually get, you know... Or you really want to make sure that everything's all right, and... they just don't really invoke that feeling in you of, hey, I've checked properly and, you know, I can be sure that nothing's wrong. It's a bit of an issue, yeah. No worries about the discussion. It's always fun having those. Oh, that's a mushroom. I thought that was a blurpy for a second. I'm pretty sure that my horse is still way too far away from here, right? I wish Hateno had a stable close by. That's the one thing that I'm actually missing in the cities. That they don't also just come with a stable. What the hell are you wearing? Is that the first silver bokoblin that I've seen? I want to say yes. Because I feel like whatever weird horn he has is definitely something that I haven't seen yet. Hey, buddy. He looks weird. I thought he was some sort of weird gnome creature at first, right? Okay, let's see. I want to know what that weird horn is called that he's apparently wearing there. Since he's a silver one, let's maybe try and go with one of the strong weapons here. Why is he looking so weird? Oh. Yeah, well, that works too. Hey, buddy. Oh, he was just... Okay. I thought for some reason he was... Yeah, well, that's not gonna help you. I thought for some reason he was already dead. Oh, oops. Silver bokoblin horn. For some reason I didn't expect it to just be named horn. A large blade-like horn with a unique flourish on the tip. It's sharper than it looks. Attach it to a weapon to vastly increase attack power. Cook it with a critter to make an elixir. I want to know what... It looked like... when he still had it on his head, it reminded me of that... It reminds me of one of those sleeping hats. What are they called? The comfy stuff that sometimes people wear to bed, right? The funny, cute little hats. I don't know if they have a specific name, but it reminded me of that. Like the what company is it? Isn't it DreamWorks that has the half moon thing in their logo design, and there's always like a man in the moon sleeping there, and that's wearing one of these funny little hats. I don't know. Oh, oops. That's a spear. Oh, right. I remembered that I wanted to try how exactly the gloom works on this weapon. Like, if I don't do consecutive strikes, is it still going to give me the effect of the weapon? Oh, oops. Oh yeah, the temperature is getting difficult. Oh, he's just sleeping. Ah, let's leave him be. Temperatures are getting difficult to deal with, honestly, here. Yeah. Thankfully, it did cool off quite well where I am overnight. I didn't expect it to actually get that cold. Well, it wasn't exactly cold, but cold enough to cool off for a bit. The problem is we're now also with, you know, having a little bit of rain, we're entering that territory of there being a lot of humidity everywhere, right? The air has just gotten way more humid. So that's, yeah, really not that nice to deal with. Have I already checked on this waterfall? I don't really think so. Oh, right. I wanted to... Let me see. Since I do still have one of the gloom swords, let's actually fuse the funny-looking bokoblin horn to the sword. Let's see what that looks like. Very weird. Why would it... Didn't it also completely change the curvature of the sword? Instead of it going that way, it's now going this way? Or is he just holding it the other way around? That's the one thing I'm still having trouble to... Well, I mean, it's also quite funny that you never really know what these weapons turn into once you fuse them together. Silver Bocco Reaper 72. How can it be that much stronger than this one? Doesn't this look, you know, way more, I don't know, sharp and sophisticated when it comes to weapons? Oh, hey, dragon. This just looks weird in comparison. It just looks small and almost rubbery-like, right? With it moving like that on the tip. How can it be that much stronger? I guess the thing at the front is some sort of weird magical thing. I don't know. Oh, bat cap. Yeah. That might be a nightcap. Although a nightcap can be something else as well, right? Because they're normal, I guess, quote-unquote nightcaps, and then there are the ones that have the funny flashy? No. Well, the funny thing on the top. I really want to know what happened that they all grew such weird horns, honestly. Wait, there is a Twitch channel now that actually does the AI Biden versus Trump thing? Okay. Ah, well, that doesn't... I felt like that sort of joke was somewhat overdone fairly quickly. I don't know. I saw a bunch of really funny things where they played games together, right? I saw one of them raiding in Final Fantasy XIV together with Obama, actually. And some of that stuff was quite funny, but ultimately it also... I don't know. It, like, once you've seen, like, one or two of those, eventually it's just not gonna be that interesting anymore. Because you also quickly recognize that the AI isn't actually really... I mean, you know, it's funny at first because of its novelty if you haven't seen it yet, but you very quickly recognize that there isn't that much... It's not that unique, actually, right? And it relies very heavily on them, as you said, just insulting each other or insulting others. So there isn't a lot of really unique fun to be had there. Which is also not a bad thing, honestly, because that means that we can still be sure whether or not it's actual AI or they've truly said that. So, yeah, I guess that's a good thing. It will be really, really funny and sophisticated all the time, and then I would be concerned. Eventually, this is not a Korok, right? No, it is very much not. Certain Sea Dweller? I think there is a mushroom that is called Nightcap, isn't there? Pretty sure. Or was that just in a game? I do know that there is one. I'm just not sure whether or not it's a real mushroom or if it was just in a game somewhere that I heard about it. Hey guys. Oh. I appreciate the effort, Chulin, but it's not exactly helping if all of the parts are just falling down the mountain. Ah, well, never mind. That's a Korok. And it's even the moon. How fitting for our nightcap discussion. Ah, come on, Link. There you go. Trump reading? I don't know, maybe he reads news articles from Fox or something. Or he has people reading it to him. I don't know if he's really capable of reading by himself, honestly. Seems a bit far-fetched. What is that? That's just that's the... damn it, I can't quite remember. I want to say that I've already been to the peak of this mountain, right? Because I'm pretty sure that I used it to fly over to this tower. Yeah, so it might be worth it to instead just go this way and drop down to the lake. Yeah, I think that makes more sense. there anything else going on here? Does not seem to be the case. See, suspicious reservoir on the top of this mountain leading into the waterfall, but it really doesn't look like there is much here at all. Man. I still can't get over how beautiful this game sometimes just is. Especially the lighting when the sun sets. Oh, that is somebody fighting. Alright, I'm gonna help you. I was gonna say, oh, hello, we also have a shrine nearby. Alright, so that's the first shrine that my sensor is actually picking up on since I installed it. And it's getting cold again. Yeah, let's see. Oh yeah, does this do anything? I don't think so, right? Why didn't I try that on early? I hadn't realized that there was hair attached to this hat. That's a very interesting look for Link. Okay. Sadly, that's not going to help us against the cold. So for now, I will have to switch over to some other pieces here. Yeah, let's go with this one for now. Don't worry, I'm coming to your help. Difficult to say how the whole gloom thing is working out. Where the hell is the shrine? Wait, did it just indicate that it was below me? Nearby down something something. Interesting. Okay, who are you? Oh, it even... Does it have a different sound for when the shrine's below you? Because it was just doing clink clong. Huh. What the hell are you doing here?
Say, are you a fellow traveler? I, Wada, am wandering all throughout Hyrule collecting bugs. Are you perhaps also a fan of insects?
I mean, kinda. They do provide some interesting effects.
Honestly, how could you not be? From their beautiful wings paired to their tough exoskeletons, what perfect creatures.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Though, as a gift for a fellow traveler, let me share my knowledge of all things insecta. That's a sciencey name for bugs. I'm sure such wisdom will help you find all sorts of bugs on your journey. Okay, let's start with the basics. I'm sure you know that Hyrule has warm regions and cold regions, right? Well, just like most folks, our different buggy friends prefer different climates depending on their needs. So warm regions like Eldin are often home to summer wing butterflies and warm darners. Meanwhile, cold darners and winter wing butterflies prefer cold regions like Hebra. Wouldn't have thought, man, what a mind-blowing revelation that is. So you see, if you know what kind of bugs live where you're heading, it makes the journey that much more fun. And that's it for Dr. Waters Insect Crash Course. I hope we meet again somewhere soon.
Alright. Well, I mean, at least he's able to fend off monsters. Okay, so it's supposed to be below me? Interesting. There's another one of those weird bokoblins. Why'd they decide to give them such a weird horn? I don't know, doesn't that make the silver ones look way less dangerous than the others? That's an odd decision for their strongest form, I suspect. Oh well, maybe the gold ones from Master Mode will return eventually as well. Alright, so it has to be this way, I think. Maybe it's what I do have to say, I'm a big fan of the sound change. It's not less annoying. Not only less annoying, but in general, just a way more pleasing sound. Maybe it's just down there somewhere? Nearby down below. No, now turned off. I can't be down in the chasm though, right? How can there be a below here? Huh. Unless there is a cave somewhere nearby. Alright. Guess we'll have to look for that then, huh? This is the place where the Lionel was previously, right? Right behind the gate. I definitely remember that. Huh. It is interesting. I mean, with the sensor active, obviously I would have never guessed that there was a shrine here, because you simply cannot see it. But, I guess we really are looking for a cave here, then. Do I watch movies or shows from time to time? I do, although not that much recently. I was big into movies, actually, for a long time. I don't know, that fell off somewhat after a while. To be fair, that's also partially because my TV kind of broke. I mean, it still works, it's just, it's displaying some black lines, and I don't know. I have some good monitors now on my desk here, but it's just not the same, you know, as having like a bigger screen for movies. Wait, where the hell am I not? Oh, do I need to put it onto the other side or something? Wink. No, other way around. And there we go. That works. Game hopes you find all sorts of bugs. I don't know why there are so many people in this game that actually like bugs that much. I mean, sure, they can be interesting, and they do have a lot of interesting effects here. But, yeah, there's an unusual amount of bug enthusiasts in this game for some reason. Are these... Oh, hello. It's a new fish. Nope. Not behind the waterfall this time. Yeah, honestly, I mean, it's displaying that there is a shrine nearby, but I have no clue where the hell it's supposed to be. I also don't see a blurb around. Maybe fighting the monsters is gonna help? I don't know. Made an emote. Oh, wait, that Zelda. That looks cool, though. That's a really cool Zelda emote. Or, well, Link emote, technically, right? But, yeah. Honestly, 2 hours is... That's not bad at all. Looks great. Especially, you're drawing with the mouse, even? Okay, that is even more impressive, then. Took a sketch with pen and paper, took a... Okay. Well, I mean, honestly, sometimes I feel like if you're, you know, kind of circumventing some shortcomings of the stuff that is available to you, the outcome can sometimes be much better if you just, you know, in comparison to if you just had, I guess, the easiest stuff available to you. Maybe the cave entrance is just somewhere else entirely? This really doesn't look as if the cave entrance is here, right? And it says below, so wherever the entrance are, it can't really be too far away. But that's the chasm, and there aren't any shrines down in the chasm itself, right? Maybe I'm just gonna leave it be for now, if I cannot find the entrance. I am a really big fan of that additional sound, though. That indicator that it's below you. Pretty well made. Very strange indeed. Triangulate the location. Yeah, if we had a couple more points to go on here. I mean, maybe it really is just down there somewhere. I don't know how much the you know, height difference would be reflected in whether or not the sensor picks up the shrines, right? I mean, it could be, in theory, the cave could be down there somewhere, and so it would be below here, but still, you know, a lot further below than you'd assume. Okay, that's just another monster camp, though. I mean, it could be. I don't want to move down all the way and then discover that it's actually not down there somewhere, so maybe I'm just going to move on for now. There's no blurpy here either, so... Yeah, I think I'm just going to move on. I mean, ultimately, it doesn't really... You know what? Let me just mark the location real quick. What could work as a shrine? It's more for minerals, that's for Koroks, boss enemies. Have I used the star for anything? Let's see. So the diamonds I've used for the trees that can indicate caves. Actually, I'm pretty high up, right? Because I could have tried offering an apple to the tree. Maybe it would point me in the right direction of where this cave is supposed to be. Yeah, I think a star works. I don't think I've used that for anything else as of now. Yeah, I'm really not quite sure where it's supposed to be. There's nothing here, right, that would indicate where it might be. Oh well. I mean, at least now I know that there is supposed to be one nearby, so... you know, in like 200 hours when I've discovered most of the shrines, we can just go back and look for it again, I guess. Also, let me change my clothes back, because we don't need the cold weather effect anymore. Is there anything up here still? That just looks like a monster camp, right? Hey, buddy. What's going on? That always looks so goofy when their head goes back like that. I feel like that's also only the moblins that are doing it like that. Oh, wait, what? Did I lose my sword, or did it break? Huh. Weird. Let's just use the two-handed one. Didn't even realize that I didn't have a weapon equipped anymore. Nothing hit me with a, electricity or anything though, right? Huh. Okay, that shrine, that should be the one that I marked earlier, right? The red marker on my map. This place is very interesting to me because it's such a gigantic location. I mean, it didn't really have that much in it in Breath of the Wild either. It really only had that one shrine. What the hell was that? Oh, hello, buddy. Am I too high up for you to hit me? Because, I mean, obviously this is also some sort of old giant temple that had been built for whatever reason in the past. But I don't think we've ever really found or heard anything about why this location existed. The Nehru Promenade. I mean, it does have a unique name, apparently. Oh, nice. It's for a fabric. There we go. Ooh, that could look really cool. I never quite looked at their pattern of their wings. Yeah, that could be a very, very awesome fabric. Not exactly difficult to deal with, though. I mean, honestly, just looking at the size of this place, reminds me a lot of the Forgotten Temple. Just really quite something. I mean, this is a gigantic site. So, last time the shrine was behind the waterfall in that cave over there. I wonder if that is where they located the missing part of the shrine now, right? Because obviously we're missing the middle portion of it still. So let's check on that. Also, I like the idea of this ruin having fallen over, right? A lot of the other ones we just see standing because of their weird spear-like shape, but this one fell over because it hit the water, I assume. Oh, Oglim Shrine. Weird name. Yeah, does it? I mean, the Zora River exists here too, right? It's a bit different. I can see the resemblance though. I mean, yeah, the one in Ocarina of Time had a bunch more structures like this, right? Like these sort of brick structures. Whereas the one here has but it has a bit more of a Zora theme to it, I think. Okay. I suspect that the crystal is just going to be in the cave over there. Which would be kind of funny, considering that it was the old Sheikah Shrine location. There we go. It is. Yeah, oh well, that wasn't exactly difficult to figure out. Now the question just becomes, how do we get over there as quickly as possible? I guess that gives me an opportunity to grab these materials then. I like this middle portion here. It looks like some sort of plaza existed here at some point, right? Which really does bring up the question of what the hell this was. It just, every single time it makes me sad that we're never quite able to discover these places when they're still, you know, when they still exist the way they were supposed to. I don't know, something about just constantly walking through ruins in games can feel quite disappointing is the wrong word, but yeah, to a certain degree, right? You never get to see it the way it was supposed to look like. It's always in this half-broken state. We do have to carry the crystal over there somehow. This is also new. This part caved in, it seems like. The Nehru Road South Cave. Because last time I was here, I was just able to walk here normally. I'm not missing any sort of... It almost looked like as if the cave continued here. guess that must have been the upheaval then. Making the floor break away. Really? Oh, of course, I should have known that. We need to destroy some stone again. And I desperately need to find a weapon to break things open. Would this work? Probably not, right? Nope. It does not. Damn it. That's unfortunate. I never want to use the swords for fusing rocks to them. I don't know. It always feels like such a waste, even though I have more than enough weapons, but... Oh well. Ah, there we go. Okay, we can just move the, we can just use this as a launch platform to fly over there. What's going on here? Might as well go through here first, right? Because we'll have to access the other part of the cave anyways. Oh, right, they need... I was gonna say, wait, that didn't destroy a single rock, but they need multiple hits. Oh, there we go. Alright, so that's how we're getting back. Felt like, considering that I still have 20 of these in my inventory, this felt like a bit of a waste. All things considered. Was this some... Wait, is this like a storage space for them? I don't know if I've ever seen these things. Like when you put it up like that? Kinda? God, they take so long to break. Damn it. What are my thoughts on Vsauce? Well, I always liked the original YouTube channel, actually. The ones that always had the very, very interesting comparisons and whatnot. He eventually started doing the YouTube original stuff, though, right? That you had to pay for. So unfortunately, at that point, I just stopped watching. Can you fuse a shield to a sword? You can very much do that, yeah. You can kind of use shields to attack as well, I think, if you fuse weapons to it. I don't really know why you would do it, considering that it's kind of a... it just makes things more difficult in general, I think. But, I don't know. There are definitely some weird options here. It is quite interesting to me that fusing a Talus Heart to a shield apparently lasts way longer when it comes to destroying rocks than using it to a weapon. I don't know why. I mean, maybe that's just a unique shield property or something. That's the one thing that I'm not the biggest fan of when it comes to these systems, is that they aren't super obvious in terms of how they calculate their durability, right? Which, sort of makes me wish that they had included a bit of a different way of displaying that, maybe? Or just indicating it a bit better. Why it would last longer? Because you would assume that the heart would just last the same number of hits, right? But somehow the thing it's being fused onto makes a difference here. Whereas I think... I mean, they could have also done it so the heart, for example, lasts for the same number of hits every time, but maybe the weapon beneath it can break first, and then you just have to fuse it to something else again. I don't know. Could have been made a bit more obvious, honestly. Rocks have better defense than offense. I mean, to a certain degree, I guess that's kind of true. Hearing something I don't like. Can I walk through the other waterfall? Because that feels like a bit of a bad idea to walk through a waterfall and have a creature that can spew out electricity behind it without you being able to see it. Nope. Damn it. It just has a chest. It still hasn't broken. Well, I do think that the shield somehow influences that. I mean, well, obviously it does, but I wonder if the stones also count as some form of attack on the shield, right? And so the stronger the shield is, the more attacks, I guess, quote unquote, it can last through. Do I just want to get rid of this one? I mean, I'm not exactly moving into a snowy region currently, so I don't think I'll be using that sled shield anytime soon. There we go. Let's maybe try this one then. If I'm fighting some sort of weird electricity being here. Oh, okay, never mind. Somehow I thought it was... Oh boy. I thought it was one of the wizards. Clearly it's not. Come here, buddy. There we go. Perfect. Actually, I'm pretty sure that these electricity ball thingies it spews out can be very, very dangerous if they hit the water while you're in it. I like the effect of them bouncing around the cave. That's very cool. Well, hello there, Zora shield. A Zora-made shield adorned with intricate ornamentation. It's said that true masters of the shield can redirect attacks as a rock redirects rushing water. Okay. I've always been a big fan of the Zora design, or Zora designs for weapons and shields. They were really, really good in Breath of the Wild. The problem was that they never had... Their values were never really that high, so after a certain point it just wasn't worth it to keep them around, even though they looked really cool, which kind of sucked. Obviously that this time it's going to be somewhat different, considering that you can fuse things to them. Man, I don't really want to get rid of the Sheikah shield, but I guess kind of have to now. Ooh, what was that? There we go. Never forget to take a picture of stuff. Yeah, they're always weak but look really pretty. Which sucks. I mean, they... I feel like most of the better looking gear is always the stuff that is never quite that good. And I mean, that even seems to be the case this time around with all the fusible options you have, because, well, like the silver bokoblin horns, they just don't look that impressive compared to other stuff, but they're technically the strongest option you have. And even then, I mean, okay, so the Gleeok stuff can be pretty cool, right? Especially considering that it also has those effects of being able to freeze or burn your enemy. But at the end of the day, it looks kind of weird to a certain extent, right? Because it's also just a, well, like a weird claw horn thing that you're putting on a weapon. It doesn't look as cool as, well, what I had earlier when you fuse the, what are they, like blue Lizalfos sword thingies onto the Gloom sword, for example. It just fits very well, but isn't actually that strong. So it's a bit of a... bit weird that some of these things just aren't as strong as others. Oh, that's control unit. Perfect. I was gonna say, it would be nice to have one of those. Huh. Do we want to use a rocket, though? Actually, probably, right? Rockets are just too much fun to not use them. You go over here. You go onto the launch platform for now. There we go. Okay, add the control unit first. Obviously, we shouldn't be forgetting about why we're here in the first place. So let's put the stone on the airplane too. Actually, I always underestimate the size of these things. Let's put it on the front, considering that the things I'm going to be using to launch us forward are going to be on the back. I think there were 2 rockets there, right? So let's grab those ones, and we should be able to get to where we need to go rather quickly. Oh boy. That looked rather dangerous. They gain power with water though, okay. I mean, the description made it seem as if there is something going on like that, right? That you can, I don't know, redirect the flow of water or something. Actually, maybe something will happen if I just hold them into the waterfall. I don't really expect it to, but... Nope. Absolutely nothing. Oh, does it say anything? No. I might still want to add a fan, right? Considering that the rockets are probably not going to last for very long. And if I'm going to be putting them onto the side anyways, might as well attach a fan in the middle. That is actually the one thing I wish you could kind of control better, is once I add the fan, it's just going to activate all 3 things at once, right? There's no way to selectively only turn on the rockets first and then the fan. Which ultimately, I guess, it doesn't really make that much of a difference, but it would be cool regardless if that would be an option. That being said, I can see that being kind of a problem to implement that properly, right? Because you'd have to have a way to actually differentiate between the different devices that you attach to a thing. And considering just how much stuff you can attach to any individual thing, just I think would overcomplicate it quite a bit. Someone was trying to convince you Sidon was actually a Sidon, right? His name is Sidon, yeah. That's something to do with weapons and water, okay. Well, I don't know. I'm pretty sure I'll be able to look at that more closely once I've also dealt with the Zora domain. Man, I really, really wish that the that the rockets would last for longer. I don't know. They're so cool, but they're only ever there for a split second. And not even how well. I mean, it's like 2 or 3 seconds. And they do give you quite a bit of a head start, but just really, really don't last for that long. Go. Oh, one thing I hadn't immediately picked up on though. As soon as I activated the green light that pointed me towards where the green seed was, I think it turned off my shrine sensor, right? For this particular shrine anyways. That's pretty cool. So it doesn't bother you the entire time you're looking for the stone. Yeah, that's really well done. They did very clearly put a lot more thought into how the sensor was going to work this time around. Oh, all right. It's one of those that just straight up gives you the blessing. Huh. I mean, all right, fair. Did take a little bit of effort to get the stone over here. But I don't know. For some reason, I still expected a normal shrine. maybe they considered the cave to be challenge enough, in a way. Although, I mean... it was pretty obvious what you were meant to do, right? You haven't really done much with Zora stuff? Yeah. I'm really looking forward to, you know, to see all the the different options. I mean, I don't even know how the other sages will interact with you yet, right? So I'm also looking forward to that. I wonder how it works, because in theory, the way it looks like is that you can have one power active at any given time, right? So it's going to be interesting to see. I mean, Tulin, considering how often you fly, the wind gust ability is obviously very, very helpful, and the fact that Tulin can hit at range with his bow is also pretty good. I'm expecting a couple of the other sages to also be melee fighters, right? So I don't know how well the AI would work with that. Because even Tulin sometimes feels like he just takes very, very long to take a shot. Like sometimes he immediately hits an opponent and just crits them right away. And then sometimes he doesn't do anything at all. So it's a bit of a weird thing, I want to say. Yeah, it feels like he's pretty good in battle, especially against larger creatures or you know, even in boss fights, I want to say. He is quite good to have, especially since he can also act as a pretty good distraction from you as a target, right? And with his ability of, well, flying, right, and moving all over the place quite quickly, just definitely creates a pretty big advantage for you as the player. Is that an armored silver bokoblin? Wow. Huh. Interesting. The game very, very quickly seems to have switched over enemies now, right? Wow. He even has pretty imposing looking club and an armored shield as well with spikes on it. I'm just trying to make sense of how the game decides on when to spawn in the tougher enemies. Is that based on the weapon power that's available to you? Because in theory, I still haven't upgraded my armor, right? So these guys would probably be dealing quite a lot of damage to me. Huh. Although maybe there's like two different things going on. Maybe they'll spawn in with tougher weapons eventually. I don't know. Oh, well, that didn't do anything at all. I had hoped that it would maybe get rid of his armor, you know, at least to a certain degree. There we go. That helped. Oh, that's just a piece of his armor, alright. Why are you... Is he not capable of moving down? That way he started throwing rocks at me? Poor bokoblin. Doesn't even stand a chance here. Somehow that looks a little bit ridiculous. Spiked amber, okay. The way he was just constantly flying about. Stuff like the Royal Shield and the Zora Shield, they look so cool, I don't even want to fuse anything to them. Would this be worth to fuse it onto the Lionel? Yeah, might as well. Doesn't exactly look that great, but it also would be a bit of a waste to just keep it lying around here, right? This is still the best shield, I think. The Kakariko ring image on it now. Yeah, he'll headshot. He can... Yeah, well, obviously he can headshot everything, more or less, but... It is very impressive every time it happens, especially if it happens against enemies that are very susceptible to headshots as well. I mean, with Lionels, obviously, they don't really... It deals damage to them, but I don't think they react to it quite as strongly, right? Hey, buddies. What's going on? What? Can you wait for a second? Let's deal with the small one first. Okay, somehow I expected that to be stronger, but alright, I'll take it. God damn it. That is really the reason why I'm not the biggest fan of two-handed weapons. As advantageous as it can be, that sometimes enemies, you know, get knocked away from you, because obviously, I mean, they cannot hit you anymore if that happens. It is very, very annoying if they die to that hit, and you'll then have to somehow get their stuff back. Okay, and that's another rock to rock. Anything else going on here? For a second, I thought that maybe that would be breakable and there was another cave behind it, but that does not seem to be the case. So let's just move on for now. Yeah, it can... Against strong enemies, it just, I guess, it stuns them for a split second, right? I mean, which is definitely very, very helpful in a lot of different situations. The thing with two-handed weapons is I feel like they're just way more restrictive than the other weapons. I feel like they have way more downsides than upsides, right? Because in theory, a two-handed weapon should provide a lot more damage, right? But just be more difficult to use, or it just takes longer to hit your enemy with it, but it's just way stronger. But the problem is that's not really the case. In theory, I do think that two-handed weapons can spawn in with higher, like, base damage. But ultimately, especially through the fusing, the difference is quite negligible. I mean, even if... Because, for example, now this is equally as strong as this one, but obviously using a two-handed weapon is going to make it way more difficult to actually hit your opponents, right? And then you also, on top of that, aren't allowed to use a shield whenever you have them equipped. So, I don't know, it's just... I feel like the only good thing two-handed weapons are useful for is either for sneak strikes, I think, can just deal more damage, or if you were walking up to, for example, a sleeping Hinox and you can do your, you know, your loaded attack and just hit them a bunch of times before they can even wake up. In those particular cases, two-handed weapons can be quite powerful, but for the most part, they feel like... I don't know, in my opinion, they should just have more... Either way more power, considering how slow they are in comparison. Or maybe have some other special move or something that you can pull off. That the other weapons just cannot do. That could work quite well. So I'm directly looking at the tower, wondering if it would be worth it to maybe go over there. Wasn't there a reason for me to go back to Kakariko real quick? Oh, yeah, because I need to take that picture. Yeah. Might as well do it, right? We're already so close that it would suck to not do it. Well, obviously we do know who this is. I'm just wondering if you can deal with them a bit more effectively.
Yeah! Harming a tree? Does your evil know no bounds? Face your divine punishment!
Well, you're not a tree, buddy, so... Can I hit him immediately? Oh, no, he's actually quite fast. Nope. That didn't work. Come here, buddy. Nope. I want to get the Flurry Rush. I always think that it takes way longer for him to attack me than he ultimately ends up doing. That's always the worst move. When you just know that they're gonna appear right next to you and they're just immediately susceptible to your attack. I mean, I still have one of these in my inventory. Yeah, let's keep the rock hammer for now. This is the correct way. Yeah. Let's just move back to Kakariko real quick, and then I'm gonna pick up the picture of the of Impa's wall stream. I think it's called, right? Why is it raining so much in this particular region? Sort of sucks that it's raining so much in the two coolest cities, I think. Well, kind of coolest cities, but the two cities that are actually cities. I feel like, well, the other, I mean, there are also cities, right, with the Gorons live and the Gerudo and so on and so forth. But I just for some reason regard them to be something, I don't know, just a little bit different, right? Not a normal city as such. Just more like a specific location. Where are my puff shrooms? There we go. Oof. I love that sound. Oh. That smoke stays around for so long. I love the sound when you're hitting the beehives with your puff shroom thingy. Wait, did I never... thought I'd already approached it. Just has a very satisfying sound of an arrow hitting on wood for some reason. Oh, god damn it. Forgot that it's... Oh, Link, come on. I guess I have to change gear. Didn't I pick up a... I thought I did. I guess I didn't. Oh, no, never mind. I still don't have the... well, let's not bother then. Although... I would have to climb over there too. Well, you know what. At this point, the gloom really isn't much of an issue at all. Especially while we're not even down there in the chasm. Oh, hey, another one. That sound. It's such a satisfying sound. Boom. I don't think much has changed over here, right? I mean, I still have absolutely no idea how we'll eventually be able to access the last ring ruin I wasn't allowed to look at yet. I feel like we do need Princess Zelda for that, somehow. We somehow need orders from her to make the guy standing guard around the ruin change his mind. The hell are you doing in here? Ah, Link, hard to believe it's night already. Would you like to rest at the inn? Lady Paya is still young, so I understand her enthusiasm with the ring ruins. But, and this is just between us, I wonder if it's more of an obsession. I hope she realizes soon what it means to be chief. I mean, again, I don't really understand his problem with that, because isn't that the most pressing issue currently? The whole ring ruin business? Shouldn't she, as the, you know, chief, look into that? There we go. That is the very screen we need to take a picture of. I never know, since the way the compendium works, right, is that it only more or less displays the middle of the screen here, indicated by the blue borders. So I never quite know if you're supposed to be taking a picture like this, like very close to it, Because in theory, this is a better picture of the screen, right? It just depicts way more of it. So... that should work. Still unsure as to how this is going to convince the students, because, I mean, as impressive as the screen is, that doesn't necessarily mean that those events actually took place like they're depicted on the screen, right? So, I feel like the issues the students had with it still aren't entirely resolved by taking a picture of the screen, but then again, I mean, maybe we can convince them otherwise. Okay, well, now we're here. Why is this is called Shrine Island? That is very interesting. Never noticed that. Okay, that's a very big monster camp over there, actually. Oh, wait, didn't that exist in the previous game as well? I'm pretty sure it did, right? Big monster camp in front of the Zora River. Just wondering if I really should go over there, because in theory I don't really have to. I could, however... Wait, which way was I traveling on last time? I think because I went to the stable here, right? I think I went like this way. So maybe if I take this route now, it's gonna potentially reveal new stuff. Just sort of sucks that I don't have my horse now. Poor Phantom is still standing around down here, probably wondering what I've been up to this entire time. I can't go that way anyways, because he's still going to complain that I'm approaching the ring ruins, which I'm not supposed to be doing, obviously. Oh, it is getting late. You know what? Considering that it's getting late, let's just sleep in the inn for a bit. They're still looking for that. What were you guys looking for? Shelter from the these were the two that we met next to one of the stone slabs, right? That fell in the village. And they then went on to saying that they wanted to look at all the ruins that fell down. Yeah. Seems like they don't really have any sort of particular quest attached to them. Or maybe it just doesn't start until we've investigated the last one. Resting is good for the body. I also sleep all the time for my health. Oh god. Soft bed. Yeah, let's go with the soft one. Until morning, please. That's a long black screen. Does it take so long to load that in? There we go. Ooh. Good morning to you too. Other people are still asleep. You know what? Nothing against getting up early, but 5 a.m.? Typically it's like 6 a.m., right? I want to say. In most games. Oh no! That was one of the really, really, really good beetles. Ah, well, whatever. Weren't these the anti-slippery frog thingies? I think so, right? Sticky frog, yes. Really? That damaged my weapon? Cool. What was in there? Don't remember what I found in that particular place. Because it wasn't a Korok, right? That would still be displayed on the map. Oh well. Or rather, the Korok still would have been there. Huh. Now that I see the sign, haven't been in Hateno for such a long time, I almost want to say I missed the guy. But I'm sure we're gonna meet him several more times over the course of our journey, so... yeah. Probably for the best that we took a little bit of a break of securing down his signs, huh? Ooh, wait, those are silver bokoblins too. Well, now I am moving more into this direction. Let's just quickly check. If my shrine sensor says anything, then maybe I'm gonna go this way. That doesn't seem to be the case. Whoa! Did not expect that to happen. Whoa! Wait! Didn't do anything to you! What's his problem? Treasure real quick. How did I get a bear glider? Well... to be entirely honest, I took a picture of a bear at some point, and just still happened to have that in my inventory when I talked to the owner of the dye shop, and he said, "Well, I can make a fabric out of that for you." So now I have a bear glider, which I thought was quite fitting to select that one as my glider fabric. Right, okay, so that's the tower I want to move to next, I think. Because I do eventually want to make my way over to the Gorons. And thankfully, the tower seems to be located, you know, quite close to the beginning of that particular map portion. So it might be worth it to uncover that right away. Okay, there is a shrine over there that I do see. How far away is that? Fairly far away? I feel like... that's more on the way over to the Zora, right? So I'm gonna get back there eventually. Let's keep the pin for now. Maybe as a sort of reminder that, you know, once I've dealt with the Gorons, we can come back here and take that shrine as a starting off point for venturing over into Zora's domain. Wait a second, there is another stable here that I haven't been to, right? Yeah. Alright, well that's worth it to check on. I didn't even quite realize that that was a thing. That there was another stable over here. That's not... is that Woodland Stable? I thought it was way more up north. Maybe it's another one, I don't know. We'll see, I guess. Yeah, I thought it was very fitting. It even has a somewhat similar color scheme. I was trying to dye the rest of my clothes to fit with the glider though, but unfortunately the stuff that I'm currently using is not dyeable. Except for the helm, but yeah. That would have made it look even weirder, so I just didn't do it. We do have another well over here, and thankfully this time it seems like no hands around it. Oh, that's just that's the Gerudo woman, right? The one that always looks for treasure everywhere, I think. Who the hell are you? What are you doing in a well? Everything all right there, buddy?
Ah.
Traveler. I recognize that blade that's stuck in the target dummy. Did you know if you put your ear to a well, you can hear the wailing of the dead? Or so they say, anyway. That's news to me. Is that right? Well, listen close, hero. And you'll hear some screams. Yeah, I'm gonna be hearing your screams when you die. Your life is mine. Maybe you shouldn't keep, like, one of your signature weapons around in the training dummy. Oh, hello. That being said, he probably didn't expect me to walk in here, right? See? As I told you, those were your screams. Wait, did I keep the stone hammer? I did. Okay. Thankfully, I did. Yeah. To be fair, part of me is also feeling, well, not really feeling sorry for them, but I mean, they're a bit of a silly bunch, aren't they? I don't know. Makes me sometimes wish we could just work together or, you know, work out our differences. I still don't know. Well, that's the problem, right? I still don't know why the hell they're even after me. So it feels, it's difficult to, you know, really care for them one way or the other. If you just don't really know why the hell they're doing the things they're doing. I wish Koga would have elaborated on that somewhat, but considering that we still have to deal with him, maybe we'll find out eventually. Okay, what kind of... Is that that has to be the shrine close to the stable, right? Yeah. No Mr. Hudson guy around here, though. Who are you? Have we met that guy before? I don't know. Is he turning... Where the hell are you going? Oh, he's turning around. Ah, well, never mind then. Ooh. Well. I was gonna say, I don't really want to engage with them, but then I saw the explosive barrels, and now I think I do want to. Yeah, they're... In terms of comedy, I think they actually work really well. It's cool that they're part of the game, the way they are. It's just these funny little interactions that you get every now and again, whenever they appear close to you, is really something. I like that a lot. Well, I think that was quite effective. They don't even know what hit them. Are they running back to their post? I think they might be. Well, let's... Although, let's get rid of the two-handed stuff first. It is a bit annoying to fight Lazalfos with two-handed weapons. Even more annoying than it is other creatures, honestly, but... They do have the advantage of just being able to hit multiple enemies easier, I do think. But... Still doesn't exactly make them a better choice, right? Rock Sledge. That's a weird one. Not much going on here. I don't know what I had expected in their camp. That's still the one thing, I feel like that is still the weakest point of the game for me personally. It doesn't really matter, considering the sheer amount of stuff you can get up to in the game. And I also just have to remember that there's just so many different shenanigans that you can pull with enemies that it's still fun to engage with them every now and again. But all things considered, I'm still on the fence about whether or not they should have maybe not included as many enemy cams. Or, if they do, if it wouldn't have been better to, I don't know, just find a bit more of a reason to actually attack them, right? I think, for example, if you could, in fact, permanently get rid of these cams, if you clear them out, maybe that would have motivated me enough to attack them. But now it's this weird case of, well, there isn't really much point to engage with most of these enemies, because at the end of the day, I'm just going to get more weapons of the weapons that I already have. So, you know, what's the point, really? Tuka Rock Shrine. Alright, let's take a look at this one. Then again, I also recognize that it's... I mean, they did put quite a bit of effort into making the camps look more unique this time around. There's a bunch of monster camps that are really, really cool in terms of their layout, and they do seem to be specifically built to just have really, really cool and funny interactions with all the different... well, like explosive barrels, and you obviously... Sometimes you're able to use rewind when they try to throw those spiked balls at you. So there's quite a few different enemy camp designs, but overall I still think that they're lacking a little bit of a satisfying, I guess, reason to really deal with them. Alright, what are we supposed to be doing here? Get a cool vehicle. Get the ball. That's some lava. And a weird looking staircase. Okay, ultimately we just have to get the ball over here, right? So... One thing that I've never really noticed, maybe it's this shrine in particular. Do you see how the place where we came in, right? The entrance, shrine-looking place. That's sort of grayed out. It's like there is some sort of gray, even sort of smoke-looking atmosphere in here that I never noticed in other shrines. Maybe it's this particular light setup here or something. It's a bit weird looking. Or, maybe it's because of the lava. Maybe it actually does create some sort of smoke particles in the air. Okay. Why don't we get anything to move it forward, though? I mean, I'm pretty sure that I could just use the... Oh, wait. Can you not use Zonai devices while you're in a shrine? You cannot. That's the first time I'm noticing that. Alright, that makes a lot more sense now. So they're forcing you to deal with the shrines the way you're supposed to be dealing with them? Okay. Makes a whole lot of sense. Although, in this particular case, I am wondering how the hell you were supposed to be moving this thing forward. Was these don't... Oh. Oh, never mind. Learned a new thing again. Huh. I did not know that these wheels could turn on their own. I thought they needed, you know, like a fan or something else to propel them forward. Okay. It is quite impressive how the game constantly still teaches you new stuff like that, right? That I simply didn't know about before. Okay, this looks like a very interesting contraption. Okay, so we can move that part. We get a stone slab. And we even get a way to send through here. Right. I get one wheel. Why the stone slab, though? Oh, oops. Why do I always do that? I always forget to switch back to... I mean, I could just attach this one to... Oh god. Well, that didn't work. That way. I want to attach it below here. There we go. Okay. I don't really think this is gonna work, because I feel like, yeah, the wheel's way too small. I don't really get the point of these weird staircase-looking things. I mean, obviously, I could just... like, the easiest thing here would be just put the ball up... Oh, no, wait. It's also falling down. Okay. Huh. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure what this is supposed to be for. Because the solution I'm thinking of pretty much just involves the, like, making the wheel attached to, what's it called? To the rail somehow. So in theory, I should now be able to, let's see, would that work? Oh, no, fine. What? So if I were to do something like that, I'm pretty sure that it would now be capable of moving the thing, if I hadn't attached it the wrong way around. Oh, wait a second. Why is it... I mean, that doesn't work, right? Yeah, because it's moving the wrong way. Because I was thinking of attaching the wheel like that, so that it would be capable of just moving along the rail, and then I can just put the ball on top of the stone slab. But if that does work, then I'm not entirely sure what the staircase is here for, but then now this doesn't really seem to work either, considering that it looks like I cannot really put the wheel around the way I wanted to. Which is very strange, this thing. No, not that, damn it. It turns around every single time. That is very weird. Yeah. It's like it automatically reorients itself for some weird reason. Wait, can I... Is that because of this thing? Is this the right... Yeah, this works. No. Huh. How very strange. It's like the game doesn't really want me to use the solution. And it just automatically turns the wheel around. That is very strange. That's the first time that I'm seeing that. I mean, maybe it could work like this. For some reason, or is it just going to turn the wheel again? Maybe it's because the wheel... Like, is it automatically recognizing that it's... Yeah. Huh. It's like it's recognizing that it's being put close to the rail, and it just automatically turns around somehow. Or maybe is it because of maybe these wheels are just not meant to be used in this particular configuration. Like they're supposed to be standing on the ground and not parallel to it. Unicyclic contraption, yeah. I was such a fan of the idea to build like a self-moving device that would move alongside the rail here. Huh. But then what? Am I supposed to be moving the stone step alongside the other thing? I feel like for some reason my mind is blanking on what they even want you to do here. I mean, I'm pretty sure that it wouldn't necessarily be super complicated for me to just... I could also rewind the entire thing, right? There's a bunch of fairly easy solutions here, I think. If I just were to, for example, move this up for a bit. Just sort of held it there. Moved it back down, attached the ball, and rewound it. I'm pretty sure I could just pick up the ball up there. But that's way too easy of a solution, right? Because I failed to see what the hell you're supposed to be doing here with these weird staircases. Because at first I thought that they maybe wanted you to attach the wheel on the side here so that it would like slowly move across. Or am I meant to be doing something weird with this thing? That's not exactly a... that's a very unfortunate camera position. It's not right either. Does this really work? This looks weird as hell. It does. I mean, sort of. It looks super ridiculous, but it works. I don't know. Somehow this didn't really feel like the most sophisticated solution, so it wasn't really what I was thinking of when I saw this. I mean, it worked, so I guess job done. Come here. Yeah. Weird, but alright. Yeah, the entire time I was really confused at what the hell you were supposed to be doing with these weird steps, because initially I really thought that they were here to somehow, you know, that the wheel was gonna like attach to them and then, you know, go forward a little bit and then forward a little bit more, but obviously they were way too far apart to do that. And it also didn't seem like you could actually do anything with the ball, because it would fall through as well. I still think that it sucks that you cannot use the solution that the wheel just, you know, is attached to the railing. Because that's kind of, I mean, obviously you wouldn't be using these weird steps at all, but that's exactly how a normal, you know, gondola-based vehicle would be moving, right? They all typically have like a rope, and that rope is pulled forwards through these round wheel-like things. So that's kind of what I was trying to go for here, but I mean, this is kind of a cool, funny, and weird little solution. It looked a bit weird when it moved, but I guess that's supposed to happen, or quite expected, actually. Oh, wait! Stop it! Where the hell are you going? There we go. Alright, I love that you get these, since it's the ball that's supposed to be moving towards the end of the shrine, they allow you to just look at the entire thing by yourself. That's pretty cool. Like getting this top-down view of what you're supposed to be doing. You do get a button, apparently. So we just get a bunch of boats. And I suspect that they can also just move if you turn the wheels. Isn't that a super simple solution again? Oh. No. Okay, it doesn't work like this, apparently. So... now we need to use these like paddles? I guess it would work. I don't know why they're giving you so many boats, though. Oh, damn it. Wrong ability again. You were suspecting the wheel on the rail solution. Yeah, that was... I don't know. Felt like that was way more obvious. I don't know why it didn't work, though. I would like to know. I feel like the wheels, like, reorient themselves based on what they're attached on, and the game probably just didn't expect that solution at all. And so it was reconfiguring the way the wheel was looking because it was... well, because of the weird angle it was stuck on, I guess. Well, bit unfortunate. Yeah, I tried to reattach the wheel, though. Because at first I thought that it was because of the stone slab and the orientation that had in relation to the block I was putting it on. But, I mean, I even put on the wheel the right way around on the stone slab and then attached both things together to the stone block, and it still didn't work. It still automatically turned the wheel back. So, yeah, there seems to be some sort of automatic turning these wheels are doing whenever they're attached to something. So that's a bit unfortunate. I don't know, maybe you can get around it by... maybe I could have tried some awkward things with using the... because the ball needs to come with you anyways, right? So maybe if I had used the ball, attached it to the block, and then attached the wheel to the ball, or the stone slab to the ball and then the wheel onto it, maybe that would have worked in some weird way. I feel like doing that, maybe you could even get the... because I feel like the reason it didn't work was because I tried the solution sideways. Maybe by actually using the ball in conjunction with the other parts, you would be able to put the wheel on, you know, well, like a normal wheel on top of the rail, or below it, rather than on the side like that. So maybe that would have worked. Yeah. I feel like the solution here is quite similar, though, in that we need to paddle forwards using the wheels. I don't know why we're getting this many boats, but okay, there we go. Guess I would be able to come with. Oh, oopsie. Well, that was unfortunate. I did not realize that it... I attached it to the wrong thing. Okay. This one is not attached to the wheel. Oh yeah, you need to be quite careful with attaching these things. Now they're a bit off-center, but should still work. Yeah, it looks a little bit ridiculous, doesn't it? Oh boy, that's not good. Well, we're back where we started. So it's good for a round trip. Not exactly good for what I was trying to go for, but sure. Actually, you know what? It might be way easier to do to be building this on land and then move it into the water, not the other way around. Let's see. So let's remove this real quick. Let's make sure that it's stuck on. This is even in the middle, kinda, right? And this one isn't though. They're turning on their own a little bit, which is somewhat annoying. Yeah, well, I mean... the one thing is going to hit the wall again, isn't it? Oh, god damn it. Really? I mean... I really get what they were going for here, and it's really funny that you can actually use the wheels this way, right? As a paddle. The problem is you have no way of aligning them properly. Let's see here. Come back here. Oh god, it's still trying to move. It's like a weird self-sentient robot. It reminds me a little bit of the robots from Interstellar, doesn't it? They had a similar way of moving forward. Of course the bow broke. Ah, well. I mean, it almost worked. Just give me a second here. I'll be right back. Okay, well... There has to be a way to align this properly, right? I feel like it might actually be easier if I just put it down onto the ground, right? So let's put this here. Because that way at least they'll be aligned properly. Okay, this way. That way. This way. Oh god, this is... Honestly, it might be easier to just attach paddles to both sides of the wheels, right? The problem is, if they're even just slightly off center, I'm going to move to the left or right way too early, and that's going to be a problem. Never would have thought using paddles. Yeah, this is really cool. I love how the shrines just teach you very, very different things that otherwise you wouldn't really think of, right? It's just that in this particular case, I feel like it doesn't work as well as it was supposed to. Let's just try to align them this way. Okay. Yeah, the problem is they're never exactly center, right? It's always just a tiny bit off. But I feel like if I added the other paddles up top, it wouldn't exactly make it work better. I don't know. I feel like it would have also been better if they had... It's already misaligned from the start. Damn it. It might have been better if they had just given you like a big sort of river here instead of these smaller paths. This could work. This could work. Why is it always turning that weirdly? Is it because I'm standing on it? Or is it because the ball is like attached the wrong way? Okay, now it got lucky that it kind of knocks itself into the right direction every single time. Alright. Oh boy. Oh, that's not good. Stop it. Let me out. I should have just turned it off. Oh god. It's like a... Well, that works, I guess. Stop moving, damn it. There we go. At least I got launched the right way around. Well, no, that's with the arrows on the tire, I did focus on it, yeah, but the problem was that... Oh, or do you mean the... Well, the problem was that it reoriented the arrow entirely on its own, right? So I tried to move it the right way around and then it just flipped back to whatever it was, but maybe there was another way to attach them, I don't know. Breeding the next generation of engineers. I mean, as clunky as this was, ultimately, it was a lot of fun, so I like the shrine a lot. Still don't really know where you get that many boats. Maybe it's in case you... Oh yeah, it might be. In case one of the boats just decides to wander off and you cannot access it anymore, you have like a second chance to use it again. Alright, this was a lot of fun. I really, really like the shrine. But yeah, I'm not entirely sure how these wheels are supposed to work, because what I did is, it feels like if you just have them like this, right? Obviously the arrows on the wheel indicate what direction they're turning. And then I thought, well, obviously the side arrows are kind of supposed to indicate the orientation we're meant to be in. Ah, see? So if you... They can just kind of flip around. I think the side arrows flip around whenever you change the orientation on the wheel. Maybe, but in that particular case, that would mean that the side arrows don't really mean much. Ah, yeah, see, that's why they turned around. So if what I did is I was moving it that way, now the arrow's pointing towards me, right? But if I turn it ever so slightly, it's flipping back over. And since the platform was angled, it always flipped the arrows over. In theory, though, that shouldn't have mattered, right? Because the only thing that really matters for the movement of the wheel is the arrows that are actually on the wheel. So maybe it wasn't that the orientation flipped in some weird way, it was just simply that the wheel didn't properly... It couldn't actually generate force on the railing, I guess. That was probably the issue here. Alright, did we do it? Or is there another part to this? No, we made it. Cool. This was a lot of fun. Oh boy, okay, those paddles are insanely difficult to work with, but they do work eventually. Very, very cool shrine. I wish they would do that a little bit more often. It definitely felt like a couple of the other shrines, they always had a very sort of neat solution, and while it's great to figure that out, and it's a lot of, well, it's very satisfying to find that solution that works perfectly. But this was a lot more fun, right? Because of the jankiness, it just had this side effect of you never quite knew what was happening. And obviously that weird funny little flip that flipped me into the air wouldn't have happened otherwise as well. So yeah, it makes me wish that the other shrines would be a bit crazier sometimes. I do have to admit, I don't think I'll be going for this particular solution of crossing large bodies of water anytime soon. It's just not exactly the most sophisticated boat ride, I think. Although that being said, I mean, if you do attach a control panel, or a control stick to this particular boat, I guess it could still work, right? Because you'd hopefully be able to reorient yourself in case your weird paddles would be throwing you off course. Potentially quite literally throwing you into the wrong direction. What a funny shrine. And we're actually really, really close to the stable. I hadn't realized there was another stable here. It's also a bit too close to that moblin. Yeah, let's see. What name does it have, though? This is a wetland stable. Okay, Baneru Wetlands. Yeah, these two are really, really close together, aren't they? Huh. I mean, considering where we're at in Hyrule Field, I think it does make sense that there would be more stables here, because a lot of people probably come through these areas, but still, quite surprising, all things considered. Also, there is a second well here. I wonder if the two might be connected. Wetland Stable Well? What's the other one called? Okay, you guys don't see me. Southwell, okay. Oh, come on. Link. Is there an easier way to get these bomb floors, by the way? Instead of just... So you can't really shoot them down, right? That would be a bad idea. Yeah, it might be that these two are just connected. Which I never quite noticed as well, is that they seem to be taking on different names depending on the location you enter them from. That's very interesting. Yeah, it's just the same one. Wait, did I miss like a chest or anything? Don't they really have chests? Well, this one had the mineral, right? So I guess that's all we're gonna get. There we go. And Pen is here, finally. He wasn't at the last stable that I visited, so that's pretty cool. And I see a Korok, right? Well, anyways, I feel like this is a good point to be doing my usual lunch break, so I'll be off eating a little bit, and then we're gonna go take a look at what other weird shenanigans Pen is gonna come up with here in this particular stable, and what kind of news we hopefully will be able to find out about Princess Zelda and what she might have been up to here. Then we have a Korok to rescue, and I feel like a couple other side quests to pick up as well. And then once we're done with that, we can finally move on towards Death Mountain and the Gorons. So I'll be taking my lunch break. I'll be back the usual, hopefully not more than 20 minutes, and then we are going to go on our way and our new journey and help Pen, even though he sometimes takes all the, well, he tries to take all the credit for himself, right? Yeah, I'll be back in a bit. And we are back. Let's continue our journey on to... Well, I mean, we're already at Wetland Stable, so... Well... Let's see what's going on here. Just stopped raining, that's perfect. So everybody's coming back out from wherever they were hiding during the rain. Huh, well that's unusual. Normally the people reading the newspaper are always inside of the stable, but it seems like he, for whatever reason, decided to sit next to the hay. What's going on? Yulero. I've had it with cleaning the stable. There has to be some interesting news. Oh. Matriarch revitalizes Kakariko Village. Zone A survey team's eyes turn to its ring ruins. Okay. Kakariko Village has become the latest tourist destination as interest in the ring ruins keep on growing. I wondered what would happen when a big old ruin like that came out of nowhere. Yeah, I mean, in theory, it's not exactly a good thing that they appeared like that so suddenly and quite violently at that, I'd imagine. But I guess for Kakariko, it turned out to be quite a good thing. That chief must be hard at work if it got popular enough to be featured in the paper. Makes sense. I am slightly concerned by how much these people seem to be putting, how much faith these people seem to be putting into the paper. I don't know. It didn't exactly strike me as, you know, this super, super important thing. Well, then again, if they never knew a newspaper before, I guess now it is, well, quite a special thing for these people, right? I need something. I better make it quick. I'm supposed to be on my way to the ring ruins in Kakariko Village. You look busy. No, then again, with the sun up, it'll be easy for monsters to see me. Probably best to wait. Sir, I wouldn't quite venture through, you know, the forest and whatnot at night. I feel like that's even more dangerous, but sure, you do you. Yeah. But Beetle doesn't play favorites, and if I did, it would be Beetles every time. What you got? What is he selling here? I still have almost 600 arrows. That is so insane, just how many of those you get. Tireless frogs. I mean, I got 3. That's more than enough. Smotherwing butterfly. I don't have any of these. That's what it contains. I wonder how much heat resistance we're gonna need. I hadn't even considered that. I just kind of went with the idea, or not the idea, but I went with the whole bit of what we heard about that happened to the Gorons, or rather what we could see as well, is that Death Mountain isn't really spewing out lava anymore. There's just a lot of gloom coming out of it, and apparently that means that it's not really creating any sort of heat anymore. So, at least for the beginning, I feel like it's going to be quite easy to just enter Goron City. But that being said, I don't know. I also don't know what it turns into later, once we have dealt with all of that. I wonder if we'll run into some particularly difficult situation where suddenly it is very hot again, and we somehow have to deal with that, but I don't know. Blue Scorpia. Everything all right with you? So yeah, I don't really know what's going on there. I'll have to look into that. Wasn't there a kid here that had a quest? Where did it run off to? That's the well. Is it that one? Yes, I think so. Good afternoon, Mr. Customer. Word to the wise, don't take too much comfort from the afternoon sun. The forest near here is still a dangerous place. I saw that. There's a bunch of monsters that apparently are just on the other side of the well. We've got a monster problem. A scary one moved in and made the forest... fortress. Oh god. Made a forestress or fortress, okay. Anyway, it is BAD, bad news. And it brought some other monsters with it. And look! I worked so hard to build a well, and now I can't even use it. You did that? Wait a second. You're telling me the kid built a well? I mean, it's not that hard to make a new well, but... Okay. What if the monster decides to raid us? I can't sleep, I can barely talk. I thought maybe I'd try a sneak attack from behind, you know, stay out of their field of view. It did not go well. Wait, you tried to attack them as well? What the hell's going on with you? If someone could at least get that big one to leave. We'll keep wishing, but for now, you really should steer clear of the forest. An uninvited guest. Amy has been losing sleep since terrifying monsters began lurking in the woods behind Wetland's stable. He planned to creep up and defeat the biggest monster with a sneak attack, but it didn't work out. His options exhausted, he can only hope someone else will step in. Honestly, I have to say I'm a big fan of this quest. As I said earlier, I really, really wish there would be a way to permanently either get rid of some of the monster camps or at least, like, deal with them to some degree. Again, I do think that the Blood Moon and that whole mechanic is sort of necessary, considering that you can, in theory, play the game as long as you want to, obviously, but... I don't know, something about that is still somewhat strange to me. I don't know. There is a bit of a... Well, I think it's also... It feels even weirder now because they've implemented so many things into the game that make the world feel a lot more immersive, but also a lot more like lived in general, right? Stuff actually happens, right? Things are being built, people move out and about, and well, things permanently change, and I think that's really, really cool. But the one thing that doesn't change are the monsters and the monster camps, and I wish there was just a bit more that we could do there. I don't know. But then again, it is somewhat of a difficult thing, because I do recognize that need for respawning monsters as well. Why the heck did... What's going on with the boblet? They all looked at me. Fight amongst yourselves. There we go. Thank you. Why does it always take like a billion years until they actually start attacking? Oh, stop that. You stop that as well. Okay, yeah, that didn't really work out the way I wanted it to. Huh. That's weird. You only need to deal with the biggest one? I mean, that's what the boy said, right? But still? How exactly is that gonna help him? Oh, right. You are still here. Wait, did Tulin kill the other one? I guess he did. Wow. Alright. Impressive. Rock boomerang. Arrow. Okay. Well, that was easy. It's raining again. Damn it. Why do I get the feeling that it rains way more often in this game compared to the previous one? I don't know. It was you, wasn't it, Mr. Customer? You got rid of that nasty monster. I knew it! I thought I saw you among the trees, putting in the work and getting rid of that nasty monster. Amazing! Thank you. I was so scared. I'm just a kid, so I don't have any money or anything. But I have to reward you for getting rid of that monster, so I'll give you 2 pony points. Wow, okay. That's actually a really cool reward. Huh. Now I can welcome our customers with peace of mind. Thank you so much. Yeah, well, until the next blood moon, that is. But let's not mention that. I don't know. I hope my second pony point didn't, you know, get ignored or something. I think it's going to be added later on, right? Some stamina elixir. Let's beetle. Let's take a look here. Receive reward. I don't even remember what the reward was, the next one.
Ah, yes. I'll be right with you. You'd like to get your pony points reward, right?
Oh, wait. That voice actor's... Oh, for 13 points, you get a traveler saddle. Oh, cool. A standard saddle designed for comfort during long journeys. Its durable material holds strong in all sorts of weather, which has made it a favorite among travelers. I really hope there's going to be even more saddles, honestly. It comes with a traveler's bridle, so here's that too. Stand bridle. The design doesn't really stand out, which is why it's well suited to any type of horse. Perfect. If you save up just 2 more points, why, you'll be able to use our special main restyling service? We appreciate your patronage. Okay, that sounds awesome. I'll be able to restyle my horse. Wait, was that a thing in Breath of the Wild? I don't know. Was it? Thanks for coming in such bad weather. Welcome. This is Wetland Stable. I mean, it's fitting for the name, isn't it? Thank you for supporting the Stable Association. Since this is your first time here, we'll add 1 point to your pony points. Cool. Now then, once again, welcome Link. Do you want to register a horse or take one out for a ride? Let's customize Phantom a bit. Oh, okay. I need to take it out first. Every single time I'm thinking about it, I'm still on the fence on whether or not these, the way taking out your ponies works. Like, yeah, change equipment. Okay, so this is the standard one. And then now we have this one. I mean, obviously this looks very cool. Let's go with this one. No. If a horse gets spooked or doesn't like where it's at, it might shut down or refuse to move at all. And he's telling us something about the Zora's domain. Oh, all that good water polluted by some kind of mysterious muck. As far as I know, no one knows where it came from. That sounds like the Ganondorf slime. Wait, that's the first time we've actually heard anything about the Zora. It's terrible for the Zora, of course, being waterfolk. I'm not sure how they'll manage. Zora's domain is to the east, past the Lanayru wetlands. I used to recommend it to tourists, but, well... So I guess whatever that muck is, it also potentially, did it clog up their springs or something? Because from a distance it looked like all the water was just straight up gone, not just polluted. So, Also, let's not forget about this quest. Link. Has that empty frame caught your eye? It has indeed. We stable owners are going to be putting paintings on display for everyone to enjoy. The Stable Association figured it'd be a good idea for us to hang the frames first to get ready. Then going to the trouble of hanging a painting, I'd sure like to hang one of the ring ruins everyone's talking about. The ring ruins are ruins that are each shaped like rings. They all fell around Kakariko Village in the southeast. Oh, damn it, that's where we just came from. My gosh, are they ever a hot topic with all the customers who come here? So I'd like to have a big painting of them to hang on the wall, one that shows that ring-like shape they have. But I can't paint that scene without seeing it. Sure, I can see some of the ruins from here, but it's all too far away to see. Well, Anyway, I'd really like to do up that painting, but I'm just not sure how to go about it. Cool. Damn it! I can't believe that every single time we get to one of these stables, they always want us to take pictures of stuff that I'm currently moving away from. Oh boy. I just need to keep all of that in mind. I'm pretty sure that eventually we'll get that. Also, you know, since we're already here, and I still have like 4 of those sleepover tickets. Yeah, I'll use a ticket. Let's sleep until morning. I really, really hope... I really wish you would still get the pony points for the tickets, right? I mean... It just sucks because that means that the tickets are practically worthless. I mean, it's not really like they provide much of a benefit at all anyways, since like sleeping here is what, like 20 to 50 rupees depending on the bed. So it's not like you're saving a bunch of money with these, right? Oh, well. Wait, did he just comment on the ring garland? Are you kidding me? They even... What the hell? They even included a line for that? Okay, that's honestly pretty insane. And it even makes sense, considering that he seems to be a fan of the ring ruins, right? Being close to Kakariko and all. So he would recognize it. That is honestly insane. Hey, Pen. Are you getting wet? Why aren't you moving into the stable? It's rain, huh, partner? Will it ever end? Oh, no need to answer that. I know it'll end at some point. Just making small talk. I got a very interesting lead about our missing princess. We could have a pretty huge story here. Sounds as if one night, a while back, and I'm not sure how far, Princess Zelda borrowed the stable's farm tools. What? Why would she do that? That's a bit unusual. Why would our princess need farm tools? But the story has another odd twist, okay? She promised to return them, and didn't. Now, this all might seem trivial, she's a busy princess after all, still these are strange times. So I got to thinking, only weapons decayed during the upheaval. Oh. Yeah, that's very true. Farm tools did not, right? Maybe the princess was in desperate need for tools for... Wait, Pen. Hold on. You've gotten ahead of yourself. We need to gather the facts. When, what, where, who. Let's start at the beginning. I heard that a man named Isra, or Isra, lent her the tools. He's right around here, watches over the stable's raft, I heard. Let's get to work, partner. Uh-huh. And you're going to be standing here letting me do all the work. Cool. The missing farm tools. It seems that Princess Zelda borrowed a stable's farm tools and hasn't returned them. Oh boy. Pen has some wild notions about why she'd need such tools, and why she hasn't returned them, but he wants more facts. Apparently Isra, who looks after the stable's raft, might have more details. That is very curious indeed, though. And that's a Blurpee. Because that does sound indeed like a very, very strange situation, doesn't it? I didn't even notice there was somebody down here as well. Huh. What are the fish doing? What are you looking at? Oh, oh, wait. I thought I was going the the wrong way for the quest marker, but I think the quest marker was just pointing at the stable itself, huh? I like his vest. Do you see that, like, blue diamond sapphire looking thing that makes out the eye of, I think, the horse that he has on his vest? Ah, it looks awesome. And then the belt buckle with the U-shaped, what is that called? The horseshoe, right? Sorry, I'm a little busy right now. You saw the princess. Oh, I was wondering when you guys would show up. You work with Pen from the newspaper, right? I didn't want this to get out because I don't want people to think I'm saying bad things about Princess Zelda. But you borrowed our stable's farm tools and hasn't given them back. That was a long time ago, but I do remember she said she needed them for something at Florid Sandbar. It's around the river bend, and then a good distance after that. I take the raft there myself, but after all that stuff fell from the sky, I'm having a hard time getting down the river. So you might say I'm in a bind. Okay. I know we could clear up this mess if someone could take me downriver to Florid Sandbar on the raft. Ew. We're supposed to take him with us? Okay. Well, I do see a bunch of tools there in the background too that might be able to help us do this very thing. Okay. What's the quest marker doing then? Why is it pointing... Wait, what? Oh, oops. I think I... That was still an old quest that was still active. Oh, oops. Well, yeah, that makes more sense now. Alright, before we help him though, let's just double check. Am I missing anything else? Not really, I don't think. You know what? I feel a little bit bad for the horse. It's very strange. So let's put it into... Let's board the horse. Yes. It is somewhat strange to see just how often it rains here. There's like barely 20 seconds where it stops raining and the NPCs, you know, come out and they relax outside. And then they immediately run back in because it immediately just starts raining again. It's a bit of a weird thing. I mean, I guess that's partially, you know, the fault of the very, very quick day and night cycle. But at the same time, I don't know. I wish that sometimes weather wouldn't change quite as quickly. That being said, sometimes that might also be related to where you're, like what kind of position you're in. Because I think, for example, here, right, since I moved towards the river, technically, I guess it counts as raining over there, and then it doesn't rain over here anymore, so maybe that's part of it. Okay, do I just have to talk to him? Can he... I wonder why Princess Zelda won't give the stable's tools back. I want to go downriver to Florid Sandbar and find out what happened, but I'm having a hard time with the raft. Oh, I can take you. You mean that, fella? You'll take me to Florid Sandbar? Thanks! Can't tell you how much I appreciate you offering to do that. Don't forget to cut the rope when you're ready to launch. Oh boy. You'll regret that decision, I fear. Okay, Why? There we go. That's hopefully gonna help us steer. Don't worry, buddy. I just need to glue some stuff to your boat. Yeah, that's a bit of an odd position, but it works. Okay, there we go. Hopefully this works. It's actually quite cute how he's just sitting on our boat now. Also with the current going this direction as well, it's we're actually, you know, actually going really fast here. Lost those ruins. Alright, seems like we're actually supposed to be going quite a long distance. There's, I think that's a Korok, right? Oh god. Let me just mark that real quick so I won't forget about it. Okay, where are we going? Is he talking about this? Didn't expect it to be this far away. We're almost at the other stable in a bit here. Oh, oops. I think I didn't even notice. I glued the battery on the wrong way around, so it's not depleting like that, but it's actually moving upwards. Stop me. What dog? Wait. The hell are you talking about? Oh, that one. All right. God, the dragons in the distance every single time. They just look so insanely impressive. Okay, perfect. Well, thankfully the game stops us for it.
Oh.
Woohoo! We made it!
Ah.
You did a great job getting us here. Wait, you learn how to handle a raft like that?
Well, didn't you see all the stuff that I glued to it?
I thought it'd be a rough run, but it all turned out fine.
Huh?
Huh?
Up in the sky, there's something... someone coming at us.
What? Oh, it's just... Don't scare me like that! I didn't realize you were the one coming after us. I already expected, I don't know, some big attack on our position.
Mew, finally caught up with you two. I was flying around this whole area, partner, trying to find out facts when I saw you on this raft. I figured you'd chase down our stories, so I flew right on down to help, but, where are we? Hey! What do you think you're doing just barging in here? There's places for flowers and plants, all of them precious. You'd better watch out. You'll rue the day you trample on any of them.
Oh my god, I just realized where we are. This is another one of the Sheikah Shrine locations. And in Breath of the Wild, she provided you with a shrine quest. It was a shrine that had a bunch of beautiful flowers growing all the way around it, and you weren't allowed to step on them. Otherwise, she would call you back. And yeah, that was a whole ordeal. It is funny that they're bringing those NPCs back. I like that a lot, actually. I'm a big fan of that. That they, those NPCs, they're just... Because they would still be there, right? It's the same world. Not that much time has passed, so obviously she would still be here watching over her plans. Although, judging by the background currently, it looks like a bunch of ruins fell on her precious plans, so... That does bring up the question of what Zelda was doing here, though. Did she possibly investigate the former Sheikah Shrine location for some reason? Huh.
Whoa, who's this? Ever met her before, partner?
I did, yeah.
Sorry, man. We're just looking for some farm tools that I lent to Princess Zelda a ways back. I promise we won't pick any flowers.
Huh?
Picking them? I'm more worried about you kicking them. Wait a minute. Farm tools? Did you say something about farm tools?
Huh.
That's right, some farm tools from our stable. I want them back. Oh, well, that's my fault. I have them. This area is home to Princess Zelda's plant sanctuary. She asked me to take care of this special place with her. She loved these plants and spent a lot of time here, making sure the garden beds were happy homes for them. Wait, it was her flower garden? When did she decide... What? That must have been after Breath of the Wild then, though, right? Maybe Link told her about that crazy lady with the flowers that were growing around the shrine, and then Zelda decided, oh yeah, we're gonna go there, and now it's my flower bed? Because otherwise this doesn't really make a whole lot of sense. We meant to return the tools after we finished our work here, but the princess, well, they say she went missing. And all our hard work was ruined when... these darn ruins crashed down. It's been really awful. I've been working so hard since then to try to make it all nice again. Oh, really? That's what happened. Oh, that's why she kept the tools around. Now I think about it, I didn't tell the princess how soon I needed our stable tools back. As long as they're in good condition, it's no problem. I'll just go ahead and take them with me if you're done. Now I feel guilty for some reason. Didn't mean to make you hurry up. All this was about a sanctuary for plants and flowers, huh? Sounds just like our princess to find time to work in a garden alongside folks while restoring Hyrule.
I mean, yeah, that's kind of part of it though, right? I've tried to make these garden beds as perfect as they were before. It's just so hard on my own. If only someone would help.
Ah.
Sure, glad to help. Keep the tools a little longer. And here's a tip. Don't overwork the soil. And also, nope, that's all I got. What's with the face? You said you'll help. I accept your offer. I don't know if that's what he meant, but... What? I didn't say that. Well, close enough. So, what if you don't say what you really think? I won't hold that against you. Now, how about you go work that soil like you said? I'll go tend to the flowers. We'll have this whole garden back in beautiful shape by the time the princess returns. It'll be the pride of Hyrule. Oh, and here's a tip from me. Put your back into it. Can't talk my way out of this one. And she'd probably wreck the tools if she used them wrong. Okay, fine. Seems like I'm up the creek without a paddle here. Or down it. No way, I'll help.
Oh.
You can go. I'll stay here. What else have I got to do, right? Yeah, I mean, technically you were just sort of gazing out at the river, wondering where your tools went the entire time, so it's not like you really had much to do at all, right? Well, seems like we got those facts we wanted, and those two worked it all out, I guess. I can't wait to write this up. Our readers love glimpses into the princess's life. Here she was helping to create a garden. Except the story in an issue of the expect the story in an issue of the paper soon. It'll be a real headline. We've worked together to chase 3 of the stories relating to Princess Zelda. You know, I don't think anyone would take you for a rookie with how hard you're working these investigations. I'm sure Tracy appreciates your efforts. Oh, we might be able to get a piece of the set she offered us, right? Go on and add this to your nest egg, partner. Cool. Oh, that's right. Tracy has had nothing but nice things to say about you, partner. Seems like there's a little extra something in your compensation this time around. No surprise there. Oh, okay. I'm off to report back to Tracy. See you around, partner. So long. Right. I do eventually have to get back to the Lucky Clover Gazette, right? To make sure I get those things. She actually did build proper flower beds, though. That's nice. Am I allowed to pick them? I guess so. Wait, so... why is this here? Huh? How is this here? Did they... there was a shrine the last time we were here. Oh, electric Zaflina. This medicinal plant grows abundantly in the Gerudo Desert. Its peculiar fibers conduct electricity, which will increase your electricity resistance when cooked into a dish. Ooh, and a worm Zaflina. Also from the Gerudo Desert. I don't think me picking all the flowers is really going to help this grow back, but oh well. It is what it is. A different timeline, one without the shrines. It is very curious to me still. And I really, really hope we're going to find out something about that. I mean, this place looks particularly weird to me. Because not only is the shrine straight up gone, as are all the other ones, but something standing in its place. How does that work? I mean, okay, so in theory, they could have... this is not like a super elaborate structure or anything. So in theory, I guess if she, you know, really, like Zelda, wanted to build a proper flower garden here, maybe they in fact just built something when the shrine vanished. It is just weird how there's literally no trace left from them, right? That's the weirdest part for me. All I wanted was those missing farm tools. I didn't expect anything like this. But for Princess Zelda, I'll work my hardest. Alright, that's the right enthusiasm. God, why do I always say that word so weirdly? Huh. It is very strange, since the game is also seems to be drawing attention to it quite a number of times as well with these quests, right? Because a bunch of stuff is still taking place in the very same locations we visited in Breath of the Wild. So it is a very, very weird thing that they would then also even have quests surrounding this. I don't know. Where did the boat go, though? Why is the boat gone? Are you kidding me? I guess we'll have to move back then. Where are we anyways? I guess in theory I could just go back to the road. Oh well, I haven't seen the other side of the river here though, so let's just check on that real quick. I love this part of the water sort of slightly running over the trees, right? It's just like the river is currently just having more water in it than what it usually would have. This just fell down, right? Guess it could speed the journey along somewhat. Also, it's been a while since I used rewind. So let's just do that. I just wanted to quickly check on these parts of the woods. This is where one of the memories was located, right? I don't think that this time around there's going to be anything too interesting here. Oh, there's a Korok. Hello, buddy. Oh, he's kind of looking the wrong way, but okay. Yeah, where's your friend, huh? Oh, it's just on the other side of the river, okay. Huh. That is a little bit of a conundrum, though, because we don't have any means of getting over there. Nope, wrong thing. I mean, I can just take out a fan, that should be enough. Come here, buddy. Oh. I got more than enough of these. Just need to be very careful that the current isn't actually being a problem here. Yeah. Without control devices, this is still quite difficult to do sometimes. Oh god. Don't want to drown the poor guy. Oh, come on, Link. There we go. That works. Oh, Dr. Beckons, I hope everything will turn out fine, and and the doctor will actually be, well, competent and deal with your stuff. See you next time, then. Alright, come here, buddy. Mr. Korok. There's your friend. Yahaha. Yahaha. At least we made some Koroks happy. Let's see what's in here. Oh, nice. 3 rockets. Can I actually use my makeshift boat Nah, probably not. Do I want to take another look at the forest? I mean, I don't think ultimately that it's going to have, you know, that many interesting things going on. Considering that last time it was really just a memory. Oh. At least the ones in the water are easier dealt with. Ah, well. Let's still move over again. Come on, yeah. Easy enough. Thing is, this memory was quite important. Because it showed Link's and Zelda's journey after all of the attacks had happened, right? So Zelda was kind of dragging Link through here. It's too good an opportunity to pass up. Oh, of course they're following me, aren't they? Oh wait, the bees were still here. I didn't even realize. Oopsie. But yeah, this particular location, Zelda actually dragged Link through after all of the attacks had happened, right? So Link was already severely injured and they were trying to get to safety. Which in this particular case meant the Shrine of Resurrection, right? Zelda was trying to get Link towards that, I think. So it was a very, very particular and very, you know, particularly important, but also very sad memory that was going on here. But it seems as if this time around, not much else happened here. Or is happening, rather. Hey, that's a golden apple. There's another one! What's going on with all the golden apples everywhere? I've never seen two on the same tree. Oh, come on. Sometimes these things are finicky. Honestly, you know what? Maybe this works better. Let's see if I can switch my... let me give 1 second here. Problem is that I don't really have... Or maybe the boomerang could work for it, right? Doesn't work as well as an axe, but at least it gets the apples down. And the golden ones in this particular case. Hey buddies, what's going on? Huh. These are just normal bokoblins, so... That's very interesting. Oh, oops. Is that because we're closer to the start of the game? Does it somehow take your location into account as well? Huh. I wonder if this time around they made it so that, you know, locations that are technically further away from the starting point will receive stronger enemies that spawn in? Because that is rather curious indeed. To be fair, I feel like they've definitely worked somewhat on their formula in terms of how they calculate what kind of enemies spawn in. Because I've also noticed that even in the areas where more like stronger enemies do spawn, it does seem as if they've like restricted that to a certain number, right? So it feels like there's always like one specific enemy that is just, well, kind of the leader of that particular group of enemies. So you'll find like one silver bokoblin surrounded by black ones or something, right? Oh, that's where the Blurpy was. Wait, did I never actually cross this particular bridge? I guess not. Rebonnet Bridge. Gladys, what the hell are you looking? You look like a vampire, dude. What the hell is going on? Turns out bubble frogs can be found in every cave, so I'm thinking I'll maybe check out another cave. Wait, is he the dude that we found standing in front of the cave at some point? Though, I doubt I'll be able to find one that isn't dark and scary.
Oh.
You look like that would be right up your alley, dude. If you manage to get your hands on a bubble gem, you should try to find those two oddballs at Woodland Stable in Eldon to the northeast. Those fellas were in a real frenzy to find those gems. I bet you find them in the cave near the stable. I heard them talking about some rare treasure they had. I think it was a mystic rope or something like that. Yeah, might not be a bad idea to go see them. Yeah, I think he's the same dude, honestly. And I also think that this particular Blurpy is looking at that particular cave. Honestly, hey buddy. You know, this looks quite impressive. As far as cave entrances go, it seems like the monsters have really made this their home, right? Rebonnet Bridge Cave. Oh. Oh. Hey guys, what's going on? That's still so insanely funny to me that you can just make them fall down like that. And they also just die when they hit the ground. Hey, buddy. What the hell does... Oh, that's a mushroom. I was gonna say, what the hell is that weird green thing he has on his weapon? It was just a gigantic mushroom. Okay. Fair enough. I still love their design. Like, look at that cage thing. That is so cool. That is one of those things that I just love about game design, is when they come up with... It also makes you wonder what came first, right? So I feel like maybe they designed the ascendability, and then they thought about, well, how can we make this more interesting, right? How can we have enemies where it actually makes sense that you would have to ascend to their structures, right? And one thing that they definitely came up with is adding the wooden structures to the taluses. So that's one thing that is pretty cool. But these enemies very much seem to be a particular design that is sort of an answer to the ability that they incorporated in the game, right? They just thought about, okay, what kind of enemy would make sense to be like high up so that you can ascend to their structures? And they came up with these ape-like, you know, cave dwellers that climb on the ceiling. And so it just makes sense that all their stuff would be on the ceiling or attached to the walls and whatnot. And you would have to use your ascendability to get to all of their items. I think that is so brilliantly done because it makes sense. It's so immersive in terms of enemy design. And it just works so well with your ability. So it's one of those things that you might not even really think about all that much. How cleverly it like draws on the different design elements and things and abilities that the game has. Boy, can I? Okay, there we go. I really wonder what you can get for those. But yeah, it's just one of those really, really cool design decisions that worked out exceptionally well. It's just always so fun for me to discover these kinds of things because it really makes you think about their game design, but it also... It's like a lesson in game design, but then on the other hand, it also just... It's so fascinating for me to see that and think about, okay, what was first and why was it first and who came up with this stuff, and I don't know, it's very, very cool. Because it very much feels like maybe they were sitting there, think about, all right, so we want to incorporate lots more caves into the game, right? I always imagine there to be this kind of process to everything, because it very much is a big iterative process of designing games, right? So maybe somebody came up with the ascent ability, and they said, all right, that's really cool. Or, you know what, on the other hand, considering that the upheaval and everything happened, maybe they said, okay, maybe somebody came in and said, how cool would it be if we just lift the castle into the sky, right? And then they probably also went back to what Skyward Sword was, with the islands floating in the sky, and I think that has sort of always been a bit of a theme running through the Zelda games, that this ancient Zonai civilization was in the sky, right? Although I think it was mostly mentioned in Skyward Sword. But I'd imagine that that was the stuff they came up with first, right? And then they said probably, hey, you know what? We have this big game world. Something that was kind of criticized a little bit with Breath of the Wild was that it was pretty to look at and it was an interesting overworld, but there was never really stuff to go into, right? No dungeons, no caves, nothing like that. So then they probably thought, hey, if we already lift up the castle from the ground, why not take that as a reason for why a bunch of caves have, you know, sprung up all over the world, right? The world shifted, it was like a big earthquake, and so all these caves got revealed. And then maybe somebody came up and said, well, you know what always sucks? Because that's the stuff in other RPGs, right? Is that very often they don't seem to have a great solution for how to get back out of structures, because you want caves to be interesting, right? When you really think about how they're designed, you enter from a particular point and you go all the way through, and logically speaking, the location you're trying to reach would probably be very, very far in, right? Because that's where, you know, bandits would put up their camps, where treasure would be hidden. But then you have the problem of, well, how do we get the player back out without them having to retreat the same steps they came in through, and also make that return journey interesting? And something that Skyrim, for example, came up with is to just make most of their caves loops, right? So the you would always kind of, I don't know, jump down at the end, or through some other means get back to the entrance really, really quickly. And because it was sort of a loop, you would just end up where you started right away without having to backtrack, right? So that's one solution, but obviously that's not very immersive. Right? At the end of the day, when you really think about cave design or caves in general, most caves do not tend to do that naturally, right? So having the ascent ability as a means to just get out of any cave you want at any particular point you want without the game having to incorporate that into their level design as much as it would be needed in other games. I mean, I'm pretty sure they still thought about, well, if we build a cave here and the player decided to ascend at certain points, where would they end up? So I'm pretty sure that they at least loosely paid attention to that, so that you wouldn't just end up in a place where it's kind of awkward, weird to be there, right? But that being said, I'd imagine something like that was the reason for them designing the ascent ability in the first place. And then after that, they probably came up with the idea of, or maybe they thought about, okay, so how do we make our caves actually interesting? Soldier Spear Halberd, what the hell is that? And then they began thinking about, well, you know, what would be in a cave, right? How do you make cave systems interesting? And at that point, obviously, they probably already had the ascent abilities, so I'd imagine one designer at some point just said, well, you know what, now we have this ability, why don't we use it to incorporate structures into our cave? Ooh, by the way, nice, 5 bomb flowers. Why don't we incorporate structures into our caves that would, you know, facilitate that type of gameplay, where the player can use their ascent ability to get up to those structures. And then somebody else probably came in and said, well, wouldn't it be cool if we had an enemy that built those structures and there was a reason for them building these structures? And then they came up with the enemies that were clinging to the cave ceilings, right? And that sort of process, getting from one point to the next, really thinking about, okay, what came first and why did it come first and how did it all flow back together to ultimately create this experience for us now to play through, I feel like that is really, really cool every single time. It's really fun to think about what it means as well in terms of game design and what it... well, how this sort of process came to be, right? Why it exists like this. And it's just really funny for me, for some reason, to think about it like that, because that means that not everything we see was always thought of from the very beginning, right? But instead, those ceiling clinging enemies, they might have just been a result of, you know, us having to think about, or not us, but the designers having to think about, well, okay, what are we doing here, right? How can we make this more interesting, and how can we incorporate those cool new abilities that we came up with into the gameplay of enemy design in those caves? And again, it's something very, very unique to this game as well, because, well, no other game has those ascent abilities, so it's something that only this game can really do in the first place. It's nice that they also took advantage of it, right, and not just left it at, oh hey, we made an ascent ability. They actually thought about how to properly use it. Oh, it's just floating here. I was going to say, where the hell are these arrows even pointing? But they just point towards the Korok right away. Easy enough. I do remember there was one other Korok that was looking for its friend somewhere close to the stable. Did we actually deal with everything here? I'm pretty sure we did, right? We did the pen quest, we helped the kid with the monster problem. I think that was mostly it. Wait a second. Isn't that another Korok? Why is there smoke coming from over there? What? Wait, where the hell is the Korok that I saw? Damn it, I should have marked it too. I thought it was somewhere up here. It was so easy to see when I approached the stable for some reason. Oh, there it is. There we go. That's the Korok I was looking for. Wait, but it didn't talk to it yet. Oh, maybe that's something else. Oh yeah, he's also looking the other way. Aww. Where's your friend, little buddy? Oh, that's quite far away. Damn it. Aww. I think, honestly, in this particular case, it might just be easiest if I carry him. Come here, buddy. Did I deal with those monsters earlier? I know that I dealt with one particular monster camp. Wasn't that the one that had all the explosives on it? Yeah, I think so. Holy shit, your friend's far away. Oh well. Oh god, I turned the controller around. I always underestimate just how much the motion controls can steer. Especially with these abilities. Oh my god, it's getting warm in here, damn it. I don't know how hot it was supposed to be today in general. I think not that much hotter than last week, but it's the humidity that's really the biggest problem here. Isn't this already quite close to the to Kakariko again? Oh yeah, that's the Goron and his buddy sitting over there, right? Pretty sure. Poor little Korok dude. Just you know, somewhat silently floating through the air. There you go. And there's your friend. Yeah. Thanks for bringing my friend. Alright. Reunited. There we go. God, now I moved away from the stable. Well, let's just run back. These wetlands I'm just gonna, you know, leave like this for now. We're going to be looking at this entire area once I move on to the Zora. The problem is actually that I also don't really have that much Zonite anymore. It's been a while now that I've been down in the depths. Interestingly enough. Oh, wait, that looks like another Korok. Which just means that I cannot just, you know, conjure up auto-build structures on my own. Because it would sadly just cost too much. Oh yeah, that's definitely a Korok. There we go. And that's a thunderstorm. Wow. God, oh god, I could have, yeah. Completely forgot about that. This is way easier. I really, really love the sound of the thunder rolling in. It sounds incredibly impressive to me. Oh boy. That's a lot of weapons that react with the... Guess we're putting this on. Do I have a shield? Oh, the Zonai stuff doesn't actually react to lightning. Oh, let's put put these ones on then. Yeah, don't know why, but games that do incorporate thunder, for some reason they very rarely truly capture the sound of it. Like Tears of the Kingdom does here. It's just something about this distant rumble of thunder that it's honestly difficult to put into words how it sounds. But I feel like, or I want to say that they pretty much perfectly captured it here. You know what? Since it is a thunderstorm, might as well use another one of those sleepover tickets that I have way too many of and sleep until morning again. And maybe the thunderstorm will have passed. Yes, regular bed. I'll use a ticket. I mean, I need to get rid of them eventually, right? So it's a... I should probably just do that every single time I'm coming by a stable. I'm just going to use one of the sleepover tickets. Oh boy, that was not scary at all there for a second. Again, huh? But see, doesn't that mean that the monsters right next to the stable are just going to be back now? So what was that quest about that the kid gave us? I don't know, that's really one of my biggest gripes currently with the game, is kind of how the monster camps work, and then also the issue that they sadly lead to some quests. Yeah, see, they're just back. They lead to these quests just feeling sort of pointless, right? Because why was the kid complaining about the monster earlier, but now he doesn't care? It's that one little bit that I found so far that actually breaks your immersion somewhat, and I wish it wouldn't. Because, I mean, at least... They could have at least, whenever there is a monster location that is tied to a quest, they could just not respawn those particular monsters. So I don't know why they decided to do that. That being said, I can see them maybe, like maybe they felt like they would have had to come up with another idea as to why those ones did not spawn back. But still, I mean, but that's the Blood Moon in and of itself. I feel like, yeah, because you could have easily come up with some idea of, oh, hey, maybe the gloom or something, some lingering energy of Ganon is what is, oh, hello, is the problem here, right? So I would have, at least I would have done it like that, where the reason as to why the Blood Moon works and why it in fact does respawn all the monsters could be because there is some lingering energy of the monsters still in the surrounding environment, and that would mean that, you know, they can in fact respawn in those particular places. But the more you fight back against the gloom, the more you make sure that it cannot spread further on the surface, the more monsters you deal with in a particular region as well, the more that sort of energy would be dissipating and they wouldn't be able to respawn even with a Blood Moon coming up. I feel like if they had incorporated something like that, it would have been way more satisfying to deal with the monster camps. But alas, they didn't. Oh my gosh, already! I've waited a long time for someone to rescue me. It's my own darn fault. I'm here, though. Dropped something down the well and climbed in after it. I even had a ladder, but yeah, it broke when I tried to climb up. Dude, how long have you been down here? Then on top of that, my best buddy I go everywhere with should have noticed, but he didn't. He kept right on going. Come on, man, really? Yeah, your buddy kinda sucks, doesn't he? Sorry, not your fault. Can't tell you how happy I am that you came down here. But what now? The ladder's wrecked. I mean, the broken part is still here, so we technically could fix it. The dang ladder weren't too high to reach. It fell into a well. Okay, that is somewhat concerning. I mean, okay. He's in a well, so he's got food. The fish are here. And a pretty much endless supply of water for one person. So I can see him surviving down here, but I still don't want to know how long, you know, he stuck around. Oh boy. I did not realize that this was going to be a ladder that can actually move like that. There we go. Connected it back up. It's just you and me now, stuck down at the bottom of a well. Not the worst place to call home, I guess. Huh? Wait, it's fixed? Did you do that? You're incredible! Now, let's get out of here already. Okay, that was a funny little quest, I have to admit. Man, you saved me! I thought I'd be stuck in that well for the rest of my life, seriously. I really owe you, so here, take this. God, do I really want to know how long you were stuck down there? I'm going to catch up to my buddy Jorah and head to Foothill Stable so we can apply for the Zone A survey team. Oh wait, did we... Where's Foothill Stable again? Why do I recognize that name? I feel like I already met Jorah, but now I'm not sure. See you around. Thanks again. And hey, don't go falling into any wells, okay? Well, I mean, I can just descend back out or can glue ladders together, so it's not really a big issue. Seriously though, Foothill Stable? Where's that? Tooling Peaks? Yeah, I'm really feeling the lack of stables back here, honestly. Userin, Tabanza Bridge. Snowfield. Okay, wherever that is, I definitely haven't been there yet. Huh. Hey, it's Mr. Hudson Sign Dude. It's been a while, buddy. I missed ya. I mean, well, somewhat. Ooh, what the hell is that? Kind of looks like a broken down cart. Or a couple, actually. Next to a Lizalfos. Well, let's help the dude again. Hey, buddy, what's going on? A long time no see, huh? Nice. Hopefully shouldn't be too much of an issue. What is that in the background? Is this just a giant... Oh, that's a balloon part. Huh. That should already be enough, I'm pretty sure. Try letting go. See? Perfect. Oh, right. One of the big reasons why I went to Ateno is I wanted to talk to Hudson Construction, but I guess they're not even there anymore then, right? I completely forgot about that. That whole business with the mayor wiped my brain on Hudson Construction for some reason. Huh. Okay, that's a red rupee. Some veggie rice balls. Perfect. Another one! I was just trying to get rid of them. Damn it. Oh boy, why so many sleepover tickets? Seriously, I don't need those. I appreciate the gesture. Oh. You think there is a Korok up there? Kind of looks like a suspicious place, doesn't it? Can we ascend? Because it's still raining. No, yeah, it's, Okay, that's a Bokoblin camp. I honestly completely forgot about Hudson Construction even being a thing in Hateno. Wait, were they always there to begin with? I don't really remember where they had their like headquarters thingy. God damn it. Perfect. Okay. Well, that's definitely a Korok. Come on, Link. What the hell are you doing? Oh, right. I always forget about this. There we go. I almost thought that I wouldn't catch it. Or load it to the ground. Okay. That honestly seems quite high. Oh yeah, it is. Wow. Huh. Do you think there's anything on there? I don't want to, you know, use too much stuff to then just discover that nothing's actually... What the hell are you doing, Link? God. Okay, let's see. Let's use this one. Break out a rocket and fuse it to the shield. I don't actually want to use a rocket for this, but you know what? Might as well. Wow. Okay. That actually got me way higher than I suspected. Oh, whoopsie. Yeah, definitely higher than I thought. Wow. Cool. Damn it! I traded one rocket for a wing, or for 3 wings. Kind of a bad trade, but alright. Well, anyways, where the hell is Hookup Landing? I said so difficult to... Oh, it's over there. For a second here, it was actually really difficult to see that. Hey guys, what's going on? Ooh, wait a second. I'm not gonna fight them myself. Okay, let's grab that first. First the chest. Ooh, those are some silver bokoblins and 3 time bombs. Interesting. Alright. I think it's time for another round of Bokoblin FC against the Zonai Club. Damn it, what did I call them last time? Anyways, let's do this. Where are my Octorok balloons? There we go. I love that you can make that float away. Did they see each other? Oh yeah, they did. And the Bokoblins are attacking. They're still having trouble finding their bearings, but that was a one-shot! Unbelievable! The Bokoblins this time not pulling any punches whatsoever, but the Zonai strike back. Oh, there's the flamethrower coming in. The Golden Zonai, they are definitely in a fierce battle here with the Silver Bokoblin. Wow, this is one hell of a fight, but his friend is coming in to help. This is going to be a difficult situation for the Zonai here because they are having trouble getting back up and their friend still has trouble actually utilizing the burning flamethrower. No, now they even burned their weapon. This is going to be even more difficult. And there it goes. That's one Bokoblin defeated, but obviously the Silver Bokoblin, the next one is coming in too. Now both are burned. That looks like a very, very interesting situation. The Golden Zonai actually having some trouble. He now deciding to finally deal with the ranged Bokoblin, but then deciding against it. And now they're both fighting. They're ganging up on one Silver Bokoblin. No, he's deciding differently again. And now he's trying to go for the Archer. Ooh, but the Archer with a very, very critical hit. And obviously the two in front still fighting. Silver Bokoblin having some trouble dealing with the flamethrower here, but the ranged Bokoblin was able to deal with the Zonai. So now we're just one Zonai against 3 Bokoblin. The red one on top of the tower still hasn't noticed what's going on. And there is the win! Team Bokoblin this time around actually being successful against the Zonai. Well, this was one hell of a battle. I hope you liked it. Damn it. I should have thought of a shoutcaster name. But either way, this was pretty fun. I always like when they're fighting each other. It looks really, really ridiculous. And it's super fun in general. Oh, damn it. Oops. That was... Oh, there we go. Eh, it didn't actually hit the... Okay. You get frozen... I do still have some. Let's see. I'm just gonna hit him normally. That's so incredibly ridiculous. God, they have... Oh dear, he's burning. Perfect. The Bokoblin on top of the tower still hasn't noticed that anything's going on. Okay. Those two dealt with, and now it's his turn. Oops. Oh, that's the flying thing coming in. When did I bake that apple? There we go. God, they have a lot of health. I wonder how much, actually. I want to say that in... Oh, hello. In, Breath of the Wild, they had like 1,000 HP or something. I mean, considering that this weapon actually deals 23 points of damage. I mean, just look at how often I've already had to hit him. So it is pretty crazy, all things considered. Oh, let's not. Okay. Need to be careful to not burn everything. Honestly, it's a lot more fun to make them fight each other now that we got some upgraded, what are they called? Upgraded versions of these enemies, right? The Silver Bokoblins, very, very capable, but then also the orange Zonai. They're all quite something. There we go. I should probably fuse a couple new things, right? Let's actually create another one of these ridiculous weapons with the Silver Bokoblin horns. It is pretty crazy to me, though, that a Bokoblin horn now is the strongest thing that I have. But that being said, that might also be due to the fact that the other creatures I haven't seen in their silver upgraded versions yet. So pretty sure once we see the big boss Bokoblins or Moblins and whatnot in their silver forms, we're gonna get even crazier stuff. I am pretty sure of that. Okay, so that's a 37. It adds what? Like 31 to your weapon damage, yeah. Okay. I have a couple of fairly ridiculous things here. I need to remember to just drop them once I get the chance, because, yeah, that's not exactly stuff that I really want to keep, honestly. Let's fight... Yeah, sure, let's fight this for a bit. Have I already done that shrine? Oh yeah, that's that one. Okay, perfect. Right, so I'm gonna be moving back to Lookout Landing for now, because... Well, actually, why? There was one thing that I wanted to do, I think. Because, I mean, I haven't really dealt with any of the phenomena, so... Don't think there is much point in coming back here. These guys I already fought with at some point. Yeah, I wonder if the game somehow saves a point in time where you started engaging a particular enemy camp. Because, I mean, I did unlock that rewind feature, right? So the one that shows you your entire progress through the game world. So, considering that the game's saving all of that data, I'm just wondering if it also, through that, saves... Well, it kind of does, right? It saves the locations you've visited. It saves the monster camps you engaged with. So maybe once you've already seen a particular monster camp... oh, damn it. I actually... don't want to go to the castle right away. Or rather... you know what? Let's actually go to the castle right away. But yeah, I'm just beginning to wonder whether or not the game somehow... Like, once you approach a certain monster camp, it calculates based on your current progress through the world. It calculates what kind of monsters it spawns in, right? But if you then later on return to one of the monster camps you've already been to, it always feels to me as if they're still the same monsters, right? They don't get upgraded over time. Maybe? Although, technically, that wouldn't even make that much sense, considering that they all spawn, or respawn, rather, every single time you, you trigger the Blood Moon, right? It's a bit of a weird thing, honestly. I'm not quite sure how it works, or is supposed to work, rather. Okay, let's see. Where is Compendium, Tower Medallion? I guess it's here somewhere? There we go, new Champion's Tunic. According to Princess Zelda's diary, a new and improved Champion's Tunic is hidden in the throne room of Hyrule Castle. She wrote that the torches are the key, but what does that mean? So let's go back to the castle real quick. I don't really need to look at much else at the castle itself because I've already been in most places there, I think. So I'm just going to try to move back to the throne room real quick and try to solve whatever she was saying here. That, what you just saw there in the distance, that is one thing where I'm a little bit curious as to why they decided to design it like that. So the way the gloom appears from a distance, for some reason, I mean, obviously from a distance, it looks as if there is a whole bunch of gloom around the castle, which makes sense because technically there is. But it sort of gets replaced with a more finely detailed version of gloom, I guess, if you're actually in the castle yourself. The weird part is that there is this transition period here where you're sort of approaching the castle, but it's removing the gloom that you see from a distance, presumably because it wouldn't look that great looking at it from this close. But it's not really introducing new gloom either, so it's this weird thing where it just looks like the gloom just completely disappears for a while. And then it gets reintroduced sort of as an effect around your character. I wonder why they decided to do that, because overall, I think one of their biggest achievements in making Breath of the Wild and this game run on the Switch is that those transitions really aren't that noticeable most of the time, right? So the way they build up all of their objects in the distance, they're really, really good in terms of detail. Like it just works exceptionally well how all of those objects look like from a distance, because it's, you know, they really seem to have considered all kinds of different LODs, right? In terms of the distance of how objects look like when they're streamed in from a game engine. Which is impressive to see. It's just weird that in this particular case, they didn't really think about it all that much, I guess. I don't know. Maybe they thought that it just worked pretty well. Because, I mean, at the end of the day, the gloom that you see from a distance pretty much works like fog, right? In that the further away you are, the more noticeable it'll be. Because, well, oh, come on. There we go. Because your vision sort of sees all of the fog molecules essentially, you know, coming together. Oh, hey, here. Right, it's the same effect that you have when you're like in mountainous regions and you see that sort of bluish mist between the mountains. Is you just see the effects of the atmosphere. What am I even doing? I could just ascend from here. Why am I making this so complicated? There we go. So it would make sense that the gloom from a distance actually looks thicker and would look thinner the closer you move towards the castle. It's just that for some reason they didn't really make it a gradual transition, but rather one that is just quite noticeable for some reason. Wait, how the hell did I even get back up? Or back up to the castle in the first place? I guess I actually took the tower, right? I completely forgot about that. I think last time I just blasted myself into the sky with the tower and Lookout Landing. Well, you know what? Let's just fast travel real quick. I mean, I am here. It's not like I'm doing anything that I haven't done before. Let's just go up to the castle real quick. Oh my god, it's really, really getting hot now. God, don't you just hate it when your body just begins to sweat whenever you touch anything? I hate that. Oh. Bunch of moblins. Oh yeah, I forgot about this insane music here. I'm still wondering why that exists, because felt like the first time I visited the castle, not much was going on here. I mean, there's all of these, like, creatures around that still seem to be patrolling the area, but that's kind of it. Not much else going on, all things considered. And now that I've been down in the depths quite a number of times, you know, all this gloom space and whatnot, it's not really that scary anymore, to be entirely honest. Okay. Let's see. Sanctum. I wonder why this is filled up. That is another one of those very, very curious things to me, right? Because in Breath of the Wild, we fell down quite a bit, right? So considering what we now know of where the castle stood on top of, and that the, like the Demon King was being held down by Raru's hand below the castle, it seems weird that we would have fallen down that far. I mean, it definitely wasn't far enough to where we would get close to the depths, but it's still as if Calamity Ganon wanted to fight close to where the Demon King was, for some reason. Okay, so the quest says, hidden in the throne room, she wrote that the torches are the key. I mean, there's a couple of torches here, right? Kind of depends on what she means. Because I don't know if we can... Oh, it might refer to these ones then, huh? Because these ones look like they can actually be lit. Ah, there we go. Oh, cool. I should have suspected that there's something below this thing, because it seems like that's always the case. Okay, there we go. What a cool hiding spot. I wonder if there are people who maybe found this on their own. I mean, you know, because I can definitely see, considering just how many people play this game, maybe somebody just wanted to be more cozy and decided, oh, you know what, I'm just going to turn on the torches, and then suddenly this thing opens up. That would be insane to discover on your own, I feel like. There we go. Champion's Leathers. This garment, worn by those in good standing with Hyrule royalty, has been reworked with the latest improvements, such as a new shoulder guard. And it actually has a higher defense value than the other stuff. Nice. God, I love the look of this. I love that they chose that blue coloration for the hero's tunic in both this game and the previous one. Didn't the Champion's Tunic in Breath of the Wild give you access to enemy HP values, though? I wonder if it still does that. Right. Let's move back to Lookout Landing now. Was there anything that I still wanted to do there? What kind of stuff do we potentially have to do in Lookout Landing? There are a total of 50. I can maybe update this quest. She said she's going to go see the Lookout Landing well, because I never really talked to her ever since she moved to Lookout Landing, right? So it might be worth it. Maybe she's going to move somewhere else. I already took this picture, so that's good. Oh yeah, that's also in Rito Village. This one we can definitely do once I move on to the Gorons. Let's see here. Yeah, I think overall, unfortunately, I don't even have anything to do in Lookout Landing in particular. Oh, wait, no, I do! Lights and rhythm, which is not capture the stone temple picture, show them to Wordsworth. Did I already take a picture of the one that fell in Lookout Landing? Because I actually don't really remember that. I mean, it might be worth it to just take a picture again, right? If I already took one, oh well. No big deal. That's a Korok. You think I can hit that from here if I attach a key swing to my arrow? Ooh, I actually might be able to. Wow! Yeah! Okay, that's impressive. I mean, I knew that the key swings can, like, vastly improve the distance the arrows can travel, but that's one hell of a distance. Okay. Well, I already explored much of this castle, I think, right? So... well, let's quickly move over there. I don't know if I've been in that building here. Second gatehouse. Although, might have been. Didn't I say something about the... because these gatehouses contain silver linels. Last time I was here. There we go. A royal bow. Alright. Guess we're dropping this one. Kinda hope for a weapon instead of a bow, but oh well. I was halfway expecting there to just be, for Lionel to just be here and come down and attack me, but I guess that's not the case this time around. But yeah, I'm really still confused, and I think I spoke at length about that the last time I was here. It's very strange to me how, especially with the music, they're making this place seem like it's... oh, I guess there's something below here. Nothing that can be opened up, though. I don't know. I mean, this entire place just has this insanely intense feeling to it. But not much happens overall for some reason. I don't even know how to describe it, honestly. It's definitely a bit of a weird thing. But yeah, let's talk to the well girl in Lookout Landing. And I think in general I could maybe take a look at whether or not there's something else that we can still discover here. I don't really think so. I mean, at this particular point, I feel like there isn't much that might have changed, right? Because I haven't dealt with the new phenomenon. I have been both to Kakariko and Hateno. But, I want to say that both of those cities don't really relate back to here all that much. But who knows? I mean, might be worth a visit either way. I mean, I am like a huge fan of this place in general, so yeah. Definitely great to come back every once in a while, right? Hey, what's going on? Ooh. That's still the same slab she had last time, right? Did you figure anything out about the depths or the Yiga clan? Of the reports I've already received, I'm focusing on the chasms found in the east. Oh, right. In the Lanero region, because that's also where Koga went currently, yeah. To the east, yeah, we already talked about that. Okay. So we obviously need to look into that eventually. Aw, poor Hestu. Actually, I can talk to him. What are you doing here? Yeah, it's so great. Hey, you're interested in the snow-quilt tunic that just came in stock too? I've been eyeing that butte for a while now. Butte, okay. But I don't have enough rupees. Maybe I should sell off my ores. I could buy it already. Yeah, maybe you should. Huh. Radiant shirt. That's the one from... So this is from Kakariko, this is from... No, wait, they're both from Kakariko, right? Huh, how very interesting. I thought these were going to be places of things that we get in, you know, Rito, Goron City, the Zora domain. But it seems like they've also added stuff from Kakariko as well. Huh. That's very curious. Nothing over here, though, even though it looks like something else will still be added here. That's rice. I still have 5 rice. I need wheat. Damn it. Yes, dude. What's going on? There's a shop here, huh? Yes, there is. Shakala. Yeah, I brought you some seeds. Let's go with the shield stash first, because that's the smallest one. I feel like I'm not actually going to be able to expand my stash by quite that much, because... Well... It's already quite expensive at this point. There we go. Honestly, I have to admit, I'm already at a point where more expansion is almost, you know, kind of pointless. Because I'm already running around with way too much stuff. 25, holy shit. Yeah, that is a bit of an issue. It was a much bigger issue in Breath of the Wild, right? Because now I still have so much to do, so many, you know, quests to look into, so many story beats to look into. Overall, the way the game's designed now, especially also with how the weapons fuse together, how I haven't found all of the fusion materials, right? So there's still a whole bunch of stuff to discover, which is really, really exciting. But this was actually somewhat of a big problem in Breath of the Wild for me, as in, well, beyond a certain point, it just felt like the game wasn't really giving you anything anymore, right? So in Breath of the Wild, it sort of went into this direction of, okay, now you're just here to deal with the Divine Beasts. Most of the side quests that you got weren't all that exciting or interesting to do. Some of them were, but it just, you know, not very often, all things considered. And, well, I definitely hit a point in Breath of the Wild where it felt like the game was kind of done without the game being done, right? So I hadn't played through it. I still hadn't visited all the regions. I hadn't dealt with all the Divine Beasts. But for the most part, it felt like I was done, right? I had, like, almost max equipped my character. I had... it just... The feeling the game evoked in that particular moment was a game where you were already in the end game, just that Breath of the Wild didn't really have an end game beyond just, I guess, collecting more Korok seeds, doing more shrines, and... well, ultimately, obviously, defeating Ganon and dealing with the Divine Beasts, but that wasn't really all that interesting. Like, the world was still there to explore, but even that didn't really give you that much after a certain while, especially since, you know, very, very unique and interesting quests were few and far between. Now that's completely different. I mean, I still haven't even unlocked armor upgrades. So there is still so much left that I can do that it doesn't really matter that it feels like I've already exhausted one particular avenue that the game is giving you, which in this particular case would be the expansion of your inventory, right? Because, I mean, when you look at this, especially with my weapons here, but even the other inventories, that is more than I'll ever need, right? I simply don't need more inventory than that because I already don't really go through all of my weapons in any particular case. I would have to fight an insanely strong enemy with an insane amount of HP to even get close to getting through all of my weapons, right? And that's just simply not going to happen. That being said, I think that it's perfectly fine this time around because maybe I've exhausted this one particular avenue of upgrading stuff through the Korok seeds. But there is still so much left to discover, so many people to talk to, so many quests to do, really, really interesting quests to do, interesting places to visit. I don't even have any idea of what's happening in the other regions still. Whereas in Breath of the Wild, I would have known, okay, there's just another divine beast waiting for me, right? So the setup is way more interesting. The quests are way better written. And overall, it's just, even though you maybe exhaust one particular avenue where for whatever reason you've already gathered way more stuff than what the game was maybe anticipating you to have at any given moment, it still feels like there is so much left to discover still, right? So it's just that comparison is incredibly interesting to me. And yeah, ultimately, and I know I've said that before as well, Tears of the Kingdom is kind of the worst thing that could have happened to Breath of the Wild, because it very much feels like we're sort of... It feels like Breath of the Wild is almost a bad first draft of this particular game. Right, and that's, yeah, a bit of an issue, I would say. Who are you again? President Hudson. Can I go back to Tarrytown soon? All right. Well, now that I've actually visited Hateno, I'm pretty sure that we're going to find President Hudson in Tarrytown, and hopefully are able to talk to him about Mr. Sign Guy. Why is he here still? Because if... Was there a thunderstorm coming in again? Because I feel like, weren't they only here to build the stable? And then that was it? I'm not entirely sure what Hudson Company was wanting to do here. A new well, also neat. Hey, what's going on? Long time no see. Hey, it's you. I'm fascinated by the many old wells across Hyrule, but new wells are pretty interesting too. Like this one. Alright. I don't exactly know what you would consider new here. Or did they really just build this well for Lookout Landing? Because, I mean, the emergency shelter was already here, right? Oh, have you come to tell me about the location of more wells you found? Yeah, got more for you. Let's see how many we've been to since last time we talked to her. Whoa! So 23 of them... Wait, this time? So, not counting the 5 I already talked to her about? We've been to 28 wells? Okay. Thanks for sharing. I'm excited to go visit all of these wells. Let's see. How many left across Hyrule? Oh, there's still a total of 30 to find. It can be hard to find old hidden wells. If only there was some sort of tool for searching for things. Let's chat again if you find any more well locations. Wait, can I use my sensor to look for wells? Wait, seriously? Maybe? Not entirely sure how that's supposed to work. Okay, let me look at the updated quest. I really didn't think that I looked at that many wells. Well, to be fair, I also don't know how it counts that, because I found that one location that had like 5 or 6 wells connecting to the same cave. So I'm inclined to think that the game counted that as being individual wells. Because otherwise I'm not entirely sure how I would have found that many. Yeah, it added to the 5 that I already told her about. So it's 28 now out of 58. Yeah, it might have... because they're also... I think they have different names. Where the hell was that? Oh yeah, here. Yeah. These ones, right? Daya Village Ruins Eastwell, and then Ruinswell Northwell, and then South and Hills of Balmerwell. Yeah. It was this location, and then we had this one as well. So no wonder we found that many. So I guess every single well location counts as a singular well, which makes sense because they are, right? Just because they connect to the same, I guess, quote-unquote water source or cave, if you will. They're still technically different wells. So that makes sense. Okay. Awesome. And I actually do know of another thing that we can do. Please don't hit me. Damn it. Why does it always happen so fast? God. There we go. Imagine if one of these people was also randomly being hit by lightning. They would just be dead. Anything happened here? Let's talk to the statue, actually. Because I think we can finally upgrade to our final part of the second stamina wheel. Indeed we can. Yes. Okay. So far, I think, ever since I did my third, I want to say, roughly third stamina upgrade, I haven't had any trouble whatsoever with stamina. So I think I'm going to keep it at 2 wheels for now, for quite some time, and just invest into more hearts as time goes on. Going back to what I just said about Hestu as well, this is sort of the same thing, right? At this point, I want to say that both hearts and stamina are way, way less of an issue as what they were before. Which, you know, sucks to a certain degree, considering that I definitely have a lot of game left still. And it feels like a bunch of these core aspects aren't really much of an issue anymore, but that being said, I'm pretty sure the game's going to surprise me with a couple of enemies down the road. Also, to be entirely fair, for example, I haven't been hit by one of the Silver Bocoblin's arrows, and I feel like those probably hurt. So, yeah, that's another thing I would need to be aware of. And speaking of that, they might eventually also spawn in with stronger weapons eventually, right? Because now they still haven't really, but we'll see. Goron's ravenous for red rocks. Well, that's interesting. There has been an uptick in nefarious activities by some members of the Goron tribe. Travelers to Goron City, beware. This must be some kind of joke. Oh yeah, we already heard that, right? Well, let's look at the other story. Nothing I haven't read already, okay. Not that many news going around here, apparently. Yeah, I forgot about that somewhat, honestly. That the part of the Gorons, for some reason, apparently does, like, I don't want to say criminal activities, but it does sound pretty problematic, right? As far as the Gorons are concerned. So, no idea what's going on there. Well, that being said, I think there isn't really that much more that we can do here. I mean, we can maybe quickly talk to Pura, although I don't think she's gonna have anything new to say. I mean, we can always talk to Pura, right? But in theory, I don't think she would have anything new to talk to us about. Hey there, what's going on?
Yes.
Linky, welcome back. I've been hearing a lot about your adventures. It's become clear as day that there is a connection between Princess Zelda and the upheaval. Things are much more serious than I previously thought. I need you to hurry to the remaining regions and soon. And we need to investigate the other village I'm concerned about too. There was Kakariko though, right? Oh, wait. It's a relatively new place called Tarrytown in Akala, northeast of here. Has she already mentioned that to us? Or is that a new thing because I've now been to Kakariko? Hudson Construction is located there. They're the same folks who built Lookout Landing and the Skyview Towers. For some reason, Zonai devices are falling near that area more than elsewhere. There's got to be a special reason for it. If you want more info, talk to Atmos down in the shelter. He can probably point you in the right direction. Oh, no, never mind. Now I remember. She already said that last time, and I remember being confused about why that particular place would be of interest. Because the, check it. Oh, damn it! She commented on the Hero's Tunic, or Champion's Tunic. Sometimes it's difficult to know whether or not they'll add like little bits and pieces and comments about certain things or actions you did. But yeah, she said it suits Link to wear the Champion's Tunic. But yeah, I sort of forgot about that whole thing with Akala. It is very strange because that particular town, like Tarrytown, we technically helped construct in Breath of the Wild. So it's pretty much one of, by far, the newest places that exist, except for Lookout Landing. Although Lookout Landing was built on the previous emergency shelter and kind of is located very, very close to what Castletown was previously. So it's not exactly a new place as that, right? Whereas Tarrytown actually seemed to have been a completely new city that was just built. So I wonder why Zonai devices are falling there. Maybe they randomly, or for another particular reason, picked a region that located a very, very important sky island that was related back to Zonai element construction or something. No idea. But it's going to be interesting to find out, obviously. Okay, let's switch my stuff back here. There we go. Right, so I think we're finally ready to move on and move over to Goron City. One particular thing we could take a look at would be Woodland Stable. But I'm still inclined to move over to uncover this portion of the map first. Also, I haven't actually seen where this particular tower is located. Isn't it back here? I want to say I saw the tower of this region all the way back there, so... Huh. That would be a little bit annoying, not gonna lie. I mean, obviously I could go over there by just, for example, going back here. Ooh. Oh, wait! Oh, that's cool! So it shows you the ancient tablets that you've already deciphered? I did not know that was a thing. Well, that's perfect then. Right, so that means that I haven't gotten this yet. Okay, so I was correct in taking a picture of it. Perfect. Right, now that we're moving on, there is a Hinox here that we need to deal with. And then obviously the treasure that we can find is over here. So I think we're gonna move over here first, find that treasure, then move on to clear out the Hinox, and then finally the tower. That seems like a good idea. The one question that comes up now, though, is do I want to take my horse out? Or do I want to do this on foot? Because I'm pretty sure eventually I'm just gonna leave my horse behind again. Which sucks, but sometimes it's really, really difficult to call it back to you. But if I don't take it out now, I'm never using it again, so... Let's take out Phantom again. Have you been to Woodland Stable? I hear there's a great fairy fountain right nearby. Yeah, I want to go there. Phantom. I like the new stuff. Looks pretty awesome. Although I'm still looking forward to gaining more saddles. Shakala. Bye-bye, Hestu. See you in a bit. I mean, I'm sure we'll be back here. Well, definitely after I've dealt with the Gorons, right? That's the tower we're going towards. Yeah, see, the other one... Well, it could be behind the castle, but I'm pretty sure that it was at that particular location I just pointed at, so... that's going to be somewhat difficult to reach, at least from here. So we'll have to move on to other things for now. Where are you going? Just follow the road, buddy. I don't know, something about... Oh, is that him again? No, okay, we've already done... I was gonna say, I'm pretty sure I was already here at some point. Something about seeing all the already discovered structures and whatnot in the distance is really awesome to me. I don't know. I like that a lot, right? It makes the world seem a bit more familiar. Also, I do recognize this particular tree. Is it one of the cave ones? I'm pretty sure it is. Yeah, it is. Okay, I need to mark this on the map. What marker have I used for that? The diamond. Okay, perfect. Diamond, diamond, diamond. There we go. Because that way, I'll eventually be able to just come back to these trees and take a look at whether or not I've still overlooked any particular caves in these areas. Oh, right! There was that talus that was moving about over here. I already saw that at some point. Or said bridge. This region looks very interesting, doesn't it? I almost don't need to attach anything to my arrows, because they're dead anyways. Okay, let's see. Nope, not yet. There we go. I always... For a split second, I think that doesn't work, because he always takes a little bit to actually fall down. But then it does work, in fact. Okay, I should probably use this hammer because... Holy sh... That's a lot of damage. That's a lot of damage! There we go. It was worth it, though. As cool as these taluses are to look at, eventually they're not exactly the most exciting battle anymore, right? So... It makes sense, or it's just more fun if you can clear them out quite quickly. Do I have any particular weapon where this would be worth fusing it to? Honestly, you know what? Since Ace gave me that tip earlier, might as well fuse it to a shield this time around too, right? Just a question of which one. Maybe the Zora one. It's cool as it looks. There we go. It just... now I just need to remember to actually use it for breaking rocks, right? Instead of using my stone hammer. There we go. I think this region looks somewhat peculiar, doesn't it? Did it look like this in Breath of the Wild 2 and I just forgot? Because it just looks like everything here has grown over with moss. which is weird to look at, especially considering that, you know, it doesn't seem like there's much vegetation here at all, which you would assume to be, you know, the reason for why there are potentially, there's potentially a lot of moss everywhere. Okay, this looks interesting. Huh. I don't know where the shrine's located. Yeah, it looks like there were some gigantic trees here in the past. I might have forgotten about this region somewhat. Creenal Hills. Look at this. So these were trees originally. That's an insane size for trees. I hear a Korok. Where's the Korok? What? Why do I hear that? Oh, there it is. I see it. Yeah, I wonder what happened here, because for some reason the enormous size of this place, or size of the trees, does really remind me quite a bit of Elden Ring, doesn't it? I mean, that's insane. And the thing is, we don't see anything that even comes close to this particular size of tree. Right? So I feel like this is quite crazy, all things considered. Wait, where the hell is the shrine supposed to be, though? It's beeping the entire time, but I'm just not entirely sure what I'm looking at here. But yeah, I wonder if that's the reason for this place still being this mossy, is because these trees existed here in the past? I don't know. Oh yeah. I always forget that since I'm weakened, I actually deal less damage with the demon bow. And I need to remember that, honestly. I wonder why so many bokoblins have taken camp here, though. But I'm really quite unsure as to whether or not this place has existed. Oh, hey! Haven't seen you guys in a while. Wait. Okay, that was really brilliant. Can they do anything against me? Oh wait, even the sky turned back to normal. That's weird. It's like they don't even see me from here. Huh? Okay, that's really funny. Let's just heal up real quick. Hey guys. I definitely don't want to use the bombs this time around, though. How weird. Oh. Huh. So... Oh, it's getting misty here. I didn't even realize there was going to be, that this region is going to look like something else. Well, that was interesting. I almost forgot about that being a thing. So, I saw something similar happen in the labyrinth I was in. Right? Because in the labyrinth, there were hands as well. And they actually weren't that easy to deal with. Especially since I didn't really have I was still pretty weak at that point, and I didn't even really have, you know, I didn't have a lot of stuff with me. Overall, it was just quite a difficult situation to deal with, honestly. I did manage to defeat Phantom Ganon in that particular case, but funnily enough, a Blood Moon happened right after I dealt with the hands. So they respawned, but I ran away from them, and they eventually just didn't exist anymore, and I wasn't quite sure what had happened. But it turned out that, well, at some point I just found the dark clumps on the floor again. Oh god. Stop that. Oh, is it... Oops. Come here. There we go. Oh, really? It's funny that that works, honestly. I mean, obviously it should, but yeah, it's just super interesting that it does. Come here. Oh god, I always forget that they're still spewing out rocks. Come here. There we go. Perfect. There we go. But yeah, I had just completely forgotten about the hands for some reason just disappearing. I guess if they cannot deal with you, like they try to engage you, but for some reason cannot find a way to get to you, or something like that. They have a chance to just, I don't know, they just disappear, but still leave those dark clumps behind, which is really, really interesting. God, this place looks cool when the fog comes in. Where did I make it to? Well, I'm currently sort of northeast of Lookout Landing. So I'm embarking on a new journey, if you will. I was planning on looking into Misko's treasure over here. I still have this quest for a Hinox, and then finally making it over to the tower here, and then ultimately going to Goron City. That's the current plan. Depending on how often I'll be distracted. And the location I'm currently in is already a place of distraction, considering that I only came here because the shrine indicator made me look for a shrine that I still haven't found. Wait, I was just in here. But where the hell... Oh, is it over here? I really want to know. Oh yeah, there we go. What the hell were these giant trees about? I don't remember this from the previous game at all. Also, I'm pretty sure that the game never mentioned a single thing about there being gigantic ancient trees somewhere. Well, I guess technically the trees don't exist anymore, but they did at some point in the past. It's like they're, I wonder if there's some sort of funny fan theory about Hyrule being built on top of the world of Elden Ring, the lands between. It just turned into Hyrule eventually, and this is why the, jump the gaps. That's why the trees exist here. Ooh, hello. That looks very interesting. Aren't we missing a ball? How do we activate this? Is this just supposed to be placed in here? Well, it definitely fits. Or not. Okay. That was weird. Can I turn this around? Oh, God. I always completely overlook these weird switches here. Oh, there we go. Boink. Okay, so is this really just supposed to be placed like this? Because that would be an insanely easy solution. I guess so. Is that really it? Okay. Well, there we go. And we get a second puzzle. Kinda looks like the first. Give me that real quick. And I'm gonna make myself... Oh, wait, we need... It's not gonna be enough. Oop. There we go. It's actually been a while since I built a bridge like this, it feels like. Usually don't need that anymore after a certain point. Ah, strong zonite shields. Oh, right, I upgraded my inventory, so there is still place for it, thankfully. Alright. So am I supposed to try this? Actually, does it work like that, or is the is it gonna topple over because of the energy the ball hits it with? No, it's just not enough. Wait, but I can't turn this around though, can I? Or like this will topple over, right? Yes. Okay. I'm also pretty sure that wouldn't work to be placed over here. Well, almost. Let's see, am I supposed to grab the other one from this room? That's definitely gonna make things easier. I guess so, huh? Oh yeah, okay, never mind. I am. I'm pretty sure I am supposed to do this. Because the length of the thing here, so the part of the floor here where it's slightly, you know, further below so that the ball has a sort of the same height floor to roll onto, is exactly as long as these two pieces together, right? So I'm pretty sure this is what I'm supposed to be doing. Although, yeah, it was very close already, so... I'm pretty sure with a little bit of trial and error, I still would have been able to do it, but this should definitely work. Unless I'm overshooting my target now. Well, never mind. I guess that's too high now. Maybe this was too obvious of a solution. Let's do it the other way around then. So this goes on to here. I actually hadn't considered that. I love how the game sometimes points out these things, right, that are kind of logical when you really think about them, but during, like, in that moment where you are starting to build stuff, very often you tend to not think about that. And that's that, obviously, well, yeah, the steeper incline is gonna make the ball lose velocity, and so it won't be able to actually go to the other side. Wait, really? Is it because I attached it a little bit awkwardly? Maybe that's gonna work better. There we go. Honestly, now I think the ball actually had too much velocity hitting it. Come on. You can make it. There you go. It is quite interesting how the different shapes of the structures you create influence the velocity of the ball and how it bounces off of your structure. It's just really interesting to see. There we go. Made it. One thing that I'm wondering about, especially now that we've actually met with CC and met with a bunch of people that are wearing the mushroom fashion, I wonder if we're going to meet people again who are still looking for Misko's treasure. Or if that at some point will relate back to... Well, probably not to CC, right? Although, I mean, isn't she also looking for hidden or rare clothing? Just kind of wondering why there isn't another quest attached to that. Maybe you also just need to get lucky. I mean, can never be quite sure if the particular quests and or markings on the map that I received are just... well, at least semi-random in the sense that depending on where you meet those people, they'll maybe point out locations that are close to where you are at that particular moment. I don't know. Did they really do that? Just beginning to wonder how many of these treasure locations are going to be in the game. I mean, there's an insane number of caves, it seems like, so lots of locations to put treasure into, right? Okay, I'm already moving the right way, yeah. I want to know what happened here. What's up with these gigantic trees? Why do they exist? Hey, buddy. Nah, I don't think we need to fight them. Not much of particular interest to me going on there, I don't think. Oh, hello. I mean, that being said... There are these gigantic skulls all over the place. I know that I mentioned them at some point in the past, but... It definitely does give an Elden Ring sort of feeling to the entire landscape, right? As if some giants actually existed in the past. I mean, there's another one. And now that even seems super curious since I'm in this particular location with the gigantic trees, and now for some reason there's a bunch of these skulls in here or close to it as well. How peculiar indeed. Seriously. Oh. Damn it! There wasn't even the cave entrance! Why did I use all the... Ah, well. I should probably get into the cave before I'll be grilled by the lightning, though. Is there a... Oh, there we go. Stop that. Green Hills Cave. No, 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 no! Damn it! I thought I was gonna make it into the cave. Yeah, that probably wasn't the best idea. Let's just do like a full heal real quick. It is somewhat insane how quickly that lightning can hit you. I mean, well, you can also avoid it fairly easily by just switching off of these particular weapons, but still. Okay. Looks like there isn't that much of interest down here. No, 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 not again. Okay. Whew. All right, let's look for this treasure. It is somewhat frustrating to a degree, honestly, to destroy all of these rocks and then never get anything for it. Oh boy, this is quite the elaborate location, actually. Hey, a hardy truffle. Damn it. Oh. You know what? Of course I forgot about what I said earlier that I was gonna forget about, and that is that I actually fused the Talus Heart to the shield. So there we go. At least this way, it hopefully won't break quite as easily. Although it's a bit more finicky to actually deal with all the rocks, I think. Yeah, I don't know why they decided to make these rock structures so large. If you try to... I don't want to shield surf. What the hell? If it wasn't going to be so frustrating to destroy the rocks in the first place, I think it would be fine, because at the end of the day, rock smashing is quite satisfying. And honestly, it's just... It feels a bit weird that they decided to do it like this, right? Max, hi, welcome in. So it's one of those weird decisions. You know, what kind of question is that? I don't know. Stick around, find out. No, I don't want to use Tulin. Thank you. I don't know. I feel like it would have been cool if they gave you some sort of option to... No, never mind. Shield already broke. If they gave you some sort of option to deal with these more efficiently. I mean, yeah, I know bomb arrows, but you don't always want to use up all of your resources for this, right? Because at the end of the day, I think at some point you're just not gonna bother with this anymore, which is, you know, feels a bit unfortunate as well. I mean... Oh, you okay. Oh, that's very nice of you. I appreciate that a lot. I mean, yeah, it's am I a nice person is kind of a difficult question to answer, right? Because to be entirely fair, that's always a bit of a different thing for everybody, right? But if I do seem, I really appreciate it. Let's see. Ah, there's a Bobo Frog. See, now I'm questioning whether or not I should deal with all of these rocks. I kind of want to, though. It's one of those weird things where, you know, since they are here, you just naturally want to find out what's behind them or what kind of loot you can get, but... Oh, hey. Calm down, buddy. I still feel bad every single time. Did they have to make you hit those? Oh! Well, this is actually a stone tablet. I've never seen them lying in water like that. Oh, very interesting. Yeah, let's just... Okay. Let's wait for him to hit me. It is every single time. That's really, really scary. There we go. That didn't work quite as well. For some reason, I never noticed for some time that they always throw 2 rocks at you at the same time. The problem is, I think if you try to rewind the one that's closer to you, it's just going to hit the other one, and you're not actually going to hit the stone towers, but... Then again, how else are you supposed to do this? You should go to the center of the room for no reason. Oh, really? It's the one from the trailer? Which trailer, actually? I've seen trailer number 3 a lot of times, actually, at this point. The other one's not so much. Let's hit him with the hammer again. This should hopefully... Oh, he does have quite a bit more health compared to the one that was outside. About, I don't know. About 50% more? Maybe even more than that? Oh, we're getting... It's one of the luminous ones. Okay. Well, I should have guessed as much, considering all the luminous stones that are in here. Okay, do I want to try that again? Let's see. Maybe it would be worth it to fuse it to this shield. Because I'm still not entirely convinced that this is actually going to last longer. I don't know. I really wish I would be able to find a better way to deal with these stones. But then again, for example, there, I can't even use the shield. Because how am I supposed to get up there with a shield to hit the rocks, right? Kryduma? Am I saying that correctly? Yeah, the base on top of the talus is really, really cool. I had a little bit of trouble getting behind what you're supposed to be doing with it, right? Because I tried ascending to it the entire time, because that felt like the obvious thing to do. But it's quite finicky to do that while it's still moving around. So eventually I discovered that you can rewind their stones at them. Which, you know, as you saw, isn't that easy to do either, because it feels like you get a very, very short window where they allow you to do it, but, yeah. That was in the 2020... Oh, that's one of the old directs then. I never really... Well, to be fair, I did a bit of a weird thing with all the directs, because I didn't really want to spoil myself, but then at the same time I still wanted to know whether or not I was gonna like the game. Even though I did play Breath of the Wild and knew that I probably would, but I still wanted to sort of know what there'd be... Okay, Tulin, sorry. I didn't want to do that. I wanted to smash the rocks. So I did this awkward thing where I kind of watched the directs, but kind of didn't. So I know a couple of smaller details, I guess. Okay, I don't know what it is with these luminous rocks. If they're maybe more durable than other ones. But, I mean, this shield is already almost broken again as well. So, I'm inclined to say that putting these things on a shield doesn't actually improve their durability compared to just putting them on a weapon. Turn on, yeah. The ascent ability, it's still crazy to me that they went with that, honestly. It is such an insane ability to have. Okay, so one of these things is probably going to lead me to where I wanted to go, right? Let's just use bombs. There we go. Much easier to deal with them this way. Yeah, I do think the trailers were edited quite well. I still think that, actually, because a couple of things I wasn't able to see or to discern from trailer number 3, and then in retrospect I was able to see that, right? So the trailers were cut quite well, where even if you watch them, it still, you know, felt like you weren't really gonna get spoiled. Okay, there goes the shield. Yeah, my shield is almost broken. And that was a shield that had 50 defense value, so I don't know. Maybe it's dependent on the type of shields, because I'm inclined to say that the defense value might not actually account for their durability. Like, maybe those are different things. I don't know. Yeah, it very much feels like the Ascent ability was developed to just make it easier for the player to get back out of caves, but then ultimately turned into an entirely, well, not an entirely different thing, but rather they just came up with a crazy amount of stuff, you know, connected to the Ascent ability. All right, there we go. So it is the Barbarian Armor. That's really cool. Armor once favored by an ancient warlike tribe from the Faron region. The war paint bolsters your fighting spirit and raises your attack power. That sounds awesome, actually. Yeah, it very much feels like they just thought, okay, we're going to add a bunch of caves to the game, but how are we going to make exploration easier so that the player doesn't have to run back to the entrance of the cave every single time? And ultimately decided on adding Ascent, and then probably thought about, hey, how can we, you know, incorporate this into puzzles, and what can we actually do with it? Which is insanely cool to see what it turned into eventually, right? It's just one of these things that this game seems to be pulling off so effortlessly in comparison to other things. So it's just awesome to see, honestly. Kryduma, hi, welcome in. Put yours on a 65 level shield. I've been using it a lot for a while. Well, I don't know if that's really... I mean, 50 and 65, I want to say they aren't that different to one another, but maybe they are, or maybe it's also dependent. Like, it's not only the defense value, but also the, that value in combination with whatever shield it is. I don't know. It is somewhat finicky to find out, but I guess I'm gonna try doing that for a while. Or maybe it depends on how you're actually destroying the stones. Oh, hey, got back out of the skull. I have been waiting. 7 hours and 20. Yeah, I did have to, you know, have to work for a couple days, so I really wanted to get back in today and do a bit of a longer stream. I'm probably gonna go for like an hour still. 8 hours, that was sort of the idea for today. That's still crazy to me that they were able to pull this off on the Switch, right? Have other tools for larger rocks? Yeah, I feel like I still need to find out more about how the whole rock smashing durability thing works and what we can do with it. I am really wondering what kind of optimization went into this game. I mean, we already saw that with Breath of the Wild, also just having an insane level of optimization for this kind of hardware. I mean, obviously it does help that it's running at a lower resolution and whatnot. They're definitely pulling a lot of tricks here, and overall the polygon count of a single scene isn't really that high compared to, you know, the newest, I guess, PlayStation 5, PC game, whatever. But it also really shows that you simply don't need that, right? Graphical fidelity isn't everything if the gameplay of those games doesn't actually hold up to that same graphical standard, which is actually interesting to think about. And it feels like, especially with this console generation, where, at least for me, I want to say, oh, hey, that's a Korok. It's the first time that I've truly felt like there's a huge divide between... I mean, that's always been kind of a thing, but now it seems more apparent than ever that there's like a huge divide between the graphical fidelity of games and the gameplay aspect of said games, right? And this game focuses way more on gameplay and does so in a very, very, you know, satisfying and interesting way. Whereas a lot of other games, well, they focus on graphical fidelity, but then it feels like they aren't really able to pull off a proper, well, good gameplay. or even if they have decent gameplay, it feels like they never really... They never really focus on creating a truly unique gameplay experience, right? It always feels very safe, or just like another version of another game that we've already seen. Whereas Zelda, Tears of the Kingdom in this particular case, just focuses on gameplay way more. So it's one of those things where I really, really wish we would get this level of gameplay and innovation from games that also are running on much better hardware, but I don't know. Sadly, oftentimes it feels like they are kind of chickening out of that because they feel like, oh, hey, you know, we already have the graphical fidelity, so we don't really need to put that much effort into other things. Or rather, it already takes away so much of their budget, right? And then, arguably, there are a lot of people that are also, like, focusing a lot on that, right? To a certain degree, it always feels like people are just generally more interested in games that look pretty great as well. Or they're inclined to criticize games that don't look that great really, really easily, even though, you know, that shouldn't be the #1 factor. Where the hell is that shrine? How far away would that be? Probably over here somewhere, right? Maybe in this area. Yeah, they're just making it on the Switch, right? It does show how they care. Although, sometimes I do wish, because it... to a certain degree, it also probably takes away some of their resources, right? Because they just have to optimize more, which otherwise just could be done a lot easier if they were to opt for better hardware. But you never quite know, right? It would create a totally different environment around the development of the game, so I don't know if we could be sure that it would still turn out the same. Because maybe they would then run into that same issue again, as other developers seem to be inclined to do. Oh, hey guys. Sorry, didn't mean to wake you. Come on. There. Oh god. Was afraid for a second there that he was going to hit me. Oh, hey, there's another dude up here. Whoa! Okay, he flew away very far. Oh boy, that was a bit too close for comfort, honestly. Oh yeah, don't get me started on Fallout. That's... holy shit. I don't know what they were thinking with that one. You know, after a certain point, it really does become somewhat malicious. It's not just a badly optimized game anymore, like, it's actually just straight up, you know, false promises, if you will. Okay, it's below me. Wait, that's the Silver Bokoblin! He's trying to run back up to me! Well, okay, that's... I feel like... I don't need to wait up for him. Oh, man. That's a bit too far away to collect it right now, I think. Oh, wait, that's the shrine that I marked earlier. So this is the entrance to Zora's Domain. That's not where I want to go right now. There has to be a cave down there, right? But to be fair, Cyberpunk is a very weird case anyways. I don't know what happened to that game. Because they worked on it for so long, right? It's a bit different to Fallout 76, because I think 76, they kind of went, oh, you know, we have a little bit of time, let's just try something, and, you know, didn't really care much about optimizing it. With Cyberpunk, it feels like they had so many problems they ran into that they really had to just release the game eventually, because otherwise it would have never released at all. So, I don't know. Cyberpunk is one of those weird cases where it felt like they could have probably worked on it for another 10 years and it still wouldn't have been better. I don't know. There must have been a ton of stuff that just went completely wrong during the development of that. Which is a shame, considering that it, you know, especially who was behind it. Like, seeing CD Projekt Red fall from grace so quickly was, yeah, kind of sad, honestly. There are a couple of instances where Tears of the Kingdom doesn't look that great, but that's, you know, I mean, at the end of the day, I don't think it's much of a problem at all. It has a very, very good graphical style where they really knew what kind of fidelity they wanted to achieve, and they, like, got everything out of that particular level of fidelity, which is pretty interesting because there are a couple of modern games that look so good that their level of fidelity is actually too high, what the sort of graphical artists and level designers and whatnot can achieve on their own, right? So you're going to run into that weird issue where you're expecting, or you at a first glance, the game looks super photorealistic, but if you then take a closer look, you begin to see that a lot of aspects of it just don't really come together all that well, right? It's from weird details that just don't match up to what they're supposed to be, to, I don't know, corners of textures that don't align properly with each other, right? Like, the more graphical fidelity there is, the more details you're inclined to get wrong. And with this game, it feels like they went for a very particular style and managed to achieve it pretty much perfectly. It's almost like I always compare it to something like an oil painting, right? Where through the, I guess, thickness of your brush, you have a certain level of detail that you can achieve, and it looks incredible from a certain distance, and only if you get too close, it kind of loses some of that feel, right? And that's what I want to say what they went with here, is this, it looks incredible pretty much from every angle until you really start looking into the details, and nobody really does that during gameplay anyways, so it's not that big of a deal. I actually never played Fallout 76 because I heard so many, you know, bad things about it, so I ended up not really looking into it all that much. Well, to be fair, I've never really been too much into Fallout. I like Elder Scrolls way more as a series from Bethesda, but yeah. T-posing enemies. I mean, that can sometimes be. I have seen a person actually doing, I think they called it like the $1,000 of Fallout 76 or something. And it's an incredibly funny video of everything that went wrong in their playthrough, right? And it's an amalgamation of insanity, essentially. Melanie Paulina, hi! Welcome in. Welcome in, Raiders. Thanks for joining. Really appreciate it. Honestly believe Tears of the Kingdom is the best open world. Well, I mean, it's a certain style of open world, right? There's definitely people that are looking for a very particular thing, but it works really, really well, and is an awesome Zelda game. Welcome in, everybody. How was your stream? Were you also playing Tears of the Kingdom, or something else? I'm enjoying Tears of the Kingdom a lot. This has been... Well, it's been pretty much everything I wanted out of it as a sequel from, oh boy, Breath of the Wild. I didn't want to wake you guys up. Oh, it's morning. They woke up on their own? Never mind. They just went back to sleep. Okay, let's heal up real quick, and then I'm going to try to deal with this situation. Didn't I get... there they are. Some veggie rice balls. Oh, you were playing Tears of the Kingdom as well. Yeah. How are you enjoying it? I mean, it's been one hell of a ride so far. I'm like almost 100 or over 100 hours in, and I haven't done that much, I want to say. I mean, I've done a bit, but, you know. Oof. This is one hell of a crazy game that's probably going to take me quite some time still to finish and deal with all of the shenanigans that you can do here. Alright. Let's see how well you can fight each other. I love that they're always going crazy with their horns. Start fighting, damn it. Do the others not care? I guess they don't. Sorry, buddy. You're loving it, yeah. It definitely feels like it's much better. I mean, it addresses pretty much all of the issues that existed in the previous game, right? Yeah, let's try that again. Yeah, of course, you're running towards me. Oh, thanks, Julian. Well, yeah, they improved the size of the world, but that wasn't really... That's the interesting thing, I think, when it comes to Tears of the Kingdom, is that they addressed all of those issues beyond the world, right? Because it was already... Like, the open world was by far the biggest and best aspect of Breath of the Wild, I think. So... Okay. Buddy? Oh. You're gonna wait for a second back there. So I've dealt with your small buddy over here. And now it's your turn. There we go. But yeah, I want to say that the open world is pretty much the best aspect of Breath of the Wild, but it was lacking... I felt like it was lacking certain details, it was lacking interesting quest lines, to a certain degree. Like, obviously, it still had a bunch of really, really cool stuff in it, but all of those things were pretty much addressed here. And then, you know, even more stuff added, which is insanely impressive to see, honestly. How they were able to pull that off, or that they were able to pull it off at all, right? Oh, thanks for the follow. Like the bosses and all that. You really like the story more, alright? That's interesting. I haven't really... I would be interested to know why exactly, because, I mean, well, so far, obviously, I cannot really do a full comparison here, because I'm only, you know, a quarter of the way through this particular story, but, I don't know, I feel like Breath of the Wild, I wouldn't say that it was bad, it was just, there wasn't really that much there. The individual aspects, especially the memories, I liked a lot. Those were really, really cool. It was super fun finding them, and they were really well done, but beyond that, it was just lacking a bunch of stuff. It felt like the memories just didn't really add up to the size the game had. So it felt like it felt like the story, or the length of the story, just didn't really match up with the size of the rest of the game for me. Which was kind of sad, because you never really had that feeling of, oh, I'm following this particular story thread. God damn it, how much of these stones are they always putting in these? Oh my god. I guess I have to get through here? I have to remember to pick up an insane amount of bombs next time I'm in the depths, just so that I can be sure that all of these things can be destroyed easily without me constantly having to replenish my bombs. Let's see. Do I still have a weapon then? Ah, yeah, this still works. Oh yeah, it's gonna be difficult to talk about without spoiling. I'm aware of that, yeah. Oh, wait. You gotta go. Thanks for checking in. Thanks for the raid again. I really, really appreciate that. Yeah, they did a good job expanding on the memories, I want to say. It's one of those aspects where, well, it always depends on how you're really talking about the story, right? Because if you're purely saying, oh, I like the story more or less, it never quite takes into account all of those aspects, right? And different people obviously can like or dislike different things about that. So a story in and of itself can just mean the sort of the plot points, right? The specific story threads that come up in every in any given game. So for the story in Breath of the Wild, I just felt like, well, as I said, it's more so about not the story itself, but rather the story as a part of a much larger game, right? That was that one aspect that I felt like didn't really work that well for me. But it kind of doesn't really have anything to do with the story in and of itself, if you really put it that way, right? More so about its, I don't know, its depth or complexity, maybe. References Sky? Well, I mean, there can still be a lot of references. I feel like I haven't even discovered half of what... Well, I don't feel like it. I definitely haven't even discovered half of what there could be discovered about that, right? So... Wait, I got the Bubble Frog. Where the hell is the shrine? Still missing a very important piece here. Well, so far I like Tears of the Kingdom way more in terms of its story, but that is also a very, very subjective thing. The thing that I currently enjoy way more about the story is that I always like... I guess I like the whole sort of historical aspect of it. So the whole bit about feeling like we're doing... In a lot of ways, we're doing sort of an archaeological expedition, right? And the same goes for the temples as well. I mean, I've only done the wind one so far, but that felt like you were really diving into the backstory and the lore of the Rito, about how that connects back to the Zonai, and this whole idea, or the whole setup from the get-go, when you meet Cora for the first time in Tears of the Kingdom, and she essentially explains, hey, by the way, there are all these very crazy phenomena going on, and we have no idea what the hell is happening, so please go investigate. I think, for me, personally, that was a much better setup than Breath of the Wild, just because I enjoy that a lot more. I enjoy this idea of looking into these very particular phenomena, and I guess really feeling like you're doing this historical research, right? Whereas in Breath of the Wild, it was a simpler setup, but on the other hand, maybe more focused on the characters, right? Meeting with this Zelda version, meeting with the different heroes that were controlling the divine beasts. I like that as well. It's just that to me, it felt, once I knew what was going on, I kind of knew what was going on. It was still super fun meeting all the characters and seeing all their different interactions. But in terms of the plot points that were... It felt more like you were chasing a story that had already happened and just sort of replaying it back to you. Rather than now in Tears of the Kingdom, it really feels like I'm the one doing an actual archaeological expedition into, okay, what the hell is Gloom? Where did the Demon King even come from? Why is that a thing in the first place? How does that relate back to Calamity Ganon? And all those questions keep popping up. And that's just something that I really, really love doing. So, but I also recognize that obviously that's a very, very subjective thing and can be different for everybody. I haven't even completed half of the memories, by the way. I did like... How many did I do? 5? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, 5 memories so far. So, yeah, still a lot more left to discover for me. Put it on this one. There we go. Although, well, I do still have bombs, right? There we go. Shrine has to be... there we go. Finally! Ugh. I thought I had to destroy even more things here. Perfect. Chojon Shrine. Let's see what this is going to be about. You used to like Tears of the Kingdom more on Switch. Okay, that is very, very interesting. Okay. Well, that's going to be super interesting to look back and reflect on once I'm done with the story as well. That is, I mean, I like that a lot too, right? Just reflecting on what you've done and seeing, okay, how does it change over time, right? How much do I enjoy it over time and why? Oh, hey, it's another one of those that I have to do without my gear. It's gonna be fun. No, you were thinking mommy. She does look, yeah, she does look very good. I have to agree. Breath of the Wild felt more like a Zelda story. That, I can definitely see that argument, yes. I would agree with that, actually. Breath of the Wild feels... Because Zelda stories, they are... Well, it's called The Legend of Zelda for a reason, right? They feel a bit more like fairy tales, in a sense, right? Like these... Like a story that is being told to... Okay, I don't want to say told to children in the sense that it's a simple story or anything, but rather it's like a legend, right? Something like a story that's being passed down through the generations because it holds some value, right, for the people that it's being told to, right? Most of the legends they have in the real world, I mean, they had very particular reasons for why they were being passed down through the generations, right? They were meant to educate you, they were meant to illustrate certain problems and how they could be overcome. And it always felt like that was sort of the core aspect of a story of the Legend of Zelda franchise, that you wanted to have that sort of feeling to it, right? And yes, I would agree that Breath of the Wild definitely had that aspect. Whereas now, Tears of the Kingdom, yeah, it's leaning more towards what some other games are doing when it comes to storytelling, right? Which, on paper, I think a lot of people would consider the better way to tell a story, maybe, right? Because it involves more dialogue, more writing for certain characters. The characters just get more time to grow, get more time to actually talk to you, engage with you. But then again, it definitely also loses a little bit of that aspect of thinking about it as a legend that isn't necessarily a super detailed story, but rather just wants you to understand a certain lesson or certain problems. Or it doesn't even need to be one lesson, it can be multiple, obviously. So I can see that, you know. Yeah, I mean, there are, as I said, the cutscenes in Breath of the Wild I liked a lot. It's just that I felt like they didn't match up with the size of the game. It just needed way more. Or they would have had to be split into more pieces. I don't really know how you could have achieved that, but it felt like for long stretches of the game, you were just kind of on your own, just exploring these big open world spaces, which was a lot of fun, admittedly, but didn't really have much to do with the story at all. So yeah, it was a little bit lacking in that regard for me, personally. And then that whole reveal about having been asleep for 100 years is also difficult, right? That is always a thing that a lot of games struggle with to really... Which Breath of the Wild, I think, did pretty well, but a lot of games, it's a more challenging way to tell a story, I want to say, which is interesting in retrospect. Oh god, I probably shouldn't have just run in like that. What can we do here? It probably makes sense to just lure them into the flames, honestly. Wanted to know more about the Zonai? Well, so far, I already definitely heard a lot, but it remains to be seen what else we can glean. It also feels like there are definitely a lot of hidden details in all of the cutscenes so far, so I already picked up on a bunch more stuff whenever I rewatched one of them 2 or 3 times. Felt like there was a lot of hidden sort of messages in there as well. A villain that isn't a big spider. Yeah, it's an interesting way to describe Ganon in... or at least, well, the thing that you fight at the very end. Oh, that was another thing that, yeah, Calamity Ganon just wasn't an interesting villain at all. I definitely already like Ganondorf slash the Demon King way more. Calamity Ganon was just this weird entity that existed. And you also didn't really get to know much about it at all. Like, for example, why it was able to infiltrate all the Sheikah technology. That was sort of mentioned in passing, but never really gone into depth about. But then again, I also never... I think there was some parts of the DLC that also like added to that I never played, so... It wasn't Ganon, you think? Okay. Well, I mean, yeah. Whatever he was, the problem was the game. It's when we're purely talking about sort of how good was the story of the game, I feel like that really... he had a bunch of trouble really dealing with that. Okay, what the hell am I even doing here? I could ascend up there. I can turn that myself, or I could attach certain things to it. I mean, these are also just moving about on the, Oh, hello. There we go. Ooh. Wait, we get flamethrowers here? Oh, I see. Okay. Wait, where's the other dude? Was he hit by the other guy? Oh my god. Okay. Just need to deal with this one guy normally. I didn't get a bow, right? Yeah, that's interesting. Somebody's up there too. I want to do something with a funny flamethrower. Just not quite sure if I'm able to. Every 10,000 years... What? Oh god. How is it following me? Let me grab this real quick. I think I'm safe here. Gloom flowing out of Ganon below Hyrule Castle kept forming into Calamity Ganon. Because that Ganondorf was never killed. That is a very interesting theory, yeah. It was just Ganon's hatred. Oh yeah, the interesting part is they're bringing back these old Zelda enemies, but in a new form, which I love a lot. I love how they put a very, very different spin on these this time around. Yeah, but using Zonai Tech, that is very, very smart. I love that a lot. I've seen that so many times already in this game, and it's just insanely good how they're able to incorporate. It's not only the Zonai stuff, they do that sometimes with other things too, where they kind of took the concept or idea of older Zelda enemies and incorporated them in new ways into this game, which I thought was brilliant, honestly. But yeah, that theory is pretty good. The only part that I always had a little bit of trouble with was this whole 10,000 years aspect, because that feels like way too long for that to happen, right? But that being said, we are talking about what is considered a legend here, right? So it might not be an accurate thing to say, all right, it's been exactly 10,000 years, right? It might just be some undetermined period of time. Let's see. Are you going to attack him as well? Kinda. Almost works. He has a bow, right? Wait, do you? I don't know. I mean, I could just detach the flamethrowers and attack them with those. Are you gonna turn over to me, or... Let's just ascend. I don't really... I have to admit, I'm not entirely sure how I could deal with these guys in a very clever way. Because that's just another one of those flamethrower thingies, right? Oops, wrong ability. Need to be careful not to be hit by the other ones. Okay. You go deal with that thing. Is it going to... Let me just grab the weapons over here, honestly. Oh, wait, what's that? Ooh, hello! Well, that's gonna help. There we go. It is very interesting, though. The Zonai actually react to you putting down the flamethrowers all over the place. So they are trying to reach me, but obviously cannot go through the flamethrowers. That's very interesting. Oh, wait. I thought those were targeted. I guess they're not. Oh, God. Can I? That's very difficult to hit. Is Rewind gonna stop the flamethrowers? Oh, now he's... Oh, that was interesting. Because my Rewind stopped the thing for a little bit. So he thought he would be able to get over to me, but actually wasn't able to. Okay, this is a bit of a stalemate here. Let's move this thing again. There we go. That works. Oh god. Oof. For a second there I was afraid I'm gonna... What the hell are you going? Oh! I think he lost his weapon. Ooh. I think I risked a little bit too much here. Could take place around 50,000 years before Breath of the Wild. Yeah, that whole aspect of it just being that insane amount of time, I feel like doesn't really work all that well for me. I probably should have kept that, huh? Oh, wait, there's stuff down there. Ah, oops, I didn't even realize. Okay. Well, I guess that can just be there still. Probably should have been a little bit more careful. Oh god, stop it. There you go. Fight that. Oh, hello. Wait, why is this not... Dealt with that guy. There we go. Finally bow. I think I'm still... No, I'm not lacking arrows, actually. Where are you? Oh, there you are. Didn't even see him. Is that the last guy? Might be. Oh boy. That shouldn't be too difficult with a halberd, actually. Come here. There we go. Let's have way more reach with this. Is he going... I was going to say, can he hit me? But no. This guy is difficult to deal with. Got a lot of health. I probably should just try and go for a flurry rush, but I think he'll be able to one-shot me. But try that, so... Don't exactly want to test it out, honestly. Yeah, there we go. Damn it! I didn't expect that second hit. Alright, I played that way too defensively. Oh boy. You're not sure. It isn't full canon. Zelda does say at the start of the game that her dad said it was a rule passed down through generations never to go into those caves. Yeah, that's another thing that I haven't quite figured out why that's a thing to begin with. That feels very strange to me, why they would be not allowed in there. It definitely seems like something that wasn't set up like that, because there are a whole bunch of hints at well, they actually placed specific signs in front of those entrances to make people aware of the fact that there are dangerous things down there, right? So it feels like there had to have been like a follow-up, not a follow-up generation, but a certain point in time where for whatever reason they weren't really, like, they didn't want to, they didn't want people to know anymore. And it feels weird that that's a thing, right? Or that for some reason they didn't want that to happen anymore. I don't know. Oh, he's the guy that had the bow. Ah, damn it. Of course the bow flows. Ah, good. There we go. Makes it easier to pick up. Let's see here. That's a way to get back up. Can I? That's the wrong ability. Let's pick you up real quick. Come on. Hit it. Really? There we go. That's what I wanted. It's also it's pretty funny that they just keep like hitting it. So let's see. Can we trap him? Ah, almost. Oh, well, it does work. Now he's trapped. Almost. Let's see. There we go. That is pretty awesome how they allow you to do or to use that against them. It's a very fun way to deal with this. Okay, I don't know why it broke apart like that though. I guess that's dealing with everything down here. Let me fuse the... Do I want that? Yeah, sure. Let's fuse it. Because I can just ascend, right? There we go. Compose the... Yeah, it must have been the same dude who composed the soundtrack. Although I want to say that I was actually quite surprised by the sheer amount of music that is in this game compared to Breath of the Wild. I mean, and they also said that Breath of the Wild was very much on purpose drawing back on a lot of those musical themes, right? I mean, they purposefully pretty much wanted to make sure that it was more about those nature sounds. Oh, god damn it. Stop it, buddy. And this time around, it feels like they went back to the whole, you know, Zelda goes crazy with music sort of deal in comparison to that. There we go. Which I also really, really appreciate, I have to say. As much as I love that idea of having less music in Breath of the Wild, now it feels... well... certainly that aspect feels a lot more like it's back to Zelda for me now. Oh boy. Yeah, this is another one of these. Oh god. That wasn't a great idea at all. Wait, is he going to... can he just hit the spring? There we go. Yeah, hold it. God damn it, these guys have a lot of HP. There we go. Oh boy. I almost did an oopsie back there and died again. Oh, you're heading out. All right. Thanks for stopping by, and thanks for the follow again. It was a lot of fun. It was a pretty fun way to get rid of it, yeah. I love this a lot. This was really, really fun, especially figuring out that you can kind of try and trap the guys with these flamethrowers, right? Because you can just move them all over the place, and they're gonna turn off once I put them somewhere, and turn back on once you place them down. So I was able to trap one of them down in the corner. That was pretty fun. The only thing that I wasn't really able to take advantage of is the big turning cogwheel in the middle of the room. But the rest of it, really, really fun. And quite challenging too, because these guys still hit like a truck if you're not wearing any armor, right? It's like 3 hits roundabout and you're just dead. Especially considering that they also have a lot of HP if you only fight them with base weapons. Although I probably could have also sped that up quite easily if I had just attached some other stuff to my weapons. The only thing that I was a little bit bummed about is that you cannot really use the cannon shield all that well. That is very, very finicky to aim, honestly, which I didn't expect. I thought that it was... Well, at first, because Koga was using it against me, right? He had one of those cannons mounted below his flying plane in one of the boss fights, and he was... It felt like it was auto-targeting me, right? So I thought that maybe this cannon would do the same. But then again, maybe it needs to be on these turntables. That might actually be it, that the turntables can have the auto-targeting function and the cannon in and of itself, when it's only attached to a shield, actually does not. Which, now that I'm thinking about it, actually makes a lot of sense. But yeah, this was a very, very fun shrine. I'm still debating with myself whether or not they maybe should have thought about removing your gear for every single shrine, considering that there are these enclosed environments. Because I feel like this way I'm thinking way more about, okay, how can I actually utilize these Zonai devices for my own advantage? What can I do with the environment, right? How can I manipulate opponents? And how can I also utilize the stuff that they drop afterwards? So, I can see them not wanting to make all of the shrines too similar to one another, right? That would definitely be an aspect that I would be concerned about once you start to think about that. But on the other hand, I don't know. I feel like doing that might have even prompted some new ideas or what you could incorporate into the shrine puzzles. But then again, I can also see that, especially the shrine puzzles that simply require you to, well, not simply, but there are more puzzles and less fighting, it doesn't really make that much of a difference whether or not you have your gear or not. It's a high ceiling. Why is the ceiling so high? Hey, Pothawk, welcome back! I hope everything went well. Did you miss me saving Zelda? Yeah. Right, I played through 200 more hours of Tears of the Kingdom while you were gone for 2 hours. No. Oh, hello. Oh wait, that's the guy who accidentally fell down the mountain earlier. So he's still here. Glad you stuck around. Oh boy, where the hell are you running? Wait, wrong weapon. Still, I cannot believe that they have these funny little horns on their head. I wonder who came up with that and why. Nope. Oh my god. Yeah, as I said, they are crazy strong. I actually, at this point, need to get more food from somewhere. Oh, I have these still. Nice. Damn it. They can't be, oh, I also want to equip my shield. I feel like there's some sort of, okay, stop that, buddy. It feels like there's some sort of specific value or something that the stronger the enemy is, the more difficult it is to break their attacks, right? Because the normal bokoblins, when I hit them with a weapon this strong, they just can't really retaliate even. They just very quickly just fly away, and that's pretty much it. But these guys? They're way more difficult to deal with. Alrighty. Well, at least that's everything dealt with here. That was quite the side adventure of finding this shrine and then actually dealing with it. That took a lot longer than I expected it to. Also, a kind of veered of course for a bit, I think. Although, well, not really, actually. Huh. Because the path is going this way. Well, how do I get back to my horse now? Oh, wait a second. Is that Woodland Stable? This dermatologist was the nicest doctor you've ever met. Okay, well that... I'm glad to hear that. Oh, iced cappuccino and a slice of cake. Man. That's an awesome idea, actually. Especially that iced cappuccino sounds really, really good right about now with how hot it is. BBM, that's actually a pretty cool abbreviation of that. Oh, I'm glad to hear that. That is, honestly, yeah, it's a very nice compliment. Okay, what are we doing over there? Oh god. Do need to be careful. Don't know if I want to engage with them. Wait, let me get my bearings. So that's the tower that I marked earlier. Yeah. What the hell are they even doing over there? I wonder if that is Woodland Stable. I can't quite match it up with... Oh, that's just the... Okay. I can't quite match it up with the stables that I found in Breath of the Wild, honestly. So I'm really not sure if that's the stable that I'm supposed to be looking for. Have I done any major stuff? Not really. I think I found... Well, I found one of the set pieces for the Barbarian set. I did a bunch at the Wetland Stable. I don't know if you were still here for that. I did apparently there is one of Zelda's flower fields down here. So I did one of those additional investigations into the Princess Zelda sightings at the stable. I think that was pretty much it. Other than that, I'm trying to... Oh yeah, I went back to look at Landing real quick, but didn't really do much. And I picked up the Champion's Tunic from the castle. So that's quite important, I guess. But not really... It doesn't really relate to any major story threads or anything. I talked to the girl that does the well investigations in Lookout Landing. Apparently, I've now found 28 wells, which I was actually quite surprised by. What the hell is going on down here? Mr. Bokoblin, I advise you to stop that. Hey, buddy. Have we met before?
Yeah.
Oh, hello. We meet again. I guess so. I came here because I heard there were caves in this area. You too, I imagine? Well, in any case, there's no better way to commemorate our reunion than with some fresh cave advice. Are you familiar with hardy truffles? They're valuable and delicious fungi. Yeah, I'm very much aware that they exist. You used to be able to find them on the surface, but lately I've only been able to find them in caves and wells. Hardy truffles are black and tend not to stand out, so it's important to keep a watchful eye out when searching for them. Though rumor has it that a few lucky people have stumbled onto white hardy truffles that have grown into massive size. What a blessing it would be to cook with such a fantastic ingredient. Oh, you're saying something. You have a cooking pot right here, right? I should probably cook some truffles. I hope our paths will cross again somewhere. So long, and safe travels. Because I definitely noticed that I'm running low on just basic healing ingredients. So let's do that for a bit. Where the hell are my truffles? There they are. Let's just cook a bunch of the basic ones, honestly. But yeah, now I'm actually on to go to Goron City eventually. I'm quite sure that I won't be able to make that today anymore, but maybe it would be nice to still uncover the map. Go for the tower, right? Why does he always have to hum such catchy music? What the hell? Sir? Oh, he was sitting down. That was a very weird pose to pause on. He looked like he wanted to, I don't know, steal my dishes or something. Or maybe instead of going over to the tower, I could just go to the stable first. It's a bit of a difficult decision, all things considered. Might as well cook the last one. I'm definitely glad that they also went back and kind of redesigned the hearty truffles a little bit. I mean, well, they still have the exact same function. It's just that they're way more difficult to come by, right? Because those full heals that also add hearts to you, they were way too easy to get. Oh, hey, there's a... Did I see that right? Didn't something just drop over there? Wait. Stop for a second. Let's mark the... Oh yeah, there's the ferry. That has to be Woodland Stable then. Okay, let's just mark that. Okay, that's over there. This was the Hinox that I'm supposed to defeat. Right. It might be worth going for the tower first, and then I could just jump down again towards the Hinox eventually. Yeah. Just so that I can uncover the map. Because that makes it also easier if they... Which I expect to happen, if they're going to send me on some additional errands and quests at the stable. It might be worth it to already have the map available to me. That is a very suspicious looking tree. But of course, we have to help our buddy here put up the next sign. Okay, what kind of funny design do we get this time? Oh! I feel like this is one that I haven't had so far. Interesting. Let me see. So, we probably want to have some sort of base, as always. Oh, that's the Hinox. I was slightly confused about the gigantic thing moving in the background, but it's the Hinox that I'm supposed to deal with. Oh, there we go. Blocks. There's a whole bunch of construction materials over here. Huh. Okay. I need one of these. I need another one of these. And then we probably want to grab one of the smaller things here. Okay, let's just... I think this should technically work. Honestly, I don't think I would even need two. Because in theory, you can only ever attach stuff at one point anyways. It's not really worth it to have both of them here, but I guess it looks a little bit more sophisticated. Although for the first time, I'm actually covering up the shield, I realized. Or the shield, the sign. Oh well. Once it gets secured, my structure will, you know, be not here anymore anyway, so... There we go. Of course he's standing. You'd think by that point he would just trust me right out of the gate, right? But for some reason he doesn't. Or I guess the signs did fall down every now and again. I see Mushroom Lady in the background. Oh, some heat resistance. Okay. I really wonder whether or not it's still going to be hot next to Mount Doom. Death Mountain. Hello.
Hey, I overheard some great info on Misko's treasure. Did you now? And it looks like you overheard me. Perfect. This is so juicy, I've got to share. You've heard of Misko's treasure? The famous bandit's huge clothing collection? Why did a bandit go for a clothing collection in the first place? The story goes that Misko hid it in caves all throughout the land. Just the thought gets my fashion-loving heart pounding. They say the caves of Eldin are practically bursting with treasure, which would be very exciting if they weren't also bursting with lava. Okay. If I walked into one dressed like this, my clothes would be burned to a crisp. Oh, wait a second. Is that going to be the difficulty here? Huh. I hadn't considered that. So maybe the overworld isn't as hot anymore, but once you venture into caves, we will need the heat-resistant clothing. Okay, that would be very interesting, if that's the case.
Well, great. I mean, I knew myself already that I was probably gonna find some treasure in these caves. But I guess the hint about them being potentially being very hot is not that bad. Should I just... The path leads somewhere else entirely, right? Where does this go? Zora's domain and the Kala. I'm sorry, Phantom, but I think I'm just gonna try to get to the tower by myself. Hey, buddy. Oh, but I always forget about Chulin. Just going ham on these things. Suspicious looking tree, huh? Wonder if there's a Korok up there. Should I check? Oh, might as well. I'm already here. Somewhat of an interesting location for this tower, though. Seems like there's not exactly anything close by. Oh, hello. Bunch of statues. Well, it has been a while since I've seen anything like this. That is very interesting. Yahaha! Bye-bye. I almost want to say this was the first time that I've done this particular Korok puzzle in this game, which is kind of insane now that I'm thinking about it. But, I mean, maybe was there one other before this? Honestly, don't know about that. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. It doesn't really look like there's anything too interesting. Oh, hello. What kind of procession is that? I love how the silver, it's like the more experienced Bokoblins also make sure that the other ones are all right. Honestly, I kind of love these processions of Bokoblins here. I mean, they remind me a lot of Dugs, first of all. It almost sucks that they constantly attack you. You know what? It might be worth it to switch over to the climbing gear for a bit here. Although I don't even know how much climbing we're going to be doing up to the tower. There we go. Oh, there is a bunch of trees. I was thinking, the tree those Bokoblins just passed. It looked like one of those the Yiga always disguise themselves as. But it seems like over here, these are actually way more common. Let's see. I think I'm just going to go to the tower directly, pretty much. Because I'm also kind of planning on jumping back down once we reach that place. Ooh, that looks interesting. Huh. What is very interesting so far in a bunch of different places is that, well, obviously the Sky Islands have so far played quite a huge part whenever we actually went to main story portions. Well, especially with the Rito, they played a huge part in that. So I wonder, since the Gorons almost want to say they're the least likely to have anything to do with the sky, right? Maybe I'm wrong in that, but it's gonna be interesting regardless to see what the hell is gonna happen here. Oh, hello. That's a light dragon, right? Or is that one of the normal ones? What is this one? Swift. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that I'm just gonna stick to 2 stamina wheels. That pretty much seems like the best thing. Wait, is that the top of the tower that is lying here? What happened? Oh no, are you telling me that it's once again broken? Hey, dude. What? Did you come out to see the Skyview Tower? Sorry, everything around here is a bit of a mess. What happened? A big chunk of old ruins fell from the sky and hit the Skyview Tower. It knocked off the lid that covers the hole at the top of the tower. That means the hole at the top is open. And that's not all. After the impact, the door got stuck too. Oh god, we have a stuck door again. Let's see. Maybe if you use the terminal inside, that would force the door back open. But without a way to get inside, we're kind of stuck. Right. Because how very convenient it is to have the top of the tower be open. What the hell is this? That is a... Was that a piece of skeleton? It is, isn't it? Why haven't I ever seen that before? Wait. I can definitely fuse that onto something, right? Might as well. It's probably not going to be very strong. Spiny bone spear. Okay. Weird. Might as well keep it. Makes you want to get back into a game and explore. Yeah, it is one of those things. I mean, again, that's why I started streaming, is because this kind of exploration is somewhat difficult to do on your own, I would admit. It's this thing where you... Aw, damn it. That fell quite far down, didn't it? No, actually, let's take that piece. Yeah, it's this thing where you... It just takes so long, right? You also just need time to do it, honestly. That's another aspect. I feel like it would be quite difficult for me playing this game if I didn't have as much time as I currently have. So, yeah. There we go. Is it getting, like, smoky from the volcano, or what's happening here? Okay. Perfect. Ooh, boy. Ugh, that was a bit too close for comfort. I think I almost died there. Is the door just stuck? I guess so. The other one had things behind the door that you had to move. There we go. Currently, I'm I'm wearing my climbing gear that makes me climb faster. But I did actually wear the Champion's Tunic earlier. Oh, you watched someone? I'm still planning on playing Cyberpunk. Honestly, now that they announced the DLC, I might want to go for like a playthrough before that releases or something, if I can. I do want to give the game another chance, but oh boy, it really was a bit of a shit show when it released, which is unfortunate. I feel like a lot of the core issues that I had with it, well, because they were story related and like storytelling and just overall how empty the world felt, I don't think those are going to be fixed, but I feel like it's still going to be a bit of fun, right? And just I feel like if I take that world for what it is and just have fun playing through it and not really think too much in depth about it, it could work quite well. Maybe, hopefully. Thank you. That was a big help. Now then, I think I'll take a little break before heading to my next job. You didn't even do anything. Why would you need to take a break? Oh, well, then again, I don't know how long you've been standing here, right? Worrying about the tower. Oh yeah, I can actually, now that you brought it up, let's actually switch back to the Champion's Tunic. Champion's Leathers, as it is called now. Uh, 1070, okay, performance isn't great. I'm actually looking forward to see what they did on the PS5, right? Because it eventually got like a proper next-gen upgrade, so I'm kind of interested in seeing that as well, how the performance of Cyberpunk is going to be on the PS5 right now. I would love to climb IRL. I never actually tried that, to be honest. There is actually a place here where you can, well, it's not like actual climbing, obviously, but they have a pretty high wall, like an outdoor, not park, but they have like a giant pillar that you can climb. It looks pretty fun, but yeah, I can see that being insanely demanding on your arms, especially when you're not really used to the movement, right? The guy you watch already found duplicate NPCs in the first place he spawned. Oh god. Yeah, those are sort of my issues, right, with the game, is that it's very, very difficult to properly immerse yourself in the world. And that was sort of the thing that I was looking forward to the most, right? I wanted to be immersed in that world, but it felt like a pretty backdrop that fell apart at the slightest bit of movement or the slightest bit of actual interaction with anybody, so I don't know. I don't even know why that happened. I mean, I'm pretty sure that I had, you know, the odd duplicate NPC in The Witcher 3 as well from time to time, but it just wasn't a big issue there, and I simply still can't fathom what the hell happened during their development. I mean, the first time they talked about Cyberpunk being a thing, that was before The Witcher 3 released, so like 6 or 7 years before the game eventually would release. So I really have no idea. It feels like if they had just, you know, simply copied over The Witcher 3 and just made it a different world, that would already have been better than what the game eventually turned into. So, well, that is the one thing that I'm kind of, you know, where I would forgive them a little bit. It feels like they wanted to do something that ultimately they just weren't able to create, right? Way too ambitious, and they just had to scale back so much that a lot of different issues just sort of surfaced, which sucks, but I don't know. I just hope that they've learned the lesson for their next project, and well, I don't know, just do something else with it. Oh, hello. That looks like an interesting island. I'm gonna check back here eventually. I think I'm just gonna go back to the tower for now. What the hell is that? That looks rather curious. Ooh. What's that going around the mountain? Are we gonna be able to... That would be insanely fun. If we can grab like a minecart and just take it all the way across the mountain. Let's just land right next to it. I just want to take, you know, a bit of a look at the map before I venture further. Well, that was fun. It always is, actually. I realized quickly that was the Deus Ex. I think it's been a while since I explored anything in the sky, which is pretty insane to think about, but yeah, moving on to Kakariko and Hateno really took a long time. So, but I feel like, you know, okay, there isn't actually that much over the volcano, so maybe this would be worth exploring, honestly. There is another one of those tablet thingies I need to take a picture of. So that's quite interesting. Right, that's the Hinox I'm supposed to deal with. And then hopefully this is actually Woodland Stable. I'm pretty sure it is, because I'm also pretty sure that I saw the fourth and probably final fairy fountain next to it. The one thing that I'm still somewhat concerned about is that I won't be able to actually activate the fairy fountain still, because I only found 2 members of the musical troupe so far. Unless they're going to give me some sort of advice on where to find the others. I don't know. No, that's not a Boy Scouts. That's a t-shirt from my favorite football club. And a scarf related to it as well. I actually wore the... I hung them up on the wall because I wore those when they... What's that word? Ascended? No. Well, they got into the first league. So, for a year. And then they went back down. Got relegated back down. So, yeah, that's the shirt that I wore at the party, I guess. Would have been your second guess. Okay, yeah. So your second guess is correct. Although I haven't watched a match in quite a while. It sort of fell off. It was a really cool thing to do with friends, you know, on the weekends, but eventually, as things happen, you know, everybody sort of moves their own way, and ultimately a lot of people weren't able to come anymore, right? Because they had family and they sometimes had work on those days, so we all kind of, well, I mean, obviously we still see each other, it's just that we're not really seeing matches anymore, which, you know, is fine though. I feel like I did that for quite some time, and it was a lot of fun, but eventually I also appreciated the time that I got back from not watching those anymore. Also, it sometimes, you know, was quite expensive whenever we were, you know, traveling to different cities, because that can, you know, depending on the fuel you're using up and even the ticket prices, you know, they sort of all sums up over time to be quite expensive, honestly. It's Eintracht Braunschweig, actually, is what they're called. They're currently in the second division, but they were first in the Bundesliga for a year, 10 years ago. Okay, well, I can't glean that much from the map, to be entirely honest. But I would have had to move over to the stable anyways. It's very interesting. So once again, it seems like a new path got created over here. Oh yeah, so this was the previous path up the mountain, right? And it eventually, I think, originally it went further here along this wall. And then the previous tower was actually somewhat close to this one. I think it was up here somewhere. Right. So this is sort of the section that now appears to have been, for whatever reason, turned into not being the correct path anymore, and instead this one was created, moving up from the stable. That is very, very interesting. And then I think this was the mine previously. Yeah, this is where the path originally went through. And then we have Goron City over here. And that looks quite concerning, obviously. And then these weird little puddles are still here. I wonder what these black lines are. That looks interesting. It almost looks like a rail track, right? Whenever you get the things for the electric cables that are running above rail tracks. The stuff that holds them up. I wonder what that's going to be. Very, very curious. But that's pretty cool. So I feel like the plan here is going to be to just jump down and pretty much go back to my horse, deal with the Hinox, and move on to the stable. And then from there, I'm going to be able to move over to Goron City proper. Very, very cool. And I feel like Woodland Stable is sort of the last location that was very, very frequently mentioned, and the game wanted, you know, heavily pushed me towards that. Well, aside from the regions that we have to investigate for the phenomena, obviously. It's my favorite team because they're near me, yeah. It's one of those things where you just kind of grow up with it, and, you know, my father already took me to their games when I was little, so you just kind of grow into it, I guess, and eventually end up liking them too. Okay. Well, unfortunately though, I still want to do a little bit of exercise, and I do have to keep in mind that we still have raid this evening. So I think that's gonna be my stopping point for today, and where I'm gonna leave it at. I feel like I was able to do quite a bit at least I made my way all the way from Hateno back over to where I want to be. So this is like the perfect jumping off point next time to fully investigate Death Mountain and see whatever the hell happened to the Gorons and why apparently there are weird things going on with them for whatever reason. I mean, we've heard about them being not so nice to each other anymore, and that seemed like a very, very curious thing that we've been told. So, yeah. No idea what that actually entails. I mean, it's been great so far with the heat. I feel like as we went into the afternoon, even though it got hotter outside, there was definitely a nice little draft coming through. So I'm thankfully still good on that side. Although, you know, I hate the thing that always happens to me is that you start to sweat whenever your skin, you know, touches, I don't know, the chair, for example. So that's doesn't really feel all that nice after a while. But yeah, I hope you have a wonderful rest of your morning, day, or evening as well, wherever you are. And obviously, thanks for being here. Thanks for the raid again to Melanie Polina earlier for the follows that came in. Unfortunately, I'm not exactly sure how I'm going to continue this week. Because obviously Final Fantasy 16 releases, and I don't really want to miss the release, although I'm not entirely sure when I'll be getting the game, because I ordered it online, and, well, I don't know if it's going to be here on Thursday, considering that I have to work Friday and Saturday, definitely. I might only get into that on Sunday, in which case I will go back to Tears of the Kingdom beforehand. I did want to do some other stuff that also related back to the stream. I just wanted to change some stuff, some scenes around, so I need some time for that as well. So I don't know yet. The one thing that I can say for sure is that unfortunately tomorrow I won't be able to stream more Tears of the Kingdom. So eventually on Wednesday, otherwise it's going to be Thursday for Final Fantasy 16. If I get the game, if I don't, it's going to be more Tears of the Kingdom. But obviously Tears of the Kingdom is not going anywhere. I will definitely still want to continue with it, play through it, obviously. I'm going to focus a couple of days, I think, on 16, and then I'm just trying to... I'm probably going to go back and forth, right? Just play 16 for like 2 days, and then play Tears of the Kingdom for 2 days, and do it like that. That being said, I do expect to be able to get through 16 a little bit quicker than this game, so... But we'll see. It's not an open world game per se, but I feel like it's still going to have a bunch of content. And I really, really love the demo, so it's going to be really interesting to check that out. But, as I said, that's going to be it for today. So once again, I really, really, if I can find my mouse, there it is. I really, really appreciate everybody being here, and maybe I'll see you for the next one. So until then, have a good one. Bye-bye!